This is MTGV, and you with Miss V. She keep her ear to the streets from to a B. This is the place that you wanna be, but I don't know you better believe. Just so you know we on go for those that's taking these souls.
Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Shout out to everybody in the building and everybody on the replay. Welcome in, y'all. Please smack that thumbs up.
But it's getting so out of control. Thank you for tuning in to MTGV, True Crime TV. Y'all know what it is, man. Team Vibe, Miss V. Hey, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe.
Please smack that like button, y'all. So it's been a while since we've been live over here, but we are here. And one of the things I want to talk about today, the people. I've been looking at this case concerning Romeca Blackmon from Chicago. She was unalived on September 8th. Really, like down the street from her son's school by her son's father's other baby mama. I mean, it's real messy. Like, he's messy in my opinion. So we're gonna be talking about this, y'all. Let me see who's in the chat. Shout out to my BFF in the building. Yes, we are late. We were supposed to go live yesterday on Romeca, but I had to reschedule. It's a lot going on in my life, y'all. But we are here. This case, it actually captured my attention like in the middle of me covering the Kata Scott case. And I was so into that I didn't even talk about this right away, because it was a lot of messiness in the beginning. Because the lady, the girl who unalived Romeca, she didn't get arrested till about 9 days ago, and this happened September 8th. So that was about 13 weeks and 5 days ago. And they just arrested her 9 weeks ago, and that's just because she claimed self-defense. So what happened? Romeca dropped her son off to school, and for whatever reason, Carlos and the girl that he was seeing, she was parked on the same street as the school that Romeca's son went to. And I'm trying to figure out why. Where did he live exactly? And why was he on the street? Let me pull something up, because I was just looking at maps and it don't make any sense to me. Hold on, let me uncover this. Romeca was a beautiful lady. She was 31, I believe. This is the girl that did it. Her name is Holly or Quadajah Holly Johnson. Holly, I guess, is her stage name. I don't know where the name Holly comes from. But I just see a lot of weird things going on concerning the father. To me, he's not acting right. Like, I mean, I seen his reaction right after it happened, and his reaction was not, he didn't seem remorseful for Romeca and what she was going through at that moment. He was very defensive. He was like cussing and checking people out, checking people on the scene. To me, that was very odd. I didn't see any tears. I mean, you know how when things are done out of anger, right after you do it, you might feel mad, remorse, and be in tears and feeling bad about it. But I didn't see that nowhere on the scene, and that was very strange to me. I mean, because I looked on Romeca's page, a couple of her pages, and she seemed to be full of life, a lot of fun, loving, fun, loving. Like this her coming through rubbing her braids or whatever, and she was playing a song. Basically just the caption was like, "Oh, I get on his nerves." So she was just picking with him. But what I'm looking at is, to me, he's a very vain guy and he need to be in the camera. You know, you could see he kind of moved over like he's still trying to be in the camera. But it was weird. I don't know if they was doing a little game or what, or why was he just standing in front of the camera? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, um, let me put this down. You know, and for me, it's something about guys that you know, wear purses and really into fashion and gotta be on the camera and always in the mirror. You know, you could wear purses together and all that. It's hard enough trying to figure out who's who. And when you got obvious signs of something, then you know, because people are saying certain things about him. I don't know if it's true or not, but what I find strange is the behavior. Now, where's the? I got a video. I hope I got it in here. Some of the scene. Yeah, this is the scene of the crime. You can see the girl standing there with the phone. She was the one that actually had did this. He's standing there pushing people back with blood on all on his hands. He was telling them to shut up, even call somebody out of their name, and he was defending Quadajah out the gate, even with her laying there. And see how aggressive he is. I mean, you can't hear what he's saying, but he pushed her for what? They wasn't even the ones going at him. It was another lady and her boyfriend or husband that was going in on him that had got off the bus. But I see no tears, no remorse. They say he was just standing there and not even trying to help her, stop the bleeding or anything. And he had told Quadajah, "Come on," or something. Pushed her back, told the lady to shut up, even called her out her name at some point. But no tears. So I just found that strange, especially looking through Romeca's page and how much she loved this man. You could tell it was a lot of love there. She definitely loved her son. And it was just sad to look through her Instagram, seeing the note and all of that stuff that she had wrote the day that she dropped her son off. So let me pull up the maps that I was looking at. Let me move this. I was also trying to figure out if she had blood on her hands. Let me move this video. How close was she to Romeca? Her hands look really red to me. I don't know. Maybe it could just be lighting, but I wondered if she had blood on her hands too. I mean, she definitely got blood on her hands for what she did because it was uncalled for. It was premeditated from what I'm looking at. Why would they be right there at the school? Now I heard something about he lives in the area, but when you look at where did he live exactly? This is where they were parked at because they said it happened right at Cermak and State Street. So this street is State. this cross street. Let me see if we can see the sign. Yeah, so that's State Street. It was at near the intersection of Cermak and Street and State. So let me see. So they would have had to been parked down here. I remember Ben said 2200 block or something like that. So when you go down, you can literally see the school right there. So just a few steps. Here's the school. I'm assuming that her son went to. This goes to pre-K to 8th grade or something like that, right? For what reason would he have Holly, Quadajah, or whatever her name is, park her car on the street for? For what? It's like they was trying to run into her, right? Where did he live? And why would he want to be on the same street at the same time? It's like, yeah, they was trying to run into her. All right. That just didn't make sense to me. He wasn't at a house over here. Not on that street. If he didn't live on the street, why was he on the street? It don't make sense to me. Unless he was trying to run into her. And like I said, the only reason why that girl didn't get arrested right away is because she claimed she feared for her life, self-defense, and she had a gun license. So they I've seen this happen before. It was a white woman though. It was Adjika Owens was unalived by Susan Lorenz. It was she stayed in the hood, but she didn't like kids. Anyway, she unalived her, claimed self-defense, and she was out for months while they investigated. And I heard them say then, if they say that, stand your ground or whatever, it has to be investigated before they can arrest. So I guess that's what they was doing in this case. So let me pull up because Tia Ewing, she was covering this case. She's a news reporter from Chicago. I've been following her for a while. And let me pull that up.
Hey, good morning. Well, Quadajah Johnson is accused of shooting and killing 31-year-old Romeca Meeks Blackmon on September 8th in the South Loop. Johnson was arrested shortly after the shooting, but released without charges. Back in September, WGN talked to Blackmon's mother, who cried out in pain.
I want justice. She didn't deserve it under no circumstances.
And Johnson was arrested again Tuesday afternoon in Des Plaines. The shooting happened near the intersection of State Street and Cermak Road. Blackmon had just dropped off her 6-year-old son at school. Police say there was a fight between Johnson and Blackmon. Suddenly, Johnson pulled out a gun and shot Blackmon in the face. Blackmon's family describes her as sweet, loving.
What the heck is going on here?
Supportive, and a great mother. She was working and studying to become a nurse before her death. Sources say Blackmon knew her accused killer. It's still unclear what led to the fight. A detention hearing is scheduled for later this morning. In the newsroom, Winnie Dorch, WGN News.
Yeah, so it kind of threw me off because I had heard some people saying that Romeca went back. She went back the way that where they were at, but they was on the same street. Shout out to Blue Lotus. Welcome, man. Yes, rest in heaven to her. It did not have to happen. He's a bird. You can tell. Oh, bird. So I'm thinking you talking about the whole purse incident, purse thing, because that I was talking about, or you meaning like he's a part of the LGBTQ maybe? Because I never heard it called a bird, but I can tell you what. any man that carry a purse, I'm looking at you sideways. If we can wear matching purses, or if you carrying something that I can wear, like, I'm not gonna ask to wear your wallet. You know what I'm saying? But I just can't get with it. I'm sorry, because when it all comes out, people will be like, didn't you see the signs? I mean, look, he was cuter than, he wanted to be dressed nicer than you and prettier than you and in the mirror longer than you. Like, no, thank you. And to me, the ones that be doing too much over sexual and all of that, I'm looking at you sideways. You know, he's doing too much. Why couldn't he just be happy with the ones he had? Like, he couldn't be pleased. You know what I'm saying? Yes, low key. That's a good description, because I mean, be who you are, right? I ain't trying to crap on the LGBTQ community or anything like that. But when you out here acting like you one thing and you're something else, I got a problem with that. I don't know what the guy is or whatever. I guess he is heterosexual. That's what he's saying. But you know, I just don't get it. Let's listen at some details.
All right, everybody, it's 2:16 right now. Thank you for staying with us. We have Tia Ewing, who is here now. You've been on one of the most watched stories of the week here, the case of Romeca Blackmon. And this goes back several months. And you have followed it the entire way. So walk us through how we got to today.
So how we got to today is yesterday at 3:25 in the afternoon. I was working on something completely different, got a phone call from the Cook County State's Attorney's Office letting me know these charges were indeed filed, and that Quadajah Johnson, who was the person accused in all of this of shooting Romeca Blackmon, was going to be charged at that moment with first-degree murder, and that she would appear in court today. So fast forward to today is when the actual hearing happened. And we found out a lot of, decent information inside that courtroom. One being that Quadajah Johnson and Romeca Blackmon, we already knew that they shared the same father of their children.
Correct.
So, Quadajah has a child, a very young child, and Romeca Blackmon at the time of her death had a 6-year-old who has now turned 7. He literally turned 7 shortly after his mother was killed. With that being,
I think his birthday, if according to her post, I think is like September 28th. I think is what I seen, and that's just so heartbreaking, man. And the note that she left for him, and all of the love that you could see for her son on her page. That's one thing that she definitely made sure that everybody knew how much she loved her son.
Said we also found out that Quadajah Johnson is indeed pregnant at this moment, 7 weeks pregnant, and her attorneys really tried to drive home that point with the judge in court.
Okay, so don't nobody care, but I mean, there's many babies made in prison, and I'm sure many have been birthed in there as well. Don't nobody care about that, right? But that's another thing. Like, this guy has got to know that he ruined his son's life, is ruined to him right now. We know that he could recover, right? But he's a baby. He 8 years old, 7. And his mother, he'll never see his mother again. And this guy she's 7 weeks pregnant. I mean, if we are to assume this baby is his, I mean, they just went on like relationship as usual, life as usual, and possibly even like, well, let's get pregnant just in case they try to arrest me. I can stay out, because her baby that she got is only months old, right? Like 6 months maybe, and you already pregnant, and he could actually get hard to get her pregnant after you watched her kill your son's mother. I just can't. That part, it just don't make sense to me. I'm looking at her TikTok, and he was with her family last Christmas, and I mean, you could see her and the girl kind of going back and forth. She letting her know, hey, just because he might say something, like, it sounds like he was playing both sides because of what Romeca posted. Like, he might post, let me see, something like this. Oh no, that's Quadajah trying to make Romeca mad. Or no, that was after that was after she was unalive. And but no, this is what I was looking for. Something like this. Her, he hates you. Us. And she laughing. I can upload way more. You know what I'm saying? So he's playing both sides, telling Quadajah, Holly, whatever her name is, all about Romeca, him being upset with her, and that, and they going back and forth at some points in their relationship. When Holly was there and she knew, little things like that, that proves that it was some going back and forth. Pictures like that, that's dated 4/9. I don't know if that's when it happened or when she posted it, but that would have been this year in April. Forever that B that'll have that heart. His baddest B. He'll tell you who introduced him to the finer things. So they definitely knew of each other, and especially when you got stuff like this, maternity pictures, uh, you know, pregnancy photos together. Some of them, I didn't put the similar pictures here, but I did see some similar pictures like that Romeca and Holly had. Let me see. Well, here's some of Romeca's pregnancy photos, right? On this one, she wrote, "Never forced. We have a very great love, Bookie. And this what maternity pics look like when it's not forced." Okay, so, it was a picture of Quadajah and him, and she had on the same color blue that Romeca had on in some of her pictures, but I don't have those particular ones. And look at him, just loving it. Like, man, listen. Sad. Let me let this keep going. But yeah, this is sad. Oh, this is the one that is kind of similar. You see how Romeca is there with her hand on her head like that. And here's Holly on Thanksgiving. Her and the old boy and the baby dressed alike and all this stuff. And she's kind of rubbing it in. She said something like, "We family, and we, of course, we gonna be dressed alike, and we gonna be cute, and y'all gonna, basically rip y'all eyes out because we gonna be cute when we post some other pictures," or however she said it. I don't have it in front of me, but just going on about everyday life, not giving a damn that you have ruined a child's life. If nobody else, like he didn't have no sympathy for his own son, in my opinion. I mean, damn, this baby just got dropped off at school by his mother, and I was looking at other years of him going to school, like from kindergarten all the way to, he was only in the first grade, but him going to school last year, to my son, "There's nothing you can't count on me for. Even when my world is falling apart, I'll make sure yours is always perfect. Make first grade be great to you. I love you, and I'm always your biggest fan and supporter. Now, I did hear that this was possibly private on their page, that it got unprivated because that date is the 18th, and clearly she was already unalived on the 18th. So, but this is you see her in the background with her scrubs on, her phone in her hand, look like keys in her hand. I'm not sure who's taking the picture then, and his lunch bag where this note would have been. And I was just sad and thinking about him and how the first day of school will always remember, and possibly just school period will always remind him of his mother, because that's the last time he seen her when he got dropped off. That's always going to be in his brain. And for his dad to just be able to go on and living life and getting a woman pregnant that just killed his mother, like, what? I just cannot. How can you have that much hatred for somebody? Because that's what it was. You can't convince me that there's any love there, because there's no emotion there. I know people grieve differently, but I ain't see no grieving. And for that, I mean, that I got a problem with. You be with somebody that many years and you can just go on like that. Shout out to Tom. Welcome in, fam. What happened? Okay, let's get back to the details. Just sick.
Today for her to be released.
Yeah.
The judge made some pretty straight up statements. One being that when this shooting happened, at one point, the actual alleged shooter, Quadajah Johnson in this case, fist bumped the father that she and Romeca Blackmon have in common with their children, fist bumped him after the shooting.
Now, that is crazy as hell if that happened. Now, witnesses are saying that it did, and they standing 10 toes down on it. And I mean, so I also heard that a lot of this stuff was captured on, like, I forgot what they call it, but I think the police cameras footage, or captured some audio or something I've seen. And hopefully they got some footage from the bus and all that'll capture everything. But I would think if they had that they, and if dude was guilty of anything, they would have already arrested him. But just from what I'm hearing and from what the witnesses said, it definitely sounds like it was some premeditation going on, like I just showed where they were parked at, and for what? Because it ain't nothing on that street but the school. So if you from my understanding, I think she had some type of order against him, didn't she? I'm not sure. But they made it sound like she went towards them, but I don't know. Was she just going in that direction anyway? Spotted him and got out? I don't know how that happened. I really don't. Was she caught by anybody? I really don't know. But if they fist bumped each other, and if he told her, oh, she going to get her gun, like that was a threat. I mean, and why wasn't it stopped? Why didn't he tell her not to go get it? Like, I just don't get it. It seemed like it was a conversation before it happened. And him and Romeca wasn't on good terms either. I seen a picture of her with a black eye, swollen face, and all this. And something about her house being broken into. And a order of protection against him, I thought I heard. So, and then there was a video of him talking about beating your girl, hitting on your girl or whatever. Oh, I'm wrong if I do that. So you that type. You lay hands on women? because it ain't never a reason for it. I mean, real men just walk away and leave them in their misery. You got to be strong enough. But some of these men like a bunch of drama and they keep it up. They like women fighting over 'em. That's what it seemed like to me. Old girl got rewarded with another baby. I mean, not that I think it's a reward, but I guess she thought it was. Like, what? How could you even lay down with her knowing the pain that your son is in? Like, what?
And the judge said, someone like that, basically, I'm essentially gonna, melt down his words into essentially what he said, does not deserve to be out roaming the streets. I think that's a very inflammatory thing to find out from witnesses that happened.
Yeah.
And witnesses, I do want to point out the fact that in this case, you got to give it up to the witnesses here to even get us to this point in this case. Because even in the video that you saw, the aftermath of the shooting, these officers that responded, they responded to a chaotic scene. And many of them look like this may have been the first day on the job. I mean, quite frankly, not really understanding who was the shooter, not really understanding who were the witnesses, people walking through the crime scene. We saw that in the video. And so the witnesses said, hey, that's the shooter. That's the person you need to be arresting. That's the person that you need to look out for. And another thing that came out in court in terms of what witnesses saw and heard, they said after that first shot was fired, there was a pause. Why is that important? Somebody may say, okay, why is that important? That's important because you fire one shot at someone, they're down, you pause, and then you ramp up again, and other shots are then fired.
Are they saying that's the reason for the premeditated? Obviously, first degree murder would be premeditated. Right. Is that so? The second shot, they're saying premeditated because you thought about.
Now that is crazy. I mean, that is execution style, ain't it? At this point, you're down, and you're gonna stand over her and fire on her 2 more times. What? It don't matter what kind of bullets, but she had hollow points too, so she knew. She even talk about the timing of the weapon. I think I don't know if this is the one, but like when the timing of her getting the weapon and when all of these orders, trying to get these order of protections against her and all of this stuff. But what would be your point for firing on her again? That meant what? I mean, the point is that I want you dead. I don't just want to hurt you. I want to kill you. That's what that said. Like, it was no reason once she was down, your threat was eliminated if you ever thought you had a threat there. And it don't include, like, when you in fear for your life, it don't include all the stuff that we've been seeing on social media, them going back and Holly going back and forth with her I would never video and all that. That, I mean, come on now. You don't taunt people that you're afraid of. And how can somebody threaten you through somebody else? The threat wasn't even said to her. It was allegedly said to somebody else. So that don't even make sense. But yeah, she hit that girl 3 times with a 9mm.
To shoot again.
Well, in this case, that was not made officially clear in the courtroom, but that was brought up as, witnesses stepping up and how this case has really unfolded. And because of that, the judge did not feel like Quadajah Johnson, no matter pregnant or not, does not deserve to be out here walking the streets.
And that was one of the big issues. I mean, obviously the biggest issue is that a life was lost. So let's say that, but that was one of the big issues going back to the day that this happened. Even though the police came and there was an arrest, she was released.
She was released.
Someone had lost their life and she was released.
And that is how we got involved in the story. So the shooting happened September 8th. She's released. I get a call from a friend of the family member that happens to know my family, being in Chicago. And they're like, hey, have you heard about this story? Is this something that you would cover? And I'm like, yes, I've heard about this story. We've all been wondering what's happening in the course of this investigation. And so that is how the connection even happened. So September 8th, the shooting and killing happens. September 23rd, I do the story. And from there after, I'll give it to the people. They really made sure I would get emails constantly because, like you said, it is a case that so many people have questions about. I would get emails constantly saying, is there an update? Is there an update? So every time I got a message, I sent that to the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, and they would always respond and they would say, no, this is a, ongoing investigation. We're still investigating. And one of the issues that came up in this is that Quadajah Johnson had filed, and I believe the date is June. She filed in June an actual order of protection against Romeca Blackmon, saying that she was indeed the aggressor coming after her, is what she was alleging. We actually found some paperwork. Now, mind you, there could be several different orders of protections, but in this particular case, one of the orders of protection that we definitely can confirm existed was never delivered to Romeca Blackmon. In fact, every time the sheriff's, I believe it was the Sheriff's Department of Cook County, and I'll go back and review this, but a sheriff's department, just to be safe, tried to deliver this. They could never make contact. And in fact, they tried to deliver it after she was passed on.
Okay, so
That's crazy.
That's
crazy. They even tried to pass it when she was already gone. Now, so technically she didn't have an order of protection, but she definitely had that weapon. Now, she just said something about June. I think that's when she got the weapon too. But let's listen.
The day that the shooting took place, Romeca was going to drop off her son. Is that correct?
She had already dropped off her son
and was coming out of there.
It was coming out.
And how did they? What caused them to interact?
So here's what's interesting about this, and there's so many different narratives about how this played out. So the father that both of these women share, his home is blocks going south from where, I believe it's south from where the school is located. And I've heard different narratives. If you look at the video, you see Romeca Blackmon's car, and I think I'm correct on this, kind of going back to our original story, in the street. You see Quadajah Johnson's car kind of like behind, I think it was parked on the street or behind her. And so the idea was this a situation where she saw her and hopped out of the car? Was it the reverse? Was she then blocked in? That's the question. That's some of the stuff we don't officially know, because that's all been hearsay. We have, and mind you, I did have witnesses' phone numbers, but I could never get them on the phone to actually say what they saw. So that was all hearsay of why the car was this way. Was it that Romeca jumped out? Was it that Quadajah blocked her in? And whatever happened, there was an altercation.
Right.
And in court today, that did come out that in fact the father had Blackmon in a chokehold during the course of this dispute that's unfolding.
And how did he get to the location at the time of the dispute?
He lives a couple of streets
and
down.
he came out.
So that is unknown. Was he riding in the car with Quadajah Johnson? Was he walking down the street? Keep in mind, it's cold now, but it was not cold at the time. Were they waiting for her? I mean,
now I thought I heard that he had dropped her. He had drove her to her car. And yeah, that's my thing though. Why was her car on the same street that they knew Romeca would be on that morning at the same time? Like, I don't believe in coinky dinks at all. Like, I feel like that was planned. Like, he could have picked any street. Why there? Why? I mean, she knew what she was doing. It seems that way. I mean, and I know that this was heart-wrenching for the family to have to sit back and watch them. This girl created a whole YouTube channel behind this. I'm gonna pull that up if I don't forget. But yeah, she created a whole YouTube channel behind this, talking about thank you to her supporters and all this. Dude that went live and talking to people, hanging up on people, and just not a tear, not a lick of emotion nowhere. And I heard him say something like he thought it would be different. He thought that after this happened, the family would come and sit down and talk to him and try to figure out what happened. But it was F him from day one. What else you thought it was gonna be? Like when there's two women and he's a personal trainer, two women barely 100 pounds soaking wet. They probably, I don't know, probably 120 if that. They both are small frame, petite women. And he's a personal trainer, bench pressing 300, 500, and he couldn't stop that. He couldn't keep them from connecting. I think he got a kick out of women fighting over. Come on. You know, this is just my opinion. I don't know the dude, but he don't care. BFF, I feel it was planned too. It had to be. Seemed like it. Look at him. And he just act like it's just another day. You know, he defending the woman that just killed his son's mother. And then he posting stuff on his page like he was there for both of them and he loved them both and all this stuff. Like, boy, get out of here.
There's a lot of different questions about that we don't officially have those answers to.
But somehow he hopped in the middle.
Somehow he got into the middle of it. Puts Romeca Blackmon, who is a very small framed woman, in a chokehold. Ends up the other mother of his child ends up shooting her.
Now that's crazy. Like, there's not a reason why he should have put her in no type of chokehold, like at all. But he's saying it didn't happen. It sounds like he working with the popo against old Holly. That's what it sounds like to me. I remember reading when she asked, because she talked to him, Tia Ewing, and we gonna go to that, and she asked him what happened or what did he think or something. And his response was off. I was just, I don't know, when it happened, I was just looking. Yeah, you was just looking. You sure was. You ain't do nothing to stop it. You ain't dropping out one damn tear for your son, nothing.
And they fist bump. My question now is, and this is the email that I sent after learning these details to the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, is he going to be charged?
Well, that was going to be my next question.
Is he an accessory? Is is he an accomplice in all of this? Because just based on the details you hear in court, it would make you ask the question, well, where's this guy at?
Right.
Is he going to, is there now you have to look at the totality of the case. Is there now an agreement that he's now going to be the person, the key witness to testify against Quadajah Johnson? That's all, up in the air, but definitely worth a lot of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how he ended up there at that time. If he had her in a chokehold, was he holding her for something that happened to her? Or will his excuse be, I was trying to break them up and it just looked like that?
Right.
Or, you
don't know how that'll play out.
You don't.
I do want to go back to something, because this idea of this order of protection has come up, and during the course of reporting here at Fox 32 and around the country, the questions of an order of protection come up, and people are like, that's just literally a sheet of paper. And in this case, when I spoke to the family of Romeca Blackmon, they were under the impression that order of protection that was filed by Quadajah Johnson was essentially a play, like preparing for what could come next, preparing for the fact that she had threatened her before, and kind of creating this paper trail to make her look like she would be, redeemed in a case of if she did pull the trigger, because she is a concealed carry holder. She has a license to carry a weapon. So that's the family's position on this. I think it's going to be really interesting. The next hearing is December 23rd, I believe is this date. It's going to be really interesting to hear as more details come out.
And is she arguing self-defense?
I don't remember what her argument was officially, but it had been self-defense. So today, I don't know if she entered an official, this is, I'm innocent. I didn't hear that, but she has argued up until this point, because though I never interviewed her, I never interviewed her. I want to make that very clear. I did hear from a relative of Quadajah Johnson, and I gave that relative, I said, listen, this is a platform that believes in fair and being balanced, right? So if Quadajah Johnson feels like, because her name had been run through the mud on social media prior to us ever getting to this point.
Mhm.
And she felt like that was wrong. She felt like, you know, why is my name being brought into this? And I haven't been charged, et cetera. And I told the family member, well, listen, we never mentioned her name. That's social media sleuths.
Yeah.
And they have the right to go on social media.
And we have
do
nothing
that.
to do with that.
And we had nothing to do with that. And I said, you know, we leave this platform open for her to speak. I know at one point she had hired a lawyer and that the lawyer had told her, do not say anything. Let this play out. And so during that communication with the family member, it was very clear to me that she felt like this was self-defense and that she also felt like she was getting a bad rep, you know, in the social media streets, and that she felt like she was the person that had been threatened by Romeca Blackmon.
So her story could
It sounds like it's gonna be she was fighting me.
Yeah, that she hopped out, you know, that I was going on about my way. She hops out, comes at me. I am a concealed carry holder and I had the right to, you know, protect my life.
But here's the question. And this is, you know, the debate that has existed since this has happened. I'm a concealed carry holder. If someone starts hitting me and we're about the same size, you know, because they're about the same size. They're both pretty petite individuals. At what point is it okay and lawfully, speaking about the law, not what we fabricate in our minds, not what we think, at what point legally is it okay for me to then go grab my gun and shoot you off of a fight?
Yeah. And I guess if you're, and maybe we don't have the exact point at which she retrieved the gun. Was the gun on her when the fight was happening, or did she leave and come back?
That's a good question. And at one point, we do know in the video that the witnesses said, hey, she just put the gun in the car. She just took the gun back to the car, which makes me think, well, I don't know if that meant, you know, she had it on her person. If you're concealed carry holder, you could, you know, you may have it, you know, stored in your car. You may have it, you know, on your person hidden. So we don't know that part of the story. Again, more details will come from this. But at what point, if the father's out there, and if this is true, you know, the judge said
the fist bump
and the chokehold, that the dad that they share together had her in a chokehold. What do you need to pull your gun out for?
Yeah, if there's someone who is actively helping you. So today, obviously these, and you mentioned a couple of things. I want to talk about the fact that there were a lot of supporters for both of these women who have shown up in all of this.
Overwhelmingly, looking at the crowd, Romeca's favorite color apparently was pink, because you saw just about everyone wearing pink. They had to move the courtroom because of the overwhelming response. Not only has the response been overwhelming online, but in reality here in the city of Chicago, this has impacted a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. But I think overwhelmingly Romeca had support, but there was supporters there for Quadajah Johnson. It is a horrible situation.
All around.
If anything we could learn from this is, if the man got you going through this kind of stuff, it's time to let him go. I mean, honestly, if he got you fighting this mother and you both have a child, don't you want your siblings to be brother and sister or brothers or whatever the dynamics are versus this? That child did not deserve to come out of that school just feet away from his mother, being shot in the face, to never see his mother again. That child didn't deserve that. And now Quadajah Johnson has a child in the world with no mother.
Exactly.
And may not have a father. Right. And then a baby in the womb. What happens to that baby? I mean, the whole story, I think, is what has drawn so many people to it, because it just shows like what we learn when you're growing up. You've heard a parent or somebody in your life say, leave that man alone. And it's unfortunate that it's ended with two lives, very young, beautiful women, both of them, lives being completely destroyed because one made what sounds like, listen, allegedly, right? A really stupid, emotional decision. And that's why they tell you often, you know, I have kids and I tell my kids, I say, every decision you make counts. Every last one of them. And never get caught up in your emotions when you make decisions, because you're high on emotions. I'm gonna get you when I see you, kind of stupid stuff. And now look.
And you know, there's so much to come from this. And again, at the end of the day, there are children involved.
That's the horrible part.
You know, that's the next generation, and there are ripple effects to all of this. So we watched just a piece of when the hearing today ended, and Romeca's family, her mother, and many of the other family members came out of the courtroom. They were smiling.
They were happy.
They
I
were
talked to them
happy
yesterday.
about what happened
Mhm.
today
They didn't
and where
believe me
this
when
is
I
at this
called.
point.
So I called them because I felt like if it were me, and I got a call that a family member of mine died, and I never knew what was happening, because it's one thing, I think, when the media calls to get answers, it seems like things move a little faster, versus when an everyday person is calling for the answers, it seems like you're waiting.
Yeah.
And so as soon as I got that call, I had one of the family members call the mom, and she initially didn't believe it. She was like, is this real? Because this has been almost 3 months.
They've been waiting for
They've
it.
been
Yeah.
waiting for a while. And so she cried, she processed that, and then she said, when is the court, when is the court date? And so we'll see how this plays out. I think this is just I think what should happen from this is that if you have a daughter, a young teenage
You know what?
daughter,
Honestly, a daughter or a
or a
son.
grown or son, I was gonna get into that too. Young, old, maybe like not quite 30.
Yeah.
This is a good time to show them this story.
Yeah.
Because believe it or not, it's a lot of people resonate with this story because they've been in it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or they've seen somebody be foolish in love and things happen and it goes left. And I think that this is a good reminder of I can't say what I really want to say, but don't let a loser bring you down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because this is really what it sounds like.
Yeah. We'll continue to follow it.
Allegedly.
I know you.
You gotta use that word. Don't come soon.
Emphasis clear. Yeah. I know that you will continue to follow it. It is honestly very sad on many levels, but we appreciate you staying on top of it. I know.
And then he works as a personal trainer too. Them jobs where you get all the women and just continue to be a womanizer, not a real job. You can't get nothing off of that. That's just something he doing on the side. That's something you do with a job. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's one of them joke jobs that he just in it for the meeting the women and to continue doing and being the person that he is just quite disgusting. That's how I feel about the whole situation. I don't know him, but I'm just looking at him and how he talking and looking and don't give a damn. Like, let's go here.
For the first time, we are hearing from the father at the center of a fatal confrontation.
Carlos Smith shared children with 2 women, and now one of them is charged with murdering the other.
Tia Ewing has been following the story from the very beginning, and she has the latest.
A lot of details came out in court today for the hearing of Quadajah Johnson, including the fact that this was the first time when the shooting unfolded that she allegedly laid eyes on Romeca Blackmon. We know that she and Romeca Blackmon, they both have children by the same man. And for the very first time, we are hearing from Carlos Smith. He was the man on the scene when this tragic shooting unfolded. So a lot of information came out in court today. Witnesses saying what they saw, but you were there. What's your reaction to what you heard came out in court today?
When I heard it, I'm just looking, it was unbelievable, but I was there. And I know for a fact, none of that happened, how they just explained it. But my truth will get out here, and I hope everybody understand.
Okay, so he was talking about court when he said that. He was just looking and it didn't happen like that. Now, he didn't come out and speak until Holly got arrested. So, from my understanding, he wasn't coming out trying to defend nothing. He was trying to keep a low profile. It was another guy that was speaking out for them, but making matters worse and messy. He got a name similar to Quadajah. I'm like, are they family? I don't know.
That's really it. I can't even say too much right now. Because it's just gonna feel like I'm going against them. They going against me. We just going back and forth. But the truth is going to come out.
Well, let's walk through this. So on September 8th, investigators say Johnson and the father of her child were near his home. They drove Johnson to 20 West Romeca, where her car was parked. They placed their 6-month-old into Johnson's car in the back seat. Around the same time, Blackmon had just dropped off her son at a nearby school and drove back to the area
where Johnson and the father were. Witnesses told police the women argued. They reported the father pushing Johnson away and Blackmon standing with her arms crossed. They say he then slammed a car door on Blackmon and also put her in a chokehold. Prosecutors say Johnson broke free, and that is when, or I should say Blackmon broke free, and that is when Blackmon was shot once, and then that's when they say Johnson paused, then fired 2 more times.
That's
where
crazy.
Johnson and the father were. Witnesses told police.
And that's the part.
Blackmon had just dropped off her son at a new.
Hold on, y'all.
Car was parked. They placed their 6-month-old into. September 8th, investigators say Johnson and the father of her child were near his home. They drove Johnson to 20 West Cermak, where her car was parked.
So they were near his home, but drove her. Why was her car parked at the school? Because that's basically what it was. It's on the same exact street. Why? Why wasn't her car parked at his house? I mean, they need to be able to explain that to the court, because if not, this sounds like it was a plan. Okay, I'm gonna park you over here so we have a reason to be over here, and then we go. I don't know, like, what was that? And she just happened to see them. It just don't make no sense to me. That part. Drove her back to her car from his house. What?
They placed their 6-month-old into Johnson's car in the back seat. Around the same time, Blackmon had just dropped off her son at a nearby school and drove back to the area where Johnson and the father were. Witnesses told police the women argued. They reported the father pushing Johnson away and Blackmon standing with her arms crossed. They say he then slammed a car door on Blackmon and also put her in a chokehold. Prosecutors say Johnson broke free, and that is when, or I should say Blackmon broke free, and that is when Blackmon was shot once, and then that's when they say Johnson paused, then fired 2 more times.
Instead of, okay, so he's all in between them and all of that, and why did she come back? Like, if she was in fear for her life, she could have, when she ran free and she was able to get to her car, she should have left, not retrieve a weapon and then kill the threat that you just ran away from. She could have got away if she was trying to, but she wasn't. So, you know, it just amazes me. But if you say the right words and you got you are legal to carry, and you say you were standing your ground and you feared for your life and it was self-defense, then yeah, they got to investigate that. And that's the only reason why she stayed out that long. But to me, it didn't seem like the investigation needed to go 3 months, but I guess it did. But they said they got audio of this incident on the cameras that were there, police cameras. They right in front of dang near in front of a school. And I'm trying to figure out, why was they on that street? Like, I cannot wait until the truth comes out. But yeah. Do that make sense to y'all? Let me look at something right quick. Okay, so this says this is the official document. First degree murder, victim 1, 31 years old. It happened September 8th at 9:04 a.m. at 20 West Cermak. Witness 1 has a 6-month-old child in common with the defendant, as well as a 6-year-old child in common with the victim. Now, that's one thing that stuck out: a 6-month-old and a 6-year-old. That is so crazy, but it's number 6. He the other 6 to make the damn devil. Not saying the kids, but I'm just saying, because this dude is the reason all of this stuff happened, going back and forth between 2 women, playing both of them, and he probably got another woman that don't nobody, or somebody else that don't nobody else even know about, that just haven't even spoke up yet. In December of 2024, the victim sought a stalking no contact order against the victim. So December 2024, I guess that was the first time that she was trying to get that. And what prompted her calling a grandmother threatening her? That don't even make sense if that's what happened. But okay, in December of 2024, the defendant sought a stalking no contact order against the victim, alleging that the victim had verbal threats to the defendant through the D's family member. The D's family member. Defendant, okay. The defendant did not allege that the victim committed any act of violence against her. So why did they order? Why did she get it then? The order of protection was granted in July of 2025, but was never served on the victim. As of the date of this incident, the defendant and the victim had never met in person. So she sought a order of protection in December, and it took to July for the order of protection was granted in July. That don't what the that's a lot of time between. Geez, that's 8 months or something like that. December of 2024, didn't get it until July of 2025. But I heard somewhere that she got her gun in June. Is that what I heard? But anyway, okay. And they never met in person. She doing all of this stuff behind the scenes, getting ready. Now, one thing for sure, too, for certain, she gonna roll over on him. Also, if she haven't already, if they had any conversation about this stuff happening prior to it actually happening. How you scared of somebody you ain't never seen or talked to? Allegedly, she called somebody grandmother or something. Like, how? I'm just trying to figure out how can you even get one for that reason? At approximately the same time, the victim drove her white Kia sedan located at 55 West Cermak. The victim was dressed in a light pink outfit. Hold on, y'all. So on September 8th, 2025, just before 8:30 a.m., witness 1 drove his black Mercedes SUV from his home located on South State Street. Okay, so he lived right around that corner. I mean, let me put that back up. If he lived on State Street, why didn't she park her car on State Street? So this is like 2200 West Cermak. You turn around, this is State Street right here. Why didn't he park her car on that street if that's where he live at? And this is the same school, the street that the school is on, right down the street. So for all I know, Romeca could have been coming back this way to go home. I mean, was that the direction that she had to go? I don't know, but how convenient to be right there. I would have parked her anywhere but on that street, knowing that Romeca was gonna be over there at the same time. What houses is over here close to right there that he would have needed to park her right there? Make it make sense. I see a bunch of restaurants and all this going on here. Where did he live at? What the? Let's see. State Street. Did he live at the pain clinic? I mean, where did dude live at? He wouldn't have lived way down here, would he? And park over there. Oh, here's some apartments here. Look at all them parking spots over here. Why would you park over here? Why? I mean, he could live in the other direction. I don't know, but it don't make sense, okay? It don't. It don't make sense if you live on this street or that direction and you park on this street where you know your baby mama gonna be at. Anyway. So it says that he drove his black Mercedes SUV from his home located on South State Street to the location of 20 West Cermak. The defendant was seated in the front passenger seat, and a 6-month-old child was in the rear in a removable car seat of the Mercedes. The victim was dressed in a black jacket with green leggings. The defendant was dressed with on a black jacket and green leggings. Witness 1 double parked his Mercedes on Cermak 2 car lengths in front of the defendant's car. Defendant's Chevy Cruiser. Let me see. That was a setup. I promise you, come on, man. Listen, most people don't want to run into their baby mama, especially if you say she toxic or y'all had a toxic relationship. Last thing you want to do is running into her, especially with your girlfriend having a order of protection or even one possibly against him, is what I thought I heard also. But I mean, your girlfriend is scared. She got an order of protection. She's in fear of her life, and you put her in danger by having her park on the same street that you knew she would be on. I mean, can somebody please make that make sense? It just don't. And he could have parked anywhere else on State Street where he lived. As a matter of fact, why couldn't she park on his street? I'm trying to figure out, why is she parking around the corner? Like, I thought this was her man. Like, what? Why is she parked around the corner like she was, hiding from his real woman or something? Oh, you can't park over here. She gonna get off work. I don't want her to, I don't want nobody to see you parked over here or something like that. Like, who are we hiding from? Anyway, how did that happen? So anyway, the defendant was seated in the front passenger seat and a 6-month-old child was in the rear in a removable car seat of the Mercedes. The defendant was dressed in a black jacket with green leggings. The witness double parked his Mercedes on Cermak 2 car lengths in front of the defendant's black Chevy. So he was parked even closer to the school than she was, and Romeca would notice his car first, Anyway, the defendant and the witness 1 then removed their child from the Mercedes and walked towards the defendant's Chevy. So he parked 2 cars in front of her car, and they had to walk the baby to the car. So that would mean they would be lingering outside of the car longer than they needed to. And Romeca could possibly see them both walking down the street holding a car seat. You know what I'm saying? Like, right when anyway, that just don't, it just sounds like you want it to be seen. And all right, so they loading the baby into the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle. That is wild. It was like, look at us. We want you to see us right now over here. We want to make you mad. So at approximately the same time, the victim drove her white Kia sedan to a school located at 55 West Cermak. The victim was dressed in a light pink outfit. She dropped her 5-year-old off. Wait a minute. Kia and behind stood outside her car. Dang, I can't see. Oh, wait. Hold on. Get this off my screen. Okay. Okay, so it says at approximately the same time, the victim drove her white Kia sedan to a school located at 55 West Cermak. The victim was dressed in a light pink outfit. She dropped her 6-year-old son off at the school and then drove to where the defendant's Chevy and witness 1 Mercedes were parked on Cermak, and then drove to where they were. Okay. The victim double parked her Kia on Cermak behind witness 1 Mercedes and got out. See, he was parked 2 cars in front of old girl, so it looked like that was a spot she could pull right up to, right? So the victim double parked her Kia on Cermak behind witness 1 and got out, while the defendant stood outside of her car. See, the defendant could have got in their car and left then. You know what I'm saying? Like, she could have left then if she was afraid, right? Hold on. Yep, so she stood outside her car. At approximately the same time, the victim drove her white Kia to the school. Okay, hold on. Outside of her car. Hold on. At this time, witness 2, who does not know any of the parties, drove past the victim, defendant, and the witness 1, observing the defendant and the victim standing in the street arguing, but unable to hear exactly what was being said. He observed witness 1 standing in between the defendant and the victim with his arms extended, and then observed the defendant advance towards the victim. Okay, so that's what witness 2 said. He observed witness 1 standing in between the defendant, Holly, and Romeca, with his arms extended, and then observed Holly advance towards Romeca. So as what's his name again? I'll just call him witness 1. As witness 1 held Holly back, witness 2 observed witness 1 push Romeca away from push Holly away from Romeca, while Romeca was unarmed, stood stationary with her arms crossed across her chest. So she was just standing there, arms crossed. He pretty much telling Holly to back off, I guess. Push the defendant away from the victim while the victim stood there. Okay. So Holly at that point don't sound like she is afraid. Like she sound like she trying to get at Romeca. And Romeca ain't worried about her. She just standing there. She just standing there like trusting. The sound like she trusted that Carlos was gonna take care of it. Oh, that's his name, Carlos. Look, it just popped in my head. Anyway, minutes later, witness 3 was on an eastbound bus that drove past Holly and Romeca as they argued. She observed and bus video captured Romeca and Carlos standing in the open driver's door of Romeca's Kia. At the same time, witness 4 was walking east on Cermak, approaching State Street. Boy, so many people seen what happened. Let me tell you, so many people. So witness 3 got off the bus, walked across Cermak, and stood under the CTA green line stop near witness 4. Witness 3 and 4, who also don't know any of the parties involved, observe witness 1, which is Carlos, standing in between Holly and Romeca. They observed Romeca walk towards the driver's door of the Kia, standing in the threshold of the driver's door, with Carlos standing immediately outside of the driver's door. So Holly was standing on the sidewalk arguing with Romeca. Witness 3 observed Carlos strike Romeca by repeatedly swinging the driver's door of the Kia closed on her. So that's crazy. And he should feel like crap for that because he was causing harm to her also. Closing a car door on her. So witness 3 called 911 and reported that Carlos had struck Romeca multiple times with the car door. Okay, so that should be on a 911 call. Hold on, y'all. So after her 911 call, Romeca entered her car. Witness 3 and witness 4 then observed Holly approach the victim's car and heard Holly making threats towards her. So Holly is the reason why she got back out of her car. So Holly, after he done cleared everything, she back in her car and was about to leave possibly. Now here come Holly over to her threatening her. So witness 3 walked closer to the incident at this time. She then observed Romeca exit the Kia. When she did, observed Carlos approach Romeca from behind and placed her in a chokehold with his right arm while striking her with his left. So he was fighting her too. Like, I mean, she got jumped, basically. So witness 4 observed Romeca unarmed with her arms in the air, trying to break free from Carlos' grasp. Witness 3 heard Holly make threats to shoot Romeca and heard Carlos tell Romeca that Holly had a gun. The defendant then went to her vehicle and was observed by witness 3 retrieving a handgun and then stand on the sidewalk. The victim was able to break free from Carlos' hold and took steps away from Holly, as observed by witness 3. Witness 3 then observed Holly point her gun at Romeca, walk towards Romeca, and then fire multiple times at her, with a pause between the first shot and the subsequent shots. But man, this happened different than what I thought. As far as what the victim seen. I mean, so for him to be out there like that, these people literally seen it happen. And they are, they in an uproar. And he got the nerve to be telling people to shut up, telling her to come on and trying to do all that. He's standing over Romeca, doing nothing to stop her bleeding or anything like that. He just standing there, getting blood on everything and everybody. But what are you doing to help her? Nothing. How dare you tell these people to shut up? He should have been shocked. He should have been broke down. You would think, like, you just seen your child's mother get taken out, and he just acting like it's just another day. Telling people to shut up, what? And move and all that. Who are you? That's crazy. These people literally seen that happen. That's sick. So witness 4 had just turned to walk away when he heard one gunshot, a pause, and 2 more gunshots. He looked towards the direction of it and observed a defendant holding a black handgun in her right hand. Like, what? So for her to, no wonder that lady said what she said, talking about she got a license to carry. Like, you just shot somebody. What are you talking about? A license to carry? Like, what? Hold on. So witness 2, 3, and 4 were all still on the scene when officers arrived. Witness 2 identified Holly on the scene as one of the women he saw arguing minutes earlier. Witness 3 positively identified the defendant, Holly, on the scene as the shooter. The defendant was detained and admitted to shooting the victim. From her Chevy, officers recovered 1 loaded 9mm handgun. Evidence technicians provided the scene, recovering 3 9mm shell casings. Ballistic analysis revealed that all 3 of those spent shell casings were fired from the defendant's 9mm weapon recovered from the Chevy. Holly refused medical attention and was taken to the police station, where she claimed self-defense and acknowledged that this was her first time she had ever seen the victim in person. Holly, she did have a valid FOIA card and CCL at the time. That's crazy. So she got first-degree murder, a person who unalives an individual without lawful justification commits first-degree murder if, in performing the acts which caused the death, 1, he or she either intends to kill, or go great or do great bodily harm to that individual or another, or knows that such act will cause the death of that individual or another, which yeah, she wanted to make sure by putting two more in there, firing two more. Okay. Or two, he or she knows that such act creates a strong possibility of death or great bodily harm that individual or another. Or three, he or she acting alone or with one or more participants, commits or attempts to commit a forcible felony other than second degree, and in the course of or furtherance of such crime or flight therefrom, he or she or another participant caused the death of the person. She definitely did that. She definitely wanted to make sure that she was gone because, that's what she did. She kept firing them because she wanted her out of here. That's what she did. Let me go through some of this stuff. Okay, I already went through these actually. That is Holly. This is Romeca, full of life and fun loving, all that. That was who she was with for all of those years. And I mean, Holly was the newcomer. You know what I'm saying? Like she came through with a big bang, like trying to claim her spot position. But this dude, he probably was with another woman that same night. Because from what I heard, he is not claiming the pregnancy. I heard I think it was Keys, and shout out to Keys and Cold Piece. I've been watching Cold Piece more than anybody with this case, so check her out. But I heard Keys saying something like that he said that he ain't had sex with her since the day of the shooting. So okay, so he extra did, she was extra crazy, had just got done being dicked down, right? And then she come acting a fool when she seen Romeca. So yeah, he helped play a part in that too, and then got her pregnant as a reward, is what it sounds like to me. Like, but now he's denying that it is his baby, is what I heard. I didn't hear him say it myself, but I heard that's what he said. So I mean, if it come on, man. He know good and well he done been with her after the fact. They was together at Thanksgiving dressed alike, okay? So get out of here. And when I seen some of her stuff on her page, I just instantly felt sad for Romeca. Like, man, I mean, because she probably done been through so much with this dude. She kept dealing with him, kept taking him back, believing his bull crap or whatever it was, wanting to make it work because she had a kid by him. But a baby, like somebody make a baby on you, like, come on. That's doing too much, especially if you already going through all kind of stuff and he putting his hands on you and breaking in your stuff and stealing your things or tearing up your things or whatever happened at her house. Like, and I heard him say out of his mouth that he went to her job telling on her because she would leave her job coming to his house tearing up his stuff. So he goes to her job trying to get her fired instead of calling the police. Like, shouldn't you have called the police that time? Like, make that make sense. He don't sound like a manly man to me. I'm just saying, that's some old girl stuff. Going to somebody's job, telling on them. Don't you want your son's mother? She was going to school to be a nurse. Uh-oh, this thing is circling. What is going on? Hold on. Get off of my screen. I don't know. I know breakups can be nasty, but that don't sound like something that men be doing, going to folks' job, trying to get them fired. Sound like he could have been sorry that she had moved on, because I heard that she had a boyfriend. Let's see. Oh, shoot.
Police recovered 3 9mm casings there at that scene. Johnson legally owned the gun and claimed self-defense. Prosecutors say Blackmon was unarmed. Her son turned 7 days after the shooting and is still asking to this very day, where is his mother?
Hold on, y'all. She asked for leniency because she was pregnant, and he said that he hasn't seen his son since the incident took place. So one of the things I noticed, this is his page, so I'm just looking. This was prior to her being unalived. It's been 13 weeks and 5 days, so this was 44 weeks ago. He only had about 7 posts on his page prior to Romeca being unalived. All of this stuff was already there, including this. Let me see, 13 weeks. No, so none of this was all from here on is what he posted after she was gone. All of this stuff. He wasn't posting none of this stuff before. None of it. He sure started posting a lot after she died, y'all, is what I'm saying. All this. He only had 7 videos. What the heck? He sure did get busy and popular, didn't he? Was he trying to make a little money? What was it? What I mean, because I don't see what is this? I ain't gonna click on this kid. Y'all think he was trying to make a little money off of the situation? I heard him say something like he should have been using YouTube or using social media too. I'm trying to see what can I click on. I'm sure I don't be wanting to show kids. What is this mess? I don't really want to play no music.
Let the pussy get you tricked, yeah. Got some niggas that's loyal.
Yeah.
Let the pussy get you tricked, yeah.
Get off my dang on phone. I mean thing. But anyway, he posted all this since she been gone. He wasn't posting nothing like that before. All of a sudden, that's what he doing. Let's see. Keys is the one that put this together, saying that he looked like this guy. Let me see. I have seen a couple of keep your head up. Earned a badge recognizing me for having meaningful conversations with fans. What? Relatable content. Finally, you're next, buddy. Look, he's sitting up here posting accomplishments. What are we doing here? I smile to hide the pain. You ain't in no damn pain at all. Is that what he call a smile? He ain't in no pain, because if he was, we would have seen that pain that day. Now, I do agree with him. People do love drama more than the truth. I see that on YouTube. They'll run to some drama-filled content and lies before they'll come to the truth. That's a fact. If the truth was told, there would be no drama. Remember that. People love drunk. Yeah, they own them. And what is this? Fly them birds. Like, what funeral was he at? I know this is did he go to Romeca funeral? Did he go to her funeral? Because who funeral was this? And looking like he going to a club or something, smiling and all this. Like, I don't know. Enjoy your zesty freedom now, because you'll be arrested by Friday. Your baby mama can't hold water. She's talking right now. BFF, I guess they agree with you. They said zesty. Oh my God. What? Whoever eat chitlins, you nasty. What is, I mean, your baby mama is dead because of you. Like some female you was dealing with. And it's just business as usual. Matter of fact, wasn't this his son's birthday, November 28th? I think it was. If they were, anyway. What is this mess? Just, life goes on, y'all. Like, life goes on in his world. Like, he don't feel bad at all. You'll have plenty of time to work out in prison. That's all he want. Yeah. Wasn't doing none of this before. Prep for the night, for pickups tomorrow. Like, just about, nothing to see here. Y'all talking about Team Meeks or Team Holly. I wasn't on none of their side because I was there for both of them. That don't even make sense. Then you was on both of their side then. I mean, make that make sense. Y'all talking about Team Meeks or Team Holly. I wasn't on none of their sides because I was there for both of them. I took care of them both. I mean, I heard Meeks say that she introduced him to the finer things of life. So I don't know how much he was taking care of nobody. But when it comes down to it, you was yelling self-defense for Holly. Man, damn. Exactly. He absolutely was. I heard him. It was self-defense. He was agreeing with all of that. Like, what? You're on Team Clown. We know what type of man you just stand there and let this happen. You was there until one didn't want you. So you had the other one take her out, the one you really wanted. That's crazy, man. Listen, I pray all this stuff is proven and on tape. This is a terrible situation I have to face. And God knows who was right and wrong in that situation. I know y'all want me to be the bad guy so bad, but that's just not me. You are a bad guy messing around with two women. That being messy as hell. Oh, you got freaking maternity pictures on here. Like, I mean, if you get a third baby mama, y'all gonna have maternity pictures too. This is just too much. This is why man, listen, this dude got everybody looking crazy. For real. He posing in all these damn maternity pictures talking about this a terrible situation I have to face. No, it's a horrible effed up situation your son has to face every day, not having his mother at a tender age of freaking 7 years old. Man, get out of here. All he can think about is himself. This is a terrible situation I have to face, and God knows who was right and wrong in that situation. So who he thinking at that moment? Why he talking about God knows who was right and wrong in that situation? Who? Because he got somebody at his brain right now who he think was right. If he was hollering self-defense, so we know who he thought was right. I know y'all want me to be the bad guy so bad, but that's just not me. But please stop trying to harass me on this app, people. I loved and was there for both of my baby mamas and a very active father. No, you was screwing both of them. You wasn't no active father. I mean, I don't think he was actively messing with Romeca, which is what the freaking problem was. He lost one. He thought what is he, Muslim? He think he's supposed to have a bunch of wives or what? What is it? Like, because a real player can have multiples and they know about each other. So it's the lies that be getting these folks caught up. And this is what I'm talking about right here. This damn purse and shit. Like, stop. Man, listen here. He too much for the damn camera for me. This is what girls do. I mean, I mean, let me know, let me know if this is what girls do or not. Because, and who holding the damn camera? Do he got it on a selfie stick somewhere? Like one of those rotators or what? Like, where is he going with this purse? Get the hell. I don't believe in a man bag either. Ain't no damn man bags. That's a damn purse. Period. What? Here's another purse with a different color. Like, this ain't even the same purse. Oh, yes, it is. It just hitting the sun. But anyway, what is he advertising for? Louis Vuitton? What are we doing here? Looking like a clown. This is what I'm talking about. Men that be in the mirror too much, be cuter than they girls think they are, wanna be. Anyway, maybe he was jealous of her. Anyway, this is just upsetting. I can't do lame people, period. He was too cute. He wanted to be too pretty. And I think he can't be satisfied. But anyway, that's just my opinion. They ain't arrested him or not. I'm just really disgusted by it because I see a lot of selfishness. He's not thinking about his son at all in this. He's just thinking about himself and what he got to go through. Well, don't nobody give a damn. Nobody cares. We see what side you on. It's so obvious. But it's sad because Romeca can't come back. And I pray for her family, her mother, and all that. She said she was the baby, but she was the leader. He is a witness for the state, so he will be questioned for both sides. Hey, JT, thank you. Yeah, self-defense against what? Romeca didn't have no power, pal. Exactly. Like, she had nothing in her hand. What were you? Self-defense against what? And then he's in between them both. So why didn't you, when you went to your car to get your weapon, why didn't you just get in your car and leave? Because you wasn't afraid. They've been setting this up. They've been waiting. And I'm telling you, like, it ain't no reason for them to have parked on that street like that. There's no reason for that. Except for the setup. But anyway, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. This is my second live for the day. We trying to get back in the swing of things because I've been, I've been off. I've been down, man down for a little bit. But watch for my shorts and stuff. Please make sure y'all subscribe to the channel because YouTube unsubscribed some folks. That happens when you ain't consistent like that. So I noticed when I went live earlier, it went back up. But still, just double check. Make sure you still subscribe to the channel. Please smack that thumbs up, y'all. If you hear on the replay, I should have been said it. I didn't say it enough. But anyway, as far as these foods,
You big dummy. You big dummy. You big dummy.
it makes no damn sense what they did. And he need to be right with her, in my opinion.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up.
Crime TV. It don't matter the color of the skin, either woman or man. Just let the case lands here. This is a This is God work, not a fake plan. Too many kids being found in these lakes, man. It's MTGV. And you with Miss V. She keep her ear to the street, like a drum to a beat. This is the place that you want.
Welcome in,
But
everybody.
all trolls we delete, you better believe. Just so you know we don't go for those that's taking these souls. We know.
Please smack that thumbs
But
up
it's
as you
getting
come
so
into the
out of
building.
control.
Shout out
Just
to
so
all
you
my
know
sleuths in the
we
building
don't
and
go for
everybody on the
those that's
replay.
taking these souls.
Y'all see what we're
We
talking
know.
about.
But it's getting
Romeca
so
Meeks
out of
Blackmon.
control. Thank you for tuning in to MTGV, True Crime TV. Y'all know what it
This
is,
channel
man.
may feature
Team
copyrighted
Rob,
video and audio
Miss
content
V.
under the guidelines of fair
And make
use
sure you hit that
permitted by
like button.
copyright
Make
statute
sure you
for
subscribe.
purposes such
And make
as
sure you leave
criticism,
a comment.
comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. All content and credit go to the original creators. No copyright infringement is intended. Welcome in, y'all. Thank y'all for coming in today. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to my BFF in the building. Please, when you come in, make sure you hit that thumbs up. Y'all, please help us reach our goal of 300 thumbs up. It is so very important. So y'all know, I talked about this case probably about 6 days ago, and I'm gonna be following it to the end through the trial and through everything. If it comes to that, which I believe it is, we know that Quadajah is locked up, and until further notice. Okay, I don't see her getting out or getting off. They did a lot of investigating this stuff in the beginning, right? She was out for 3 months before they even arrested her. So I think they got it right. You know what I'm saying? They had a lot of time to look at this and decide if it was first degree or not, or if those charges were would be too high. I think they know. And honestly, after looking at a lot of these things, it definitely does look premeditated to me. Just based off of the movements with the the orders and stuff that that the girl had put on her. We know that the order of protection, the first time she seeked it was December of 2024, and she got it in July of 2025, right? But it was never served to Romeca, so technically Romeca didn't know nothing about it. So just starting right out, one of the things that I was looking at, shout out to Kawana in the building. Hey, I hit the like button. Thank you so much, fam. I appreciate it. Shout out to you. So one of the things I was looking at, and I was wondering, why was Holly, in town? How long had she been in town? And let me see something right quick. So the original paper or information that they released when she was first arrested, I don't think I have it in here, of course, but it gave her address where she came from, and I was able to pull that up. This is the area, 9200 Senate Drive is where she lived, and when I looked it up initially, I thought it said it was like 45 minutes away. But I'm not looking at it right now. But I just wondered, how long has she been in town, and what was she in town for? I mean, other than to visit Los, but it seems like she was in town to do this job, because it just do. Because that's what happened, and it really could have been avoided. That is the release that I was looking for right there. Now I just gotta find it because I cannot see that at all. So it says Quadajah Johnson, 31, 9200 block of Senate Drive in Des Plaines, Illinois. It says 1 felony count of murder, first degree. We see detention, 2600 South California, December 4th, 2025. The above offender was arrested by members of the Chicago Police Department on December 3rd at approximately 12:12. Hold on, let me put this up. So when I pull up that address, it took me here. And what I noticed in this area is a row of apartments. I mean, it's just I'm assuming this is the building that she's in, though, since it took me to this parking lot right here. It took me to this parking lot. So I'm assuming that she lived here. Very interesting. You know, people hollering about name brands and all this stuff. I'm just saying, this is the area in which she comes from. Okay. So it says the above offender was arrested by members of the Chicago Police Department on December 3rd at approximately 12:12 in the 9200 block of West Senate Drive in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was identified as the offender who fatally shot Romeca, but I can't read it, at 9:06 p.m., 31 years old, female victim in 0 to 100 block of Cermak, 1st District. The offender was placed into custody and charged accordingly. No additional information is available. So if they said this is where she was arrested at, I don't know if this is where she lived at. Okay, but this is the area in which Quadajah was arrested. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is listen at what the witness had to say. I just want to review it, hear everything she said, and go from there, because we miss a lot of things. And I got a lot of stuff to show too. You see Deja here. This is her attitude. The middle finger to you. And I was looking at this the last time I was live, and I was wondering if she had blood on her hands. It looked like it to me. It definitely looked like it. Because her hands just look super red right there. And I also, did I put that in here? I had one of her shoes too, even though you can't see her shoes that well. I can't tell if it is or not. Y'all let me know what y'all see. But this is the picture. This was the day. This is the same day that she was unalived, and I was wondering who was she talking to on her text. You see her text thing is open. She had on purple, white shoes. Her son is standing there right next to her in a blue shirt. But clearly she was texting with someone. I mean, it looks like she has it up. You could see that it's in like text mode, right? I could not see what it says. Can y'all make out what it says at all? I couldn't. Probably a setup. Welcome in, James Howard. I feel like it was a setup. I feel like it was a set. Oh, Kawana just said what I just said. Nothing is worth being in a cage. Exactly. So I was listening at that I would never video. And one thing I heard her saying is, I would never, dress alike, wear matching shirts with a Inga that got a baby on the way. So that's telling me that was she pregnant at the time that she made that video? Because clearly she's saying that she was pregnant, because she said she would never do these things with a man that had a baby on the way. She sounds stupid, because this is the same man. You got the same man that you talking about. I would never be with a man that got so many bees pregnant while I was pregnant, or pregnant and while we was together. but you got the same man. So you got to know that you're going to be going through the same thing. Now, hers a little bit different because I bet you in her, I would never. She never would have thought that she would be locked up pregnant with another, with a baby that ain't even 1 year old yet, pregnant again and in prison. I bet she never thought that would happen, or never thought that she would possibly give birth in prison, or never be able to be a mother to her own children, all because they couldn't just walk away. And another thing I wondered, did Romeca even know that Holly was there? Romeca could have just was she possibly texting Carlos? Did they lure her there? I mean, I'm just saying, I wonder. Who was she talking to at that moment? I just wonder. You know, I don't think nobody came out like, oh, I was texting with her, or I had just talked to her, or whatever. I just wondered that. You know, when was the last time Carlos had talked to her? But one of the things I was wondering, like, when she put up, did she even see old girl? Because she had never seen her before. Therefore, she wouldn't know what car she drive or anything like that. So did she even know the girl was out there, or did she just see her baby daddy and got out to address him for whatever she was addressing him for? I wonder. This part, on September 8th, investigators say Johnson and the father of her child were near his home. He drove Johnson to 20 West Cermak, where her car was parked. So this part don't make sense to me when I look at it, because if they were at his home, why did he need to drive her to his home to her car? So they had to be somewhere else, maybe. I mean, where were they coming from? Were they coming from somewhere, or were they going somewhere? I just wonder. Because if they, initially I pictured them leaving the house and coming out of his house, or that's where they were coming from to her car. But reading this, let me see, do I even have this in here? Probably not. What is this? Oh, and that right there too. Okay, so what we looking at right here is something that Deja shared back in January. It actually say Friday, January 24th at 7:38 or something a.m. or something like that. It looks like, wait, I need to find it because I can't see it. But back to what I was saying though about this, he drove Johnson to 20 West Cermak, where her car was parked. Where were they coming from? Were they coming out of his apartment? Because I didn't see it. To me, I mean, clearly it was a school zone, and anything on that street appeared to be pushed way back. You know what I'm saying? It was like kind of grassy. It was fenced off and all of this stuff. So I'm just trying to figure out, what did that look like? Like when she got there, how did she get to his house? Like if you park somewhere, if you're at his house and you got to be driven to the car, then that don't make sense to me. I mean, y'all help me. Either they was coming from somewhere, or they was coming from somewhere. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because if they were already out and he took her to her car, then that would make sense. But if they was in the house, why would he drive her to the car if her car is parked outside of his house? I'm trying to still figure out really where do he live, because I've heard a couple of different things. But I guess we can go 20. He lived somewhere there because that's the address that they're given. But I've heard he lived on a street called Wash Bash. I heard he lived above a store or something weird like that, or restaurant. I'ma just assume that he lived on 20 West Cermak, since the guy that came out speaking for him also was saying that they were coming from his house. But I'm just trying to figure out if you're coming from the house, why you need to be driven to the car. And yeah. Okay. So anyway, back to this, as far as this being posted back in January, it don't had a year. So I'm assuming that is January of 2025. And then she got the order of protection in December. I mean, that's when she first seeked it out to get one in December. So, okay, we got December of 2024. It say December 4th. It was filed. It even got the time, I think. I can't see it, though. But y'all could. Y'all probably can see it. So, papers filed December. And by January, she typing this. Like, that makes no sense. It's looking like it was premeditated. And this might be some of the things that they looking at that they decided, yeah, it was premeditated, because you've been talking about it since this. You've been taunting her. You don't taunt people that you're scared of. You just don't do that. Okay. And then I ran across this mug shot of him, and it says, got a couple numbers on here. Let's see. That got something to do with fraud, because I had already looked at this number, but let me look at this number. Hold on. So the criminal offense is 720 ILCS 250 is Illinois Credit Card and Debit Card Act, repealed by, and I got some numbers here. Hold on. Okay, so it says counterfeit means to manufacture, produce, or create by any means a credit card or debit card without the purported issuer's consent. So fraud. Expired credit card. It says section, that was section 202.04. This is section 2.05. Expired credit card or debit card means a credit card or debit card which is no longer valid because the terms on it has elapsed. Then it says incomplete credit card or debit card means a credit card or debit card which is missing part of the matter other than the signature of the cardholder, which is an issuer, requires to appear on the credit card or debit card before it can be used by the cardholder. And this includes credit card or debit card which have not been stamped, embossed, or imprinted or written on. Well, that's some other ones. But the first one that I read actually, hold on, it's written a little bit different. It appears to be fraud. Something wrong, something to do with a credit card. Record of charge form means that any document submitted, intended, submitted, or issued as evidence of a credit card transaction for which the issuer has agreed to reimburse person providing money, goods, property. Yeah. All right. So I don't know exactly what it is, but it looked like it's some fraudulent things going on that's attached to that. Intend to defraud means an intention of wrongfully cause another person to assume, create, transfer, alter, or terminate any rights, obligation, or power. Okay. And then this, I ran across this. So clearly this guy was abusive on top of that. You know what I'm saying? Like people were saying things about her, but he lay hands on females. And like I said before, allegedly, it's never a reason to put your hands on anybody. Just walk away. Especially when you're a man and you know that you're stronger just by, because you're a man, you're bigger, you're stronger. This was the picture of her son, the picture that I narrowed down a little bit so you could see it better. And clearly it came from her Instagram page. Now the date on it says the 18th, but clearly she was no longer here. So I believe her family released these or unprivated or whatever it was on her page. Let me see what y'all saying. Agree is not. Welcome in, Serenity. 160 pounds is the victim's weight. 165. I wasn't sure how much she weighs. She doesn't even look that big to me. Jigsaw saw Los is supposed to be in jail with Holly. Scary. I definitely agree that both of them need to be locked up until it's all figured out. But one thing that I can't wait is to see what the bus captured, because it did say on the paperwork that the bus captured some audio or something captured some audio out there. But let me know if y'all can make this out. I'm gonna put it back closer so you can see that she was texting somebody and it's up on her phone. Oh, another thing that I was looking at is Carlos walking in and out of the crime scene like he was. Somebody had made a comment like he must be an informant. He's able to do all of this. And dang, I don't even think I put that in. Must not have had enough room. Oh, this is Holly's shoes. Oh, let me move that comment. I couldn't really tell what kind of shoes she had on. It could have been some house shoes or something. I don't know. Can y'all make out those shoes? I mean, it's spots and stuff on them, but I just don't know what kind of shoe it is. Are those spots supposed to be there? I just don't know. But so do y'all think it's blood on her shoes and hands? On the paperwork, it did say that it was blood on her pants and her hands. But I didn't even see that until after I was already looking at this. And I'm like, oh, they literally just said that she had blood on her hands. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the witness and listen at what the witness said. Exactly what the witness said. Hold on, y'all. Please smack the thumbs. Oh, those look like Ugg slip-ons. So they do look like slippers. So do it look like spots? I mean, I see spots, but I can't tell. I can't make out the color. It do look like it could be fuzzy. It look like it's like 3 red marks on that shoe. To me, like 2 at the top, 2 like at the toes, and a bigger one towards the middle. And the hands definitely look like she got blood on them to me. But they didn't say that though. Hold on, y'all.
I saw them when they were fighting in the beginning, and I was like, this is not right. He was slamming her with a door when she was standing in her door frame, not even close to the female on the other side. So she was literally standing on the other side of the road, and her baby daddy was literally slamming the door on her back.
Now that part right there was crazy to me. For what reason was he doing all of that? And for what part of that involved Holly also? Like, okay, so we can't just erase Romeca, right? She's talking to him. It don't sound like it had nothing to do with Holly at first. And she just jumped in as his savior, I guess. He definitely ain't gonna be hers, that's for sure. Wait, hold on, y'all. Okay, let me finish playing this. Oh shoot.
So she went back into her car, came back out, and then this was when the baby daddy walked towards he grabbed her by the waist. She tried to wiggle away from him. Her arm was like literally almost getting free with his arm around her neck this time, because he was holding her by the waist in the beginning and she wiggled out, you know. After this happened,
so that is one of the things I was wondering. I was like, why wasn't he holding her by her waist? Like, why would you be holding her by the neck? So she's saying that she wiggled out of that, but he hitting her with the car door.
He had her in the, like, almost looking like a headlock to me on the side, and then
now see, I paid attention to how she said it. She said almost looking like a headlock to me.
Stated, the other baby mama stated, I'm gonna shoot you, bitch. Watch me shoot you. Her gun. She's gonna go get her gun. Watch.
Now, right there, if she said that and you had to go get it, then you had it in your mind that that's what you was gonna do. You went and got it, and that's exactly what you did. Sounds premeditated to me. And then she drove all the way there. If her car is there, that means she drove from her house, 9200 Senate or wherever, I'm assuming that is her house that she drove from. A scared person don't drive closer to somebody that they petrified about. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you even go there if you were so afraid of her? And why would you park on the same street that you know that she gonna be on that morning? Like, if when you scared of somebody, you make sure that you don't cross their paths in no kind of way, wouldn't you? Speaking of a path, this dude leading her straight to hell with him. That's what he doing. Leading her to nowhere. Got her pregnant, not even there long enough to even, it's just disgusting. Nobody wins here. And the biggest losers are the kids losing their parents. It's just really sickening. And right in front of everybody.
And after this happened, she ran to the passenger side of her vehicle, grabbed her gun, went around, and when the woman, the mother, you know, who slipped away from him for at least like maybe a good second, as soon as she slipped away, she shot her.
She didn't even let her pinch her. Okay, she didn't. I mean, couldn't you have seen if she was gonna hit you or not? I mean, girl, she's scared to get hit. But you taunting her. I would never. That I would never video tells me everything I need to know. Now, I don't know the timing of the video, but I didn't see nobody scared on that video. I'm assuming that she was pregnant on that video. Just listening at what she is saying, she just sounds so stupid when you're sitting up pregnant with the same man you're talking about. Do you think you special? You think it ain't gonna be you next? I mean, especially now. This man he probably can't even think without laying down with somebody. So he was with another woman the very same night, I'm sure. So I wonder, what is she in prison now thinking?
And she shot her in the face, on her side, and in her thigh.
Face, side, and thigh. Face, side, and thigh. She was aiming high. She was aiming for her head. She wanted her gone, y'all. I mean, and when she missed that, she was like, okay, I'm gonna make sure by giving her 2 more. And then you got him stepping over her body constantly, just looking down at her, doing nothing to help. She was trying to disfigure her. She was jealous of her. That is a heat of rage type thing. That's no different than jabbing somebody a bunch of times. That is a hate crime. I'm talking about a crime of passion. That's what I'm trying to say. She hated this woman, and she hated her beautiful face. That's why she aimed so high for it. But I'm trying to figure, is it Carlos' way? Is this the way Carlos wanted it to be? Because I feel like if he did say, oh, she about to go get her gun or whatever, like, I mean, why the words, those words come out instead of, no, don't go get your gun. Be chill. You know what I'm saying? Don't do it. No, he ain't say none of that. Hold on, let's take it back.
Go away from him. Her arm was like literally almost getting free. With his arm around her neck. This time because he was holding her by the waist in the beginning and she wiggled out. You know. After this happened, he had her in the, like, almost looking like a headlock to me on the side, and then she stated, the other baby mama stated, I'm gonna shoot you, bitch. Watch me shoot you. Her gun. She's gonna go get her gun. Watch. And after
so I mean, he said it, she said it. They both was against Romeca. They both wanted blood, is what it sounded like to me. And his actions, his face, like, he didn't look horrified or nothing. He was so busy telling everybody else to shut up and calm down. Like, calm down is the exact word. Calm the fuck down. Okay. So people were more irate than he was. He's so calm that he's telling everybody else to calm down. Like, you should have been spazzing out. He shouldn't have been calm at all, but he was. If he fist bumped her, the blood could have transferred. Yeah, it definitely could have, but it looked like it's let me pull that picture back up, because it do look like she got blood on her hands, and I looked at that the first time, but I wasn't sure. And I'm still not sure, but it do look, the palm of her hands look super red to not have blood on them, to me, you know. And then these are the shoes. I definitely see spots. It's just kind of dark. But yeah, so she's standing out there like in the street, like we see her right here, I'm assuming. And no remorse. Like I said before, you would have thought that they both would have instantly regretted it. He didn't seem to be instantly regretting nothing, and she didn't either. She's standing there. I got a license to carry. I'm good. I'm okay. Like, where we do that at? She was jealous of this woman. I don't care what nobody say. Anytime you want to disfigure somebody's face, you was mad. And not saying that she's a decent looking girl. She look all right too, but cute ain't shit. Seriously. This guy, he was the prize. You know what I'm saying? Most men know that women are the prize. Y'all should know that if you don't. But he wanted to be the prize. And they gave it to him too, you know, by posting him up and saying certain things about him, you know, letting the world see him laying in bed and all these little things, making him feel like he the shit. So they finally arrested her after the witness had to keep screaming and hollering.
This happened. She ran to the passenger side of her vehicle, grabbed her gun, went around, and when the woman, the mother, you know, who slipped away from him for at least like maybe a good second, as soon as she slipped away, she shot her, and she shot her in the face, on her side, and in her thigh. And I saw him like holding her for a split second. Maybe he was in shock, but after he was in shock, I guess he picked her up, and when she was falling, like a gush of blood fell.
Why would you touch her? And you could see blood all over his shoes, all over the shoestrings, all over him, because he was right there. You could see when he kept going over there, like he was addressing the crowd, then he kept going back. Literally, you can see him stepping over her body. He's literally stepping over her body. When he go back over there, you see him step over, lift his foot up. He's stepping over her body. So you're tainting the crime scene. And I don't understand why they let this dude do all that. Look, right now, stepped over her body. That's what he did. Then he went back. You know what I'm saying? Telling everybody to calm down. Like, boy.
You know, like out of her body. And I was like, what the fuck is he doing? You know, like, I don't know. Everybody else sees movies, you know what I mean? And they put pressure on the wound. You know, why would...
Exactly. He should have put pressure on the wound, and he definitely shouldn't have left her there just standing there. He should have ripped off his t-shirt or something and stuffed it in there if you needed to. Nah, he ain't do none of that. He just standing there making sure she dead. It looked like to me that she was laying on her stomach. And but she was totally covered in blood. And it never should have been like that. It never had to go to that. You see, like, he wasn't caring about nothing till they start handcuffing her. He hurried up and went over there. Like, what you gonna do? But he walking too freely. Both of them. So you see how she's in a street and she's on the driver's side of the vehicle. So the witness is pretty much saying that she was in the street when it happened. She had to go walk around her car to the passenger side to get her gun. Then she stood there on the sidewalk, I believe she gonna say, and she was standing about 15 feet from her or something.
You putting pressure on the wound. Why weren't you caring enough? This supposedly was your first baby mama. Because when I was on the bus, I heard him and her screaming, and she was literally saying, she was like, I just dropped off my fucking baby. What? I just dropped off my fucking baby. Are you guys kidding me? As soon as I got off the 21 bus, and trust me, they got it. You know what I mean? Everything that I literally had to, I wasn't going to let her die like that. You know, I literally looked into her eyes. That hurt me. You know, she said she dropped her baby off, and you don't know who she is. You know what I mean? And I was like, arrest her. She needs to get arrested. You know what I mean? They weren't even thinking. There was another black female cop who came up, and a Mexican short cop. And I pointed out, I was like, the guns in her car, why wouldn't you give him the gun if supposedly this was, you know, a self-defense? You know what I mean? If it was hey, here's the gun, this is what happened. It was no self-defense. I swear to you, it did not look like no self-defense. It looked like you shot her because you were just angry or something. You know what I mean? And to me, when she shot her, it wasn't the female that got shot, she wasn't with any gun. She didn't have no weapon, no knives, no nothing. So what was it that frightened you so much? You had to run around your car, go into your passenger seat or whatever the case is, and you reached in to get your gun.
So you hear it right there. She did all of that, and she was still able to do that. Like when she went to her car and opened her door, you should have reset, because you would have seen your infant, your 6-month-old infant sitting there. One of them bullets could have ricocheted, hit him. It could have, I mean, and these witnesses, like I heard Carlos saying something about the video don't show nothing. That was some aftermath stuff that y'all looking at. Well, this person was there before she even made the shots. So she seen it all and she telling it. You know, now witnesses don't always get everything right either. You know what I'm saying? But hey, if they got the audio and video from the bus and things that's gonna match up with what she's saying, that's what they gonna go with. I mean, at this point, it's up to the jury to believe whoever is saying whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, so all that dressing, like the outfits ain't gonna be the same. You know, y'all ain't gonna even be able to visit each other, let alone trying to be cute. Duh, you going to prison. Like, what? Yeah, that looked like it. Does not do. Don't come in here correcting how I'm talking, if that's what you're doing. Unless you're correcting yourself, and I just don't see it. I think they had talked about confronting her before all that went down. I do too. And if they got any text messages, any conversation between them, her talking to somebody else about it, I mean, the stuff that she put on social media herself is very damning to her. The things that she's put out already. Oh, I'm going to just have to start unaliving bees. Like, what? And then just so happened you did. And you did that in January after December 4th, when you actually put in the order of protection or filed it or whatever you did in December. Right in January, you was sending out threats. That don't sound like a scared person. And I mean, that proves it. She posted that. Stupid. And the I would never video is just so damning because she wasn't scared. Did y'all see fear in that video anywhere? Do this look like fear? I mean, if you so worried about somebody, why you messing with a man or alleged man? Because truly they was obviously together, because Holly told us by telling us what she would never do, why she pregnant. I would never wear matching shirts with somebody while he got a baby on the way. You know what I'm saying? So she was pregnant while they were still kicking it. And she was mad. Clearly, it was some going back and forth. She was with this dude for a minute. From what? I seen something from 2017 and saying something about they only a year in. And by 2018, they had their son. So Holly came around, what, 23? Holly came around in 23 sometime, or was it? I think it was 2023. Came in quick and got pregnant. Then she's like, oh, I'ma outdo you. I'm about to have 2 babies. You only got 1. Just stupid. Like, stupid. What was that conversation? Her getting pregnant again. They ain't gonna arrest me if I'm pregnant. They ain't gonna, they'll let me stay out. So let's get pregnant again, back to back. Like, that's insane. The baby ain't even 1 yet. I think it was February that she had the kid. I remember seeing that because Carlos had posted something. I remember seeing February. I think it was February 20th or something. So we ain't even hit February yet, and she pregnant again. Like, girl, I believe it was planned over a ninja that wasn't into either of them. Exactly. He had to be into somebody. It's something else that he really like. It sure ain't women. allegedly. I'm just saying, when you over sexual like that and still not satisfied, like I said in my last live stream, I'm looking at you sideways. He looking past her. She trying to shake it up for him. He ain't even looking. He's still looking at the camera. Look at him. Looking at himself eating. He never looked down to look at her body or anything. He just looking straight ahead. You in my way. I'm the prize.
And shoot this woman, you know? So to me, it was a senseless, they were arguing. You big dummy, she was, you big dummy, you big. Out of his truck looking like real, like he wasn't like on anything but being like mischievous, like nothing
Hold
but
on,
like what? That got shot, she wasn't with any gun. She didn't have no weapon, no knives, no nothing. So what was it that frightened you so much? You had to run around your car, go into your passenger seat or whatever the case is, and you reached in to get your gun and shoot this woman, you know? So to me, it was a senseless, they were arguing because she was pulling up and I guess they ended up parking. Why was her car parked on the sidewalk? Because I seen she ran towards the sidewalk to get her gun, and it was a small black vehicle, and he had a black truck, I think. And literally, he came out of his truck looking like real, like he wasn't like on anything but being like mischievous, like nothing but like what was like he was planning something, you know what I mean? And I called the cops on the first time I called the cops, it was because he was attacking her, you know, and the other girl was just.
So that's the good part too. Like if she said the first time I called the cops, which indicate she called 911 more than one time. So she kind of was giving 911 a blow by blow while it was happening. That's powerful right there. That's powerful because the 911 operator gonna probably be asking her some stuff. We might get a little bit more whenever they release that stuff. In combination with any police vehicles that was parked around, they should have been able to capture stuff once they got there to see what he was saying and doing and all of that kind of stuff.
Yelling at her and she was arguing back. So there was nothing going on for her to be like, oh, I'm going to step back over here to go get my gun. You know, she was nowhere near her. But that's all I got to say. And I know for a fact that she did get arrested, but he got let go. So hopefully, you know, what I said and what I witnessed.
Okay, wait, hold on. So this says stalker is crazy to me. I didn't know her number or address. And on August 20th, if y'all know what she did before she recorded me, y'all will be like, for real? But moral of the story, I went up to her job and told her boss on her because she supposed to been at on the clock. I loved her, but she used to be on my ass. Who else was on your ass? I wonder, because Carlos has his way. I mean, the name says it all. Carlos Way. Carlos Loso Way. So if he have things his way, why did this happen? Unless he was in agreement with it. It's Carlos Way. Or the highway, possibly. I mean, he must have didn't get his way this day. He laid hands on her. Hold on, y'all. Let me see something. And the witness don't even want to be on the stand to say what she witnessed either. A lot of people don't. But you were there and you speaking out.
She ran towards the sidewalk to get her gun, and it was a small black vehicle, and he had a black truck, I think. And literally, he came out of his truck looking like real, like he wasn't like on anything, but being like mischievous, like nothing but like what was like he was planning something, you know what I mean? And I called the cops on the first time I called the cops. It was because
I wonder what made her say that. He was looking mischievous, like he was planning something, like he knew something was about to go down. Is that what we saying?
because he was attacking her, you know, and the other girl was just yelling at her, and she was arguing back. So there was nothing going on for her to be like, oh, I'm gonna step back over here to go get my gun, you know. And she was nowhere near her. But that's all I gotta say. And I know for a fact that she did get arrested, but he got let go. So hopefully, you know, for what I said and what I witnessed, I just don't want to be, you know, put on the stand or anything to say.
And shout out to Sinitra Speaks, because I got this off of her channel. If y'all haven't checked her out, do. She's talking about it too. But yeah, I got this audio from her, but I believe this audio originated from a creator named Gigi.
I did put a statement in because I know it's necessary. You know, it was a ridiculous. You know,
So the man who was previously identified as Carla's cousin, I did a video previously with him in it. He has since clarified that he is an associate or a brother. What his actual, you know, connection to Carlos is unknown, and you're.
Now, this is the guy that I was talking about. His name is Quadajah, and her name is Quadajah. I was like, are they related? You know what I'm saying? Somebody said, seems like Carlos was not committed to either woman. Sadly, this began a rivalry between them. Her, I would never video, speaks volumes. Look, everybody's saying that. Speak volumes. Would never wear matching t-shirts with a man with a baby on the way, but would settle for a man who is wearing matching t-shirts with another woman while you're pregnant with his baby. Exactly what I was saying. And I didn't even see this at first, but that's exactly what I'm saying. She was saying all that while pregnant with this man baby. Like, and you salty because the baby mom, the original baby mama, is like still dealing with him, knowing this is what it seems like to me. And so you got the same man. So taking her out, taking Romeca out is not going to change the man. You still got the same man that got multiple women pregnant while she was, according to your video. Like, girl, you sound so stupid. Like, what? I guess she thought she was the special one. She was the one that he would change for. No. Okay, so, but will settle for the man who is wearing matching t-shirts with another woman while you are pregnant with his baby. How can you have more hate in your heart for another woman than love for yourself or your baby as well? She was only thinking about this D he had just laid on her right before they went outside, because he said he ain't slept with her since the day of the shooting. So I would assume right before they left, that's what they was doing. So, and then it goes on to say, you are a victim as well, Holly. She ain't no victim. She a fool. It says you are a victim as well, Holly. A man who loves you wouldn't allow you to be in this position. Think about that. Exactly. But that's just it. A man that can go on from woman to woman. You was just with this woman for almost 9 years, off and on, big time, because see, Romeca wanted to be with this man so bad because she had a kid by him. Not only because that, I mean, she have mad love for her son. Most women don't get pregnant with the thought of raising a child by themselves. They got this fairy tale thing in their head, right? Exactly, Serenity. Like, girl. So most females got this fantasy in their head, like, we gonna be together forever, we gonna get married, we gonna do this, blase, skip a. Most women ain't getting with a guy to be, you know, having a baby by a man to raise the child alone. You know, that's never the plan. Well, most women. Some women, you know, I don't know. It's a lot of weirdness going on nowadays. But let this finish.
Going to hear from him because I thought it was important to include an update. But this is what I want you to pay attention to. He made a status once this video started circulating from this witness. And what he said is, if I'm standing outside chilling, I'm not expecting Romeca to pull up, block me in like she finna do a hit. This Chicago, we ready to blow off that alone. Now my heart beating fast. Now she hop out and it's someone I got a restraining order. Put yourself in her shoes. So he's still defending Holly. And
wait a minute. So this is I guess that's the Quadri dude.
This case, which he says that he's not defending her, and you're going to hear from him later, but this is what he has to say. Now I want you to pay attention to this small clip here, because allegedly, listen to what they said that Carlos went up to Holly and did. Listen to this.
Holly came out of the parked car, and Miss Carlos was in a black truck vehicle. I think it was a Mercedes, and Miss Meeks was in the white car. So she was already like, I think she just said, and she yelled out that she was just dropping off her kid, like what's going on, you know? And so to me it looked like like it looked weird, you know what I mean? Because I was telling the police that she had her baby inside her car, you know. So I was like, that's her baby, the baby's in the car, you know. I was like, you need to arrest her, like why aren't you guys arresting her? And then she was all like, oh, and by the way, I don't know if anybody caught the video or anything, but Carlos goes up to Holly and fist bumps her and says, yeah, it was
do we think that this is the part she's talking about where he touched the girl? I mean, I don't think you can mistake a fist bump for that, because clearly the girl right there is a kid, look like with a book bag on her back that should have been going to school. That's another thing. You in a school zone, you're traumatizing children, touching her, putting evidence all over her. His footprint is in blood all on the sidewalk. Like, this dude just doing whatever he wants, stepping over her body while looking back. He trying to fix everything on the scene, except for the main person that he should be worrying about is Romeca, with tears in his eyes, thinking about his son, you know, especially, wait, hold on. Because I just ran into this. Like, if your son was your top priority, we wouldn't even be here right now, because that he would have never even put Holly in a position to run into Romeca. You know what I mean? Like, why would you park on that street that you know that she gonna come down to take her kid to school? I wouldn't want to be nowhere around. I would make sure that would not happen. They never needed to see each other unless you wanted them to. So he posts stuff like this. I just want to see my son. Did you not think about your son and how he would be affected by this? That's the part I really want to know. I just want to see my son. He wants his mother. He want to see his mother. See, I can't. Some people are cold. Like, you know, some people are cold, not even considering the fact that he can never see his mother again. She can't come back. Let me look at something. And the first comment says, your son want to see his mother. Right? And your son want to see his mama. So that's that. Okay? I know he want to see his mom. It's about to be Christmas. No, maybe years from now, when he's old enough to ask you why, then tell you how he feels, Carlos. And I heard he's asking for his mom. He wants to see her. But other than a picture, because of you and that never would I and never would I ever chick, he'll never be the same. Aw, Bookie, but you think we supposed to care? That baby wants to see his mom, but he can't because y'all decided to take her away from him. So you figure it out, dummy. Listen, I mean that was the thing that I just played. Hold on, because I freaking agree. Wait, where's my guy at?
You big dummy. You big dummy. You big dummy. You lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his nanny boo boo.
Suck it up, Buttercup. Because I mean, I feel so bad for the babies, even her 6-month-old child, because she just so stupid in her I would never ever video that she ever think that somebody else would be raising this baby that she just had for this man, and somebody else gonna have to raise the one that she have in prison if she go to term, because all that it's a lot of stress behind bars, and ain't no 9 millies with hollow points in there. You gonna have to put them up. You gonna have to put them dukes up. She gonna get some rhythm in there, ain't she? You can just tell who could fight by just the way Romeca, the way she moved when she was dancing. You already know it was over with. Holly didn't have no rhythm, period. That mean in boxing, that mean in dancing. She probably was clumsy as a kid, okay? She had no rhythm. She knew Romeca would have beat the brakes off of her ass. I will put all my money on Romeca. She knew it. So yeah, ain't nobody feeling sorry for Carlos at all. But I wanted to see I had not seen this. Let me see. What is this?
Don't leave your son out. Now this go. Come on, Ricardo.
If I see that 10 around you, I'm a drag ass. Just look away.
She said if she see that something around him, she gonna drag him. Okay. Wait, what does this say? Wait, why I can't open it?
Don't leave your son out. Don't leave your son out. Now this go. Come on, Ricardo.
If I see that 10 around you, I'm a drag ass.
If I see that 10 around you, I'm gonna drag your ass. Okay. Well, one thing for sure, too, for certain, we already know that they had a toxic relationship. And I just happened to run across this, so I want to see what they talking about. Hoping. I won't doubt it. Oh, I read that. Wait a minute. Why? I didn't even know this music was still this loud. Hold on, y'all. I guess it ain't too loud, but it is louder than I want it to be. Okay, so let me see, because I've seen another video. Is this a play? No, it ain't gonna play. So I heard that her son crowned her at the funeral. Let's see this.
Keep lying. This how I feel when somebody keep lying to somebody. Why did you lie? Tell me why you lied. Tell me why you lied. Why did you lie? Why you lie so much? Why do you lie so much? I'm talking to you. What? Talk to me and I'll throw it down.
Hey, listen, she was tired of him lying. I mean, that's just self-explanatory. But when I tell you, man, like, you can't change the man, you just gotta change the man. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were a guy that take you certain places, because I've been there before. I got taken a place I didn't want to go, and my reaction wasn't good. Therefore, I didn't want that to ever happen again. I had to love me more and walk the hell away. Like, because a man will have you thinking that you crazy, yet going crazy. He'll say certain things to make you feel like you are. When the whole time you only feel this way because of the type of guy that he is. So he makes you crazy, right? Like, you don't want to be with somebody that take you there. They said this is old. This is when she found out the girl was pregnant. After this, she left. Now, I have no way of knowing at all, but I mean, hey, I could see the hurt in her face, and she's asking him a logical question. She want to know why you keep lying. But here's the thing. At some point, you just got to be like, just got to realize that he is a liar. He's never going to change. He's a liar. He's a cheater. He's a frauder. You know what I'm saying? Man, listen, hey. And then that one video that he posted talking about, I hate all y'all. I got to spend all this money that I done saved up. Like, what? And he had to show the money. Like, I don't believe he earned all that money. Personal trainer, unless he don't pay no damn bills. That's the only way he earned all that. Personal trainer. I don't believe it. Of course it's old and it's towards him, not Holly. It's a slab of cement. Is that a slab of cement? Yep. Yeah, it is. He's been posting old videos. They said this is old. Okay, so yeah. That's crazy. He wanted to show that purposely, to have it on tape, part of a setup. It's even worse if it's an old video showing her real character. Everybody get mad. This don't make me feel no different about her because of the type of person that he is. He's frustrating. He's a frustrating type of guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you would lose your mind with these type of guys. That's why you just gotta walk away. It ain't no love lost with this guy. Because if he can just move on, we see how he acting with her being dead. Okay, we seen how he acted. Anybody that can post all this online, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you doing all this, just too much. Leave him where he at. I think he was salty. She finally got the strength to walk all the way away. Let me see what she's saying.
So I finally want to speak my 2 cents, speak my perspective on this Romeca Meeks story involving Carlos Way and Holly. I've been following this story since day one, and I see how the world is treating him. I understand his anger. I understand his just his stance and his perspective. Now, let me say this first and foremost so that nobody will be able to put any words in my mouth. I am not saying that anything that Carlos did is justified. I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve to reap the benefits of whatever his actions were. However, I am saying that I have an unbiased opinion. I am not holding any relationships of my own against this story. I'm not judging him based on the men that have done me wrong. I'm not saying that he should get revenge based on the anger that I have with any men in my life that I've chosen in the past. So I do believe that I should be able to speak the truth. And the truth is just this. I've seen a lot of videos with Romeca being posted on the internet. And it seems to be that this lady was 0 to 100. I even saw the video of her cousin even saying in her own mouth, in her own words, that her cousin has an anger problem. So I've also saw a video of her holding up somewhat of some type of sticks where it looks like it was nailed together, that she was threatening to hit him with it. And so I can just understand with issues and circumstances involving my own with a lot of brown women, we do have anger management issues, right? And we do see red. So when you take that fact that Romeca, according to her cousin, has anger issues, then you fast forward to that day of what occurred at that school. And it seems that, as stated, Holly had a restraining order or multiple restraining orders against Romeca. Now, the judge would not have granted that restraining order if indeed there were not facts to justify or to make that restraining order be set in stone.
I don't agree. It appears that anybody can get a restraining order. If you can do it online and get it and all that, all you got to do is just say it. That's what it sounds like to me. Anybody can get a restraining order.
So she obviously came with facts. The judge wouldn't have granted anybody a restraining order without hardcore.
No, I don't agree.
Facts.
That ain't true. It's just not true. It's just not true. They need to change it though. However they doing it, because they didn't have no facts at all. As a matter of fact, the part that I heard about her getting a restraining order because she called her grandmother and threatened her, that's hearsay. That's third party. Like, that ain't even a direct threat. So how was she able to use that and get it if that's what happened?
And evidence and stuff to back it up. So Holly was definitely able to do that, right? So then you have people were saying, why was Holly and and Carlos at the school? They were at the school because they're dating or they're in love or they're together, and Carlos is the father.
That don't have nothing to do with her being there with her son, with Romeca up at the school. If you got a restraining order on the mother, then you might want to stay away from her son. Like, how about that? Ain't no way. But she wasn't at the school. They was down the street from the school, allegedly. But yeah, I don't agree with this, what she's saying. Welcome in, Carla. Happy Saturday. Clock, welcome in. And guess what? Before that part, she said, why you lie and say I blocked you in? Is that what she said on there? I just heard her say, why you lie? She had a block of cement in her hand that she probably, we don't condone violence.
Holly having a restraining order against Romeca has nothing to do with Carlos.
Actually, it got everything to do with Carlos. She wouldn't even need a restraining order if she wasn't sleeping with Carlos, her baby daddy. She got that because she is messing with Carlos. Like, that's how she's even on Romeca's radar, or why Holly got Romeca on her radar. It makes no sense at all. Welcome in, Rainey. That's the truth. You really can play games with trolls. I had it done to me. Well, I believe that if it, like I said, if it's done online and she was able to do, because I don't know. And then I heard something about a court date too. Guess it was a court date Romeca didn't go to. I heard that. I forgot what creator I heard that from.
It has nothing to do with Carlos. I don't understand why you guys are saying, why was he at the school? Why was he? Because that's his son.
This woman just talking. Let her talk.
Now, I wasn't there, but according to what I saw or read or seen on social media, is that Romeca started a fight. Romeca came up to Holly, provoking some type of altercation.
Ain't none of the witnesses say that at all. No witness said none of that. So I would love to, because that one guy that was talking in the beginning, he was just creating a narrative. I mean, I don't believe nothing to come out of his mouth.
I can only imagine that Carlos stepped in the middle and grabbed Romeca because, according to the cousin of Romeca herself, she's 0 to 100.
And she's human. Anybody can be 0 to 100 if you piss them off enough. It don't take much for me if you do the right damn thing or say the right stupid thing. In Cali, it's TRO. Oh, temporary restraining order. Okay, thank you. So let me read what you said again. That's the truth. You really can play games with TROs. Okay, you had it done to you. Okay. So somebody just made up something and, had a target on your back and you didn't even know, like setting you up for the kill. Like, what? Well, they plans folded big time. Romeca never got the restraining order, the thing, and, it was lies anyway. How you gonna do that and be on here taunting the woman? Like, what?
He grabs Romeca, trying to detain her or calm her down, or just at least restrain her at that moment, or get her under some type of you know what I'm saying, like contain her, right?
I mean, how do we even know that's how it happened? Like, I mean, without just knowing the story, like, okay, she dropped her kid off, she drove down the street. Maybe she did spot him before the U-turn. Maybe she didn't. She made the U-turn and she stopped. She ain't blocked nobody in. He was parked a couple cars ahead of Holly. Did she even know Holly was out there, or was she just approaching him? Did she see Holly? Maybe she didn't even see Holly at first. We don't know that.
Right? Meanwhile, Holly goes and does the unthinkable. How do y'all think Carlos knew that woman was gonna pull a gun out and unalive Romeca? How do y'all?
Because he said it, according to the witness. He said it. Oh, well, she about to go get her gun. Like, yeah, he said it. So that ain't hard to figure out. We gonna go back to that too, because I didn't even finish that.
Think Carlos was a psychic? Do y'all think he could see into the future?
Yeah, if he planning it, he can.
Now you guys are asking, why was he just standing there? Why didn't he? I guess y'all wanted him to beat Holly up. I don't know what y'all wanted, but you gotta understand.
Well, what I would have liked to see if instead of him telling Romeca that Holly about to go get her weapon, he should have been yelling at Holly to say, get in the car with the baby. I'll handle her. Don't get the weapon. Don't do it. Instead of talking about she about to go get her gun. Like, what? And she didn't told her. Romeca probably wanted to leave at that moment, knowing she was going to get a damn gun. And you telling her, wait for it. Wait for it. Because everybody know, if you pull it out, you better use it. So when he told her that, what was he thinking Holly was going to do? Scare her with the gun? Threaten her with it? Or did he know she was going to squeeze that trigger? Because everybody know that. And if Holly just got this weapon, she should have that training at the top of her brain. You don't show no weapon unless you about to fire it. So
that man was processing. It was so much going on. He probably didn't even know the Romeca was even dead at the moment. He's probably thinking like, what to do.
What? Did she not see the video? This dude looking over her. I mean, he was glaring at her. Like, he know exactly what was going on, especially here. You see, he left Romeca at this moment. He all the way left her, walked way over there. Like he was about to be able to stop that, with blood footprints following him along the way. Like, Yeah, he all over the crime scene. It's definitely tainted. All of those people should have been pushed back to the sidewalk. It should have been taped off. All that. I mean, this woman is just standing there looking anyway. She could have been getting the yellow tape, pushing people back, especially Carlos. Hell, he the one that threatened her, talking about she about to go get her gun. That was a threat. She go get it, and you ain't stop her from getting it. You just knew she was going to get it, but you didn't tell her not to get it. Allegedly, if that is what happened, okay? Y'all, please smack the thumbs up if you haven't, and also subscribe to the channel. Let me let this lady finish. I don't agree with her.
Ooh, I mean, just like the people that were on that bus when that white girl got stabbed in the neck, and how those black folks sat on that bus and didn't react.
That was fake as hell.
It's the same.
It looked like it. And people said it was too. That was
probably comical foundation or storyline or reasoning behind Carlos and everybody else around. For heaven's sake, I didn't see nobody else coming around Romeca, or maybe they did. I don't know, but not the clips that I saw. So you got to understand the A to the B. There's stuff in between the A to B that it doesn't seem like the world is analyzing. There's just a bunch of feelings involved of people using their past experiences with men to judge this particular story. And that is not, it's never mind if it's fair or not. It's just not.
I mean, that's how people relate to certain things. Like most people that are grown have been in a relationship, so they can relate to this. Everybody that was there that day got a chance to redeem themselves. They could do it over. They could fix it the next time. You know what I'm saying? Like, all three of them could have made better choices that day, right? But the only one that don't get to change the choice that was made that day is Romeca. Somebody had left a comment on one of my videos that I thought was kind of harsh. And I'm just like, the only person that's no longer here is Romeca. But some people are being very harsh on her. Like, for that reason alone, I can't be harsh on her because she's no longer here. She ain't no longer here to defend herself or anything. Let me go to that comment. It says, Romeca could have left. First of all, it's my video where just explaining everything. It says, understanding first degree murder. Legal implications. Somebody said Romeca could have left also. And if she dropped her son off, why did she still have his lunch with the note? Now that part I really don't like. But yeah, Romeca could have left also. But everybody could have left. Everybody could have made better choices that day. And I really don't know, because I seen like a text exchange, but I just don't know how old it is, as if she had been texting with somebody and she was going to meet him. I will have to go to that, but I really didn't know what that was about. Had y'all heard that Carlos texted her that day or anything like that? So anyway, it says Romeca could have left also with a bunch of exclamation points and with a bunch of N's and D's. If she dropped her son off, why with about 5 or 7 Y's, did she still have his lunch with the note with 3 question marks? And I said, we can think of a million ways this didn't have to happen, but the reality is it did. All parties could have made a better choice that day. Romeca is the only one deceased. Therefore, I'm more sympathetic to that fact, period. Like, I mean, she don't have no do-over. She don't get to fix it, or she don't get to decide to do something different. Like, and so, I mean, and she's no longer here to defend herself either. So, I mean, it's just hard for me to. Obviously, she wasn't perfect. I mean, her only mistake was not leaving this guy sooner.
Factual. You have to learn at some point to take your emotions out of something so that you can see the facts for what it is. So I have already reached out to Carlos to try to get him to come on my platform if he would like to speak. I'm giving him this opportunity to speak his piece, because not only would I like to hear it, but I think the world needs to hear it. I don't think that any justice is being served on any behalf if you're not allowing this man to say what happened from his perspective.
I mean, Carlos got his own platform. He got up there and went live, and he want to bring people up, but he don't want to hear what the people got to say. Because the one chick that did get up there and read him his rights and asked him questions that everybody wanted to know, he couldn't answer that. But he wanted her to ask him something else. Like, get out of here. He just want to recruit some more women. That's what I think.
Can justice be served? Doesn't the world want to know from his mouth what actually happened? What his relationship was like with Romeca? No, I guess you guys don't. But it would be more effective if you did. And so I just state that with that. I'm sad. It's sad that she lost her life. She was a mother. I have a son myself. But there are consequences to your actions. If you're coming up to somebody to try to fight them or try to antagonize them or try to,
we have no proof that she was doing any of that. And we don't even know if she's seen Holly. She could have been thinking she was just pulling up on her baby daddy. I mean, seriously, we don't know if she's seen that dude or not. We don't. I'm not going to sit here and blame her. I want the facts to come out before I can sit here and blame this woman for sure. Because I don't believe that it was her fault. But I'm sure if Romeca was here and she could do it over again, I'm sure she wouldn't have even turned around to talk to this man, period. She would have just left him in the dust that she was already in. If she had a boyfriend already, she was moving on. But again, because I'm looking at her with her phone open, clearly texting somebody. I'm just trying to figure out, is it any way in hell that he could have been texting her that day? I would love to know that. When was the last time he texted her? You know? Because what if they do find out that she was lured and still talking and all this kind of stuff?
But Carlos goes up to Holly and fist bumps her and says, "What? Yeah, it was what was it? It was self-defense, right? It was self-defense." And she's like, "Yeah, it was self-defense."
Extra credit type shit. It's the heavy pole too.
Okay, so now I'm going to play this clip that's been circulating online from the alleged suspect in this case, who authorities have not identified, and she has not formally been charged with anything. So before I get into the clip, there's been speculation online about her being referred to.
And that's another thing. She had another video clip out here threatening to shoot. She was doing like shooting signs. Let me see what this says. I listened to it. She said they first fist bumped each other after the shooting and said to one another, "This is self-defense." That's crazy. If that's what happened.
As Holly Johnson, because apparently that's not her legal name, but authorities have not released her name at all. So her family does also refer to her as Holly, also the father of her child, you know, from my previous video, when he made the post, he referred to her as Holly as well. So an uncle of hers made a post and he said, and this was April the 6th, 2022. He said, I know it's not midnight yet, but happy birthday. Man, it's been 28 years. You're getting old, young lady. I'm wishing you all the greatness in the world. You're at the age where every move you make has to be with purpose and an agenda.
Yep. So her birthday is in April because I remember seeing Carlos saying something to her. I mean, posting happy birthday or something on his page in April. Oh, hold on. What's this? Let me pull this up right quick. Wait, what just happened? Oh, there it is. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. For sharing. For sharing. For sharing. Thank you for so much. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, yeah. Get me in and out.
That one up? Nah, y'all ain't that shit.
3 hours.
Oh, what up? Shit, cool, man.
Oh, yeah. Get me in and out.
Oh, dang. So I was saying that this guy, I didn't even listen at him because clearly the Quadre dude, he was on Holly's side. And he also said that he don't know her. That's the weird thing. But what I find strange is that he comes out as the mouthpiece. So Carlos obviously co-signs everything that this guy said, right? And he said some pretty messed up stuff about Romeca. So when Carlos was saying something like, well, he didn't expect the family to react the way that they did, he thought they was going to sit down and have a conversation. How could you ever think that her family would just, oh, well, dang, this messed up, what we gonna do? Like, what? What are you talking about? Why would you even think her family would be that cool?
She been doing that shit for a long ass time now. We gotta, like, you know what I'm saying? Like we just gotta accept shit for what it is. Like,
I don't even want to hear nothing you talking about. Hold on.
Situation should come from. The headlock situation come from after them in the midst of them fighting, him trying to break. Yeah. Oh, he had her in the headlock while they shot. It wasn't even like that. Just quick second type of shit. Like 2 seconds of your life could change your whole life, depending on how somebody judge.
Right. So I was just thinking that because it said like 4 shots was handed off. So you got 4 shots handed off.
And you don't know Los no more. You ain't talked to him in 5 years. Make that make sense. Come on now. Make that make sense. You just sat up here and said, you just sat up here and told this whole internet that you ain't talked to this man in 5 years. You
What? That's what he said?
just said that out your mouth. So you don't know this man. It's been 5 years.
I know the real, don't I know the
That somebody lying. That don't make no sense at all. So you out here caping for him, but you ain't talked to him in 5 years. How do you know all this then, sir?
I just want to say this morning that I have not even had time to grieve all the negative comments that's going on about my daughter. It's hard, guys. It's real hard.
Now, see that I can't play that because of the music playing in the background. But I mean, god dang, was her mother out here doing any and everything too? Y'all don't have no sympathy for the parent, the mother, the family, the son. Shout out to Cold Peace in the building. I've been listening at your videos too. You've been doing a good job on this case, and I can tell that this one really captured your heart, and I hope you make it to the trial because I'm gonna be tuned in. Y'all check out Cold Peace if y'all haven't. I've been checking out her videos too, but she's the main person I've been watching. But I know it was something else that I wanted to talk about here. Hold on, before we get up out of here. So we see the matching outfits that they definitely gonna have. I'm waiting. I believe that he got to come on in with something. If not, I will be completely, totally shocked if he don't get any type of charge. Let's see if we got any updates or anything. Hold on, y'all. I think I pretty much have gone through everything that I wanted to talk about. Let me look at these clips again. Looking like a fool, star raking. Like I would never have another baby, have a baby is after having a baby that ain't even hit 6 months in prison for unaliving somebody. I bet she never thought that that would be her. But that is exactly who we looking at. So let's see something right quick, y'all. Thursday morning, police said Quadajah, 31, Des Plaines, was arrested Wednesday and was charged with first-degree murder in connection with the shooting. And like I said, let me pull that up again, where it landed me at when I looked up that address. Dang. So I'm just saying, like, you afraid of somebody and you gonna put yourself right out there in plain sight, right there where you know she gonna be parked at. It just don't make sense. This girl wasn't scared. But I bet you she gonna be scared of big booty Judy up in there, or whatever they call the Bubba females. Like, they gonna love her up in there, ain't they? Middle finger and all. They want it all. But yeah, so this is where she was arrested at. This looked like a dang on warehouse. Like, what kind of apartments are those? It was a name. I'm just not by it right now. But it's a whole bunch of apartments over here. Like, God, I've never seen a complex. This is a whole apartment complex, just apartments everywhere. It don't look like the best area. Oh, it's called Landmark? Wait. Landmark. Oh, that's a rehabilitation and nursing center. Oh, was she at work? Wait a minute now. Was she? This is, I know that didn't look like no apartment building. And this is where it took me. Well, we know that she ain't doing no rehabilitation or nothing like that, because she would never wipe an old person's ass. Right? She would never do that. But the fact that Romeca would tells me a lot about Romeca. She has a caring heart to be able to even do that kind of work. Every nurse didn't have to be a CNA first. I got several nurses in my family. So that's interesting. So this is not necessarily where she live at. 9200, whatever it could be. I don't know, but it's a lot of damn apartments over here. But when I put in, this is the address, it took me here. Wait, let me go back. And it was showing the address. It literally showed the address here. So I think it's this place. Maybe maybe her grandmother in there. I don't know. I have no idea. People can live here too, though. Let's see, since it's a rehabilitation center. We ain't got no reviews up on here. No. But then it says Colony. What else say here? Park Colony Leasing Center. What y'all think? We know she ain't working at no nursing home. We know that. Is that the address that's on the arrest paperwork? Yes, it is. 9200. Let me see if I still got that paperwork in here. It says 9200 Senate something. If you could see it. Yep. So I wonder. I'm curious. But yeah, oh boy. Ain't nothing soft about him when it come down to hitting on women. Godly. I mean, and that looked like it was a fight, not just a hit. I wish she would have just left him. But now we here. And I cannot get over the female. See, if I was in this position, there is no way, even if I was having a boy, there's no way I would have wore the same, I would have had that same look. I would have did something altogether different. Like, that's too close. Too close. And then, you know, she got the heart belly also. The difference is Romeca hand and Carlos hand. But I mean, I don't believe in Kawinky Dinks. I think old girl was purposely trying to redo everything that Romeca was doing. And which shows that she's insane for real. And then you know, just taunting her. Oh, cold piece of view in here. I wanted to see. I was trying to see if you could tell if old girl had blood on her hands or not, and on her slippers. I was showing that. Let me see. But yeah, they definitely let this dude taint the whole crime scene though. And I want to know who Romeca was talking to that day. Who was she? Her phone clearly, she was clearly texting somebody or reading a text in the midst of it. I think she was texting, communicating with someone. I think she was. And that's just so sad. But this is pictures. See where it tells you the address right there, 92 Senate Drive. It's a rehabilitation center. I wonder if that's very interesting. We have to figure that one out. What does it say? Okay, we already looked at that. This poor baby, her son. He didn't deserve this. And his dad didn't think about him at all, but now he wants everybody to know that he wants to see his son. That definitely looked like blood on her hands. It do. I think I almost dropped my dang on computer. Y'all see his shoes full of blood on them shoestrings and shoes. They just happen to be red that day, huh? Wow. See how he's standing over her? He had literally just lifted his foot up to step over her body to get in that position that he was in. I mean, he was able to turn around and tell the crowd, calm down, calm the fuck down. But he was calm. How was you the one telling everybody to calm down? That's your baby mama on the ground. That's your son's mother on the ground. Your son who would never see his mother again. But he want to see his son though. I wonder, was his son around when he did this? What type of example has he been for his son? And the children, like when they grow up, they might not even like each other because of this guy. And this is why he thought he was God's gift. Forever. Wait a minute. I think I seen a video on Cold Peace channel, I think, where she was calling him a bitch, right? She wrote that. Forever the bitch that have that heart. His bad is so she called him a bitch and called herself one. His baddest bitch, he'll tell you who introduced him to the finer things. Forever the bitch that have that heart. Oh, okay. She talking about herself. Never mind. But she was that her talking in that video? Because she was calling him bees on her slippers, yes, and I thought I seen it on her hands as well. Okay, that's what I was thinking. In the paperwork that I read, it did say, matter of fact, let me go to the paperwork. That was the last thing I wanted to look at. It was some things that I had. Let me see. Another thing I was looking at, I'm like, Her son, at the age of 6, he already went to like a prom. And they adorable. Him and this little girl that's in this picture. I didn't put it here because I didn't have enough time to black everything, like they faces and stuff. But they are so cute, posing, holding hands. I mean, look just like a high school prom type of thing. So the first thing I was thinking when I seen this is, well, his mom won't be here when he actually get old enough to go to a prom, and she already prepped him for his high school prom at the age of 5. Okay, so this is one of the parts. It says in December of 2024, the defendant sought a stalking no contact order, which I had that information here. So she did that in December. I think I deleted it out though. Yeah, I did, to add something else. So she did that in December. A no stalking, no contact order against the victim, alleging that the victim made verbal threats to the victim to the defendant through the D's family members, which is Holly. So yeah. So she made a threat through Holly's family member, which I heard was the grandmother. That's crazy. And Holly did not allege that Romeca committed any acts of violence against her. So you didn't even say nothing about her being violent towards you. Oh, she called my grandmother and said she was going to kill me, and that's good enough to get a order of protection? That's crazy. And the lady in the audience said it happened to her, and I totally believe anybody can get this. You can do it. Anybody can. They need to change it up. So the order of protection was granted in July, and it was never given to Romeca. So technically, she didn't have it. So December 2024, she was already working on that. She been working on it for dang near a year. Like we December again. Of course she passed before that, but still, she didn't even give it a year. Let's just say that. She made this work quick. Well, I know I'm gonna be going to visit him soon, so I gotta make sure I got an order of protection and I got my gun with me every time I go. And I'm gonna park on the street. Hopefully she see me so I can actually take her out. Cause I'm that damn mad. And they said that witness 4 was walking east on Cermak, approaching State Street. Witness 3 got off the bus, walked across Cermak, and stood under the CTA Green Line stop near witness 4. Witness 3 and 4, who also don't know any of the parties, observed witness 1, which is old boy, standing between the defendant and victim, which Romeca and Holly. They observed the victim walk towards the driver's side of the door, standing in the threshold of the driver's door, with Carlos standing immediately outside of the door. The defendant was standing on the sidewalk. Holly was standing on the sidewalk arguing with Romeca. Witness 3 observed Carlos strike Romeca by repeatedly swinging the door of the Kia on her. Witness 3 calls 911, reported that witness 1 have struck her. So that's going to be interesting to hear the 911 calls, because it's going to be more than one. It's going to be a bunch of people calling 911, giving their version of the events. So that's another good thing, because sometimes stories change over time, but they're going to actually have some of these witnesses on the 911 call. And this is where it says officers arrived and observed Romeca unresponsive, unarmed, and lying in her blood. They observed that she had been shot in the face and leg. Witness 1, which was Carlos, was still on the scene, covered in blood. The defendant, which is Holly, was also on the scene and had blood on her pants and hands. And I didn't see that at first. And then it says the victim was transported to the hospital and pronounced deceased shortly thereafter. So it does look like she have it on her hands, and it also looked like it was on her shoe. But this is the shoe right here. I really can't tell because I don't know how the shoe was made, but it definitely looked like it was blood on that shoe. Right there. It looked like a couple spots there and a bigger smear there, but I don't know. And I had noticed the hands before and I brought them closer. It do look like it, and yeah, they just look super red. But clearly 15 feet is very close. That's close range. So she was right up on her. Like, put lay 3 5 feet people down. That's the distance. They was not that far away. But she got all this blood on her too, which means she was way too close to her for a scared person. You so scared, you talking all that mess online and in person. Girl, you wasn't scared. Not at all. Also, they saying she threatened the grandmother through Text Now app, which ain't no proof it was Meeks. Well, one thing for sure, if they can find out who got that Text Now number, whose email is linked to, and all of that. That made me think about Kata Scott, because they was contacting her through through those Text Now numbers, and they knew whose email it was attached to, which was those females. So let's see. I hope they get down to the bottom of everything, because old Holly, she need her man to be matching her too. They had the outfits wrong. It definitely ain't gonna be no Carhartts, but I think they do have some jumpers in there, don't they? They got some jumpsuits in there they could wear that'll look, I don't know about the shoes. They ain't got no pearls and jewels up in there. Well, they might. If you get a girlfriend, she might buy you the world up in there. Some noodles and oodles and all that. But anyway, y'all, let me get up out of here. Please be sure to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Make this go viral. We about to go past our time. Thank y'all. Please subscribe to the channel if you have not. Care if I believe that the truth is gonna come out. It just took long because of the wording that she used, in fear for her life. But they got so much they can go over, all the court proceedings, the calls that she's made, and all of that. They have other people that they can judge how they reacted to this same thing. Do most people call as many times when you have an order of protection or when you can't serve one? How invested are they in getting this? How pressed are they? Because in my last live, we talked about her court proceedings in getting this order of protection that was never served to Romeca. But what I have up right now is Carlos at DCFS. Earlier, I played the audio, but we didn't watch it. So I'm going to play this. Y'all, please smack that thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you have not. This channel may feature copyrighted video and audio content under the guidelines of fair use permitted by copyright statute for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. All content and credit go to the original creators. No copyright infringement is intended. Okay, let's see.
Talking like that. Come on, how you come out?
Look at her face.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my son.
So that's what's going on, Carlos.
All right, so I ain't getting your like that. Come on, how you come out? And trying to figure out what's going on with my son.
So that's what's going on, Carlos.
All right, so I ain't getting your face in this. Now, what's going on? I'm respectful. All this stuff they saying about me is not what it is. She came out straight on bully mode.
It's good to see you. Like I said last night,
That's bogus. I don't care what they saying. I know what I was doing.
Okay. I'm not concerned about who's far to you, Brad. So we will follow up with you on the first word. And I will give
I mean, it's just a simple call. One call. I want somebody to call the therapist. It's been months.
What is your phone number?
This lady ain't pick up nothing. I call her 50,000 times, straight to the voicemail.
We're gonna change this to 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Okay. Make me a little run. Okay. 2 o'clock. I got
This ain't right how everybody treat me, man.
got things like this.
It's just simple phone calls and communication.
Thank you.
When I'm doing all these classes, folks, they communicate with time to do that.
Thank you.
When I do all the classes, there's more classes. Oh, you got to do this now. Like that don't.
I don't know what classes he talking about. I don't know who he fussing about. I really don't know because he ain't saying no names. But we hear his attitude, his aggression, and we seen that lady face when she came out there. That ain't a good look. It's really not. And then you see how it ain't fair how everybody treat me. He's very, very concerned about himself. That's what I see there. The other video I wanted to play is the audio I played earlier of him getting arrested, detained, or whatever. I don't know if he remained there or not. So the video that we just what I'm reading from Romeca's mother, she didn't say anything about her son being arrested or anything in that post. So let me look while I'm on her page. See if she posted anything. Wait, that's somebody else sharing it. Nope, she didn't say anything about anybody being arrested or nothing like that. Need any money for buying? I'm not seeing it here. Okay, so let me get to the other video. Oh, okay, wait. Let's see. So yeah, earlier I played the audio because I couldn't find the video. It wouldn't pull up for me for whatever reason, but here it is. Oh, we can't have no music up in here. This ain't even the original. This is not the original video. Wait, shoot. We can't do the music. Wait, where's the music? It ain't even no mute on that. Goodness. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Okay, now we have seen this guy. I'm gonna take it back because I seen another guy before him that was closer to Carlos. Let's see. Right in the beginning. This guy. I'm not sure. That's a different person. As they had said, 3 people. Okay. So that's the other person I didn't have in my first live stream, but I did have a screenshot of it. I just didn't have it in there. Okay, so that happened. And this is what her mom is calling for: peace, justice for her daughter, love when you think of her, and not violence. She do not want to see anybody else lose their life. I don't either. I mean, we can't get nowhere with violence. With violence, there will be no justice. You know what I'm saying? Like, let these people spend the time in prison that they deserve. You know, not too many people want to fight no more. It's always grab a weapon. And I just hope that don't happen in this case. So now, I mean, I see that Tia Ewing came back live. So I want to pull that up. So give me a second. Yeah, please smack the thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you have not. I see a lot of new people watching me. I have a lot of new, several new subscribers, but there's a lot of people that didn't hit that subscribe button. So please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Okay, so there that is. Let's do this. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. All right, so let's hear what else Tia Ewing has to say now that she is in the studio.
This terrible tragedy that took place a few months ago, Romeca Blackmon killed by a woman that shared father of a child, Quadajah Johnson. They were in court today.
They were.
What happened?
A lot happened. So this was another push for Quadajah Holly Johnson to be released. She is pregnant, so her attorneys wanted her out of jail, just, another try to make that happen. That didn't happen. This is one of those stories where there's heightened emotion, period, considering the circumstances. You have a mom killed, you have the mom of the other child still by the same man who allegedly pulls the trigger here. I say allegedly because that's what we have to say, right? And so both sides are very angry, hurt, emotional. Quadajah Holly Johnson is pregnant, so you have a lot of her family feels like she should not be there. This was the first time that she had ever gotten into serious trouble. She did not have a criminal record, a criminal past. And so they want her out. At the same time, Romeca's family wants justice. And so to have those two dynamics in one small space, which you remember last hearing, they had to move it to a totally different space because there were so many people, so many supporters of both women. And it happened again. You have emotion. So to my understanding, we had one of our freelancers, or I shouldn't say freelance, one of our producers there who was kind of watching all of this play out. Quadajah's family was released from the courtroom first. They lingered, kind of, stayed around a little bit longer. And then by the time Romeca's family was released, both families collide. They're in the hallways together. We have some of that video, which shows an argument of some sort. This side is saying this side is saying that. Both sides are having a war of words. It goes outside of the latent criminal court.
Okay, so she just said they have some of that video, so I hope they release it. Let us see it.
House. And there's two different narratives. I don't want to be the person that puts out which, both
Yeah.
of them, because who knows what's the truth and all of that, because we were not there.
Mhm.
But what we can say is that the father that both women share was put into handcuffs. We talked to him, so we know what he looks like. His name is Carlos Smith, right? We interviewed him before. He's put in handcuffs. A person from Romeca Blackmon's entourage, because I don't want to say their family, they could be simply a supporter, also was put in handcuffs. And we know that because as a sign of unity, they've been wearing pink. That person had on a pink sweatshirt. So we see those two people being taken into handcuffs, and then another male was put into handcuffs. There's two different narratives of what happened. You have Romeca's family saying their version of what happened. You have Quadajah Holly Johnson's family saying their version. They're not the same version. So we don't really know what the exact truth is. I did reach out to the Cook County Sheriff's Department, because in the video that it has been widely spread on social media of what happens outside, you don't see how the fight starts, but you do see law enforcement with body cams on. So they were already there. It appeared as all of these words were happening, they followed them out of the courthouse. So they were already out there before whatever fight happened outside of the courthouse. So they would be able to give us the best narrative on a neutral standpoint of what their cameras capture.
And there are some questions for them too, because again, if this is a second court hearing where these families have met, and there were conversations online before everyone entered the courtroom today, was there a heightened security stance? How did they even get to the point of having a fight, if so?
Very true. So what I was told by our boots on the ground is that they did not think it was a smart decision to allow the families to linger. And the initial family that lingered was Holly Johnson, Quadajah Holly Johnson's family. So they thought that police should have said, hey, you can't just stand in the hallways, you got to move. And because that didn't happen, both families crossed paths. And I mean, you're absolutely right. What do you expect to happen there? You're going to have chaos. You're going to have a war of words. And we know war of words sometimes can lead into punches in a fight.
A war of words led to why they're in there with someone who is not alive today.
Yeah, that's sad. So it sounds like they wasn't prepared, or I mean, I would think this is, this Chicago, so they should always be on high alert. But when you have activity going on online, all this back and forth, and and then Carlos himself putting stuff online that's that's making the family has to see what he's putting online. I mean, because I'm sure he was talking about the grandmother, like not answering his calls, I'm assuming. But then he was talking about classes and all this stuff too. So it sounds like he's talking about a couple people. I don't know what he got going on, what these classes are about, but it still got something to do with his son, which is their family, which is Romeca's son. And that, it's just a lot of moving parts.
To begin with, right? Because going back, we know that those two women had never even met. So we know it was literally
crazy
war of words going on. And so knowing that, right? Just knowing that going into that courtroom, you would expect police to tell them, you cannot linger here, you cannot stand here. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. It led to a fight. So we're trying to confirm if all three individuals are being actually charged and held, or if they were just taken into custody, taken back into the courthouse to just, cool off, be separated, and then go on about their way. I do want to point out the fact that I did reach out to the family of Romeca Blackmon to find out, what are they willing to say? I have not heard back from them. And I called Carlos directly, Carlos Smith, who's the father of both children's, of both women's children.
Right.
Very difficult to say at times, to see if he's actually detained. He didn't answer. So I don't know if that's an indication if he's charged or what, but the Cook County Sheriff's Department should be able to tell us if all three are charged and what they're charged with and what they're.
So she said he didn't answer. She didn't say that it went straight to voicemail. But I wonder, because Carlos liked to be seen and heard. So I wonder if he's locked up or not at the time,
Their names, etc.
And the layout of what happened.
And really the question for them is, and I will follow up with this email after this conversation, what will you do on January 7th? Because January 7th is the next court hearing for Ms. Johnson. And if you don't contain this now, what does that look like? And I did.
Oh, I wanted to say, so there goes the holidays, baby. Look, where we at? December 23rd, right here at Christmas Eve is tomorrow. Okay, so it's like, okay, we gonna have a court hearing. Probably, she probably had her hopes up high, thinking something was gonna happen for her in her favor, even though I'm sure her lawyer warned her or probably told her what to expect today. You ain't getting out. But yeah, so there goes the cute outfits she talked about, and how adorable they was gonna be and how mad everybody else was gonna be. So there goes Christmas, and then she's gonna be it'll be after New Year's when she go to court again. And then trials usually happen like the following year, which 2026 coming up, but it might be September 8th of 2026, or it could be 2027 the following year. They always like to schedule things on anniversaries, I notice, with covering cases. Somebody's birthday, usually the anniversary of the crime itself, though.
Did a Facebook Live and I talked about this. There's been different court cases that I've covered over the years. When you have this much emotion, what will happen is you won't have to make the decision, the judge will. And the judge will basically say, there's too much emotion that is leading to violence in this case. We're going to limit who comes in the courtroom. You can watch from Zoom, but in terms of both sides meeting like this in the courtroom, there will be limited seats. Maybe there's 5, 10 seats, whatever. But that has happened in addition to some other measures that, I'm sure the family wouldn't want to see happen. But that is why, it's important to try to figure out, from a law enforcement standpoint, how this will be handled moving forward.
Yeah. And so obviously
and see, all of that stuff might happen, and hopefully if it does happen, I just want everything, televise everything. You know what I'm saying? Make it where people don't have to show up. They could see it on TV in support. The supporters of Romeca can follow the case. You know what I'm saying? Like, have it televised. This is a case that people care about. Don't put the news out and give us minimal information. Don't put the news out of the courtroom and give us minimal information, because obviously they wasn't in the courtroom. She not showing a hearing video here. We should be looking at the hearing. You know what I'm saying? I hate when they don't televise stuff that there's a lot of interest in. And so it'll be all messed up if we don't have eyes and ears in the courtroom and they're not televising it. So I don't know what they're going to do behind this.
Brawl that took place today has a lot of people talking, but what actually happened in the case today? What was the outcome of the case today?
Quadajah Holly Johnson was not allowed to leave. I think that has been a point of contention here since the first hearing is, will she remain behind bars as the proceedings move forward? Her attorneys don't want that to happen because she's pregnant. They're arguing again that, she didn't have this horrible criminal record, that this is like just a bad situation in this moment that happened. And the judge simply did not honor that. So
Romeca said, girl, bye. You ain't going nowhere.
January 7th is the next court hearing. And I think what you'll see is there will be several hearings, and at some point they will have to make a decision on when to seat a jury. But I think right now is the evidentiary hearings where they're collecting all type of evidence. They're going to basically collect and talk to all those witnesses. They may talk to them again. They may look at all the videos, make sure that her side, the defendant's side in this, has all the videos. So it's really paperwork right now. And then eventually they'll get into the trial. Trials in Illinois can take a very long time. But I think this is one that, because of all of the things and all of the pieces of the puzzle, we may see you're offered a speedy trial anyway, right? You're supposed to be. That's just, the Constitution, that's legally. But speaking like on the basis of this case, it may be expedited because of what's going on. So.
Well, I think I always end our conversations about this particular situation the same way by saying at the end of the day, the children, all of the
Yes.
children who are involved stand to lose the most with this entire situation playing out.
Yeah, and we
I'm
know
sad.
that in Romeca's case, she will never see her children again, no matter if, you know, that's her standing. She's not Quadajah Holly Johnson in this case where you can go visit in jail. And that's not to take away from Quadajah Holly Johnson fighting for her innocence in this. That's just stating a fact. And she's also pregnant. So that's a child
That was her
growing up in
choice.
some very, you know, crazy circumstances too. The
Purposely.
7-year-old being Carlos Jr., who is left behind now being raised by his grandmother, Tina McMiller. Yeah, I mean, it's tough all the way around. We do know that the 7-year-old, we're going to have this on our newscast a little later in the 4 o'clock show and 5 o'clock, but the 7-year-old was gifted like a Christmas today. I think he also did Christmas in the ward for where they live now. So yeah, there's some, I guess, it's hard to say there's some positive because that's still not bringing your mom back,
right?
But at least you get to have some type of normalcy that children.
I did see a flyer where they were saying that her Romeca's mom was going to be speaking at this event and that the son would be there. And it was on, I seen a little clip where he was helping to hand out toys and stuff like that. So it is something that keeps him busy and giving him some normalcy of being a regular kid and not just, you know, mourning. It's hard. He don't understand what's happening. He not only don't he have his mom, but he also can't see his dad. But I heard that he don't ask about him. He want to know where his mother at. So I had a flyer right here. It says special guest Romeca Meeks Blackmon's family. Her son received some gifts, and her mom Tina McMiller speaks, honoring Roy Logan. It says Kids Corner gets a gift for our 20th. So this is their 20th anniversary toy giveaway. It was Monday, December 22nd. And then they says adopt your block recipients the tour. So that's good. That's special. I heard her mom saying that she wanted to give him a Christmas that his mom would give him, you know.
Are used to around this time of year. So
and it shows
it's
at
a
least the
tough road.
community cares.
Yeah, the
You know,
community cares. My husband, Early Walker, was the one who orchestrated that on his own. It had nothing to do with me in the story. It was just looking at all of the crime victims, which is what he's done over the years before I existed in his life.
Yeah, so I've been following her before her and Early. I was following both of them separately. I came across Early Walker because Pastor Corey Brooks. It was actually Jedediah Brown that I follow, and then he introduced us to Pastor Corey Brooks, just, you know, his supporters, and then they had a pamper drive for mothers, you know. And I thought that was a beautiful thing. And that's when Early came on the scene with his tow truck, and he was delivering all kind of packages, box of everything. You know, it was a pamper drive. And, you know, Chicago do a lot for their people. It's a lot of community activists and active people that actually care. A lot of people that pay attention to what's going on in City Hall. And actually the first city that I started following crime because of Kanika Jenkins. Then I got connected with Jedediah Brown, which I was then led to other activists in Chicago. So, and she was always my favorite newscaster. I forgot what case I first remember her hearing from her. But I followed a lot of cases. She follows a lot of cases and reports on a lot of stuff. And I like her reporting. She do a good job. I was surprised to hear that people was calling for her job. Like, that's wild. It's not her fault.
What crime victims, especially children, go through, what story right now is like the most like, whoa, that happened. And in this case, the saddest part, I think, is why he's been shining a light on it, and others too, is because this little boy has lost two parents in a way.
Yeah.
Because grandmother
baby.
doesn't want to see dad,
Right.
because dad is implicated, at least she feels, in all of this as being part of this whole story. And then mom is never coming back. So it's just, that's the part of the story that I think gets lost in all of the emotions and anger of who said what, who did what, who should have done what. It are the children. They're left.
What about the
in
babies?
really tough circumstances.
Very tough. We appreciate you staying on it, though.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And thank you to your husband as well.
Yeah.
for
Happy
what he-
holidays.
Stepping up in a big way. Happy holidays.
Yeah. Justice for Romeca. Prayers to the family, like I said. And we gonna stay on this, y'all, for sure. And like I said, if you haven't subscribed already, please do. So one of the things I had brought up the fact that I wasn't sure. I remember seeing this picture. So I wasn't sure, how many brothers she had or not. But I also remember seeing a picture of her with a brother. But Romeca also, these are her mother's kids. She had a father. And I heard her mother say that she lost her dad. And that's part of the reason why she wanted Carlos to be in her son's life, But I was just reading her obituary, her obituary, and it talked about it named all of her brothers, and she had 4 brothers. This is what Holly said, because I'm looking at what she said about when they dress alike. We are a family, duh. We gonna be dressed alike on the holidays. So there goes Christmas, ma'am. You won't be out dressed alike nobody, okay? So we can cancel Christmas with that. And then we hear that Carlos was detained, arrested. It could be detained, and they just held him in there and let him go. I don't know. But however, they closer to this look than the Carhartts that they had on for Christmas or for Thanksgiving. But she said, we're going to be dressed alike on the holidays. What family don't? Now, if I post our Thanksgiving pictures and Christmas pictures, which you ain't got none, except for, as a matter of fact, the Christmas pictures is what happened today in court. It's December 23rd. It's the closest to Christmas. So that's what we're looking at here. Carlos being hemmed up, even though I think I deleted the one of him actually being handcuffed. But this was the scene. Romeca, you see the pink. So anyway, she said they was gonna be dressed alike for Christmas. Now if I post our Thanksgiving pictures and Christmas pictures, and they're so cute, y'all gonna be blowing fire out y'all nose with all these laughing emojis. This is taunting. It's 100 more holidays ahead. We will be dressed alike. But it's gonna look like this. It ain't gonna be what you imagine, okay? That's so crazy. Okay, just leave us alone. Focus on something else. Y'all weird as F and reaching. Let go and let God. Thank ya. Okay. I'm sure she in there praying, and I hope she letting go and letting God, because life is ahead of you. That's sad. Battery pack Holly. Anyway, y'all, that's all I wanted to report for today. That is all. But no, I think I mentioned, reading her obituary. So let me read this. It says, from skies to fast trains to cruises and more, it was imperative to her that Carlos Amir experience the world the way she was allowed to. He was her world. And we can definitely tell that in the pictures and the love and that she expressed through her posting. And, you know, just her pictures of her son, loving on him, giving him the world that she could, you know. Just the loving gesture that she did on the day of dropping him off at his first day. And then his reply to her. That was beautiful. And yeah, she loved her baby. Let me throw this back up. As a matter of fact, I think this is the one. Let's see. Yeah, that's the one that I'm reading, I think. Okay, so yes, it says he was her world. So Romeca had also had the perfect village all on her own. Mimi was protected by her eldest brother, Tim, and spoiled by her second eldest brother, Ty, and Stanley. Her and Willie were PICs, partners in crime. She would often party with her big sisters, Nika and Sierra, and nerd out with her second big sister, Drika. She had the perfect balance. She would smother her siblings in love, hugs, phone calls, gifts, and more. She loved her children. She loved their children as if they were her own, and cherished every moment with her family. Romeca's first bestie was Mrs. Tina. Baby, when I say she was so phony when it came to her mom, she did not play about her mommy. Tina was her shopping buddy, her foodie, her confidant, her strength. Her mom meant the world to her. She spoiled her mom. Mimi was always so grateful that God chose the mom he did for her. Oftentimes, Romeca would even have a hard time sharing her mommy with the other kids. Like the time her sister Nika told her FedEx dropped her off. Told her that FedEx dropped her off. Mimi cried for days. But she was just a mommy's girl, and she didn't want it any other way. Mimi was so loved, but also loved so many things, so many other people. She had her cousins that became siblings and her friends that became sisters. She was always ecstatic for a reason to dress up and gather with her favorite people. That she definitely loved to dress up and be pretty. Just that I could see that. They dressed up a lot to hang out. I mean, they got sharp heels, all that, dresses, and they had a blast. She would spend countless hours laughing. As a matter of fact, let me play this video. I mean, this is just them clowning, dressed up, having fun. I'm like, what are they doing? That's Romeca. She got her held up and then she fell down. I don't know what that thing is she was on. You see her cracking up. They all dressed alike. They in they pink. That really was her color. And if I had to guess, she was the one planning all these parties and gatherings, a lot of them, you know, possibly. Okay, they had a blast. And Mimi was so loved, but she was loved by so many other people. She had her cousins that became siblings and friends that became sisters. She was always ecstatic for a reason to dress up and gather with her favorite people. She would spend countless hours laughing along with them, eating all the food, and then sneaking off to the couch because she just didn't want to leave. She was loved and found safety in those spaces, so she lingered. On September 8th, 2025, Romeca made her transition. She leaves the cherish in her memories, her mother, Tina. Okay, and you know, they go on to name her family, her one son, but it names a brother, Robert, Timothy, Stanley, and Ty. Those are all her brothers, and that was something that I wanted to point out because I didn't see them in the pictures, but possibly these are her dad's sons. And I also seen that somebody said something about his soul sister. But that's all I got for y'all today. We will be like I said, covering this case to the end. And I ain't gonna waste your time. We gonna get up out of here. Y'all, please smack the thumbs up on the way out. Please be sure to subscribe to the channel. And justice for Romeca. Prayers to her family and her baby.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. For sharing. For sharing. For sharing. Thank you for so much.
Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up.
Woo!
Smack that thumbs up on the way out, y'all. Thank you for tuning in.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. I stand on business. You drop me somewhere, I stand on business. You drop me in your hood, I stand on business. I've been stand on business. Nanny boo boo.
All right, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in. Peace and love, y'all. We out.
Crime TV. It don't matter the color of the skin. Man, just let the case land. Fans. This is God work, not a fake plan. Too many kids being found in these lakes, man. This is MTGV, and you with Miss V. She keep her ear
Welcome
to
in,
the
everybody.
straight drum to a B.
Please smack that thumbs up as you come in.
But all trolls we
Welcome in
delete,
to all my
you better
members and
believe.
subscribers.
So you know we
Shout out to everybody in the building. We're going to be talking about Romeca Meeks,
But it's getting so out of control.
Chicago, Illinois.
Just so you know
A lot has happened since we replied last.
We know.
Welcome in, y'all. Shout out to Snoop Nation.
Thank you for tuning in to MTGV, True Crime TV.
Yes, so we got a lot to talk about, y'all.
Miss V.
Please subscribe if you have not.
Make sure you subscribe. And make sure you leave a comment too. Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's see who's in the building. Nobody has dropped down in the building. So welcome in to everybody in the bushes and everybody that'll be watching on the replay. I want to go over a few things that I found concerning the case. It's so much going on with the case. But specifically, let me just start with, as everybody come in, let's start with the last thing that we were talking about the case. Or they were going to court. We talked about, I do believe we talked about the court. But it was a bunch of commotion going on out there. A lot of things has happened. And I just feel like Carlos kind of goes out of his way to show that he ain't fazed by anything, right? So one thing I wanted to point out too is when I was looking at this video, the guy that's on the ground that we can see, he has on pink. And on the back of his jacket is a logo or something. That's not Carlos. Carlos, I'm sure he was on the ground, but that's not the person that we see. That looks like that was Romeca's family that had on like I seen a person with a pink hoodie on and he had on some pink shoes, I believe. You could see that this guy got on pink and something on his jacket. What's his name? Carlos had on a hoodie. And so I don't believe that that was him right there. And you also see his friend creeping over there like he was about to help him out or whatever. But, you know, that didn't go well for him. So I got a couple still shots, but I peeped that out. I'm like, that's not Carlos right there that we can see. But we can see the guy right here. He see his fist balled up right there. And so it looked like he got on like gray pants and black shoes. He got on a black jacket. I seen, and he got a patch on the side of his jacket, right? So I don't know. Listen, this friend ran up to help Carlos, but it was nothing but a bunch of cops right there. So it really was nothing that he could do to help out anyway, even though he wanted to, you know, be able to say, hey, I ran up to help my dude or whatever. But so pretty much, okay, so I did like a free shot on that. You could see them rolling the guy over. You could see the cop there. Behind the cops are the females that was, you know, Romeca's family was back there behind, right? So, I mean, listen, wasn't nothing about to happen too much because the cops was right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, they was right there with their tasers in hand. You know, right there to stop it and break it up. So wasn't nobody gonna get hurt too bad out there, right? We see all that. So when he ran up to help, he knew that it would be help for him as well. I mean, this is the scene before the you know, Romeca supporter even did anything. I'm just saying, I mean, but then it quickly went left. You know what I'm saying? I noticed that, you know, in the midst of all the swing, the spinning and all that, he was doing some Mortal Kombat moves, some Chris Brown and Michael Jackson. He was doing all kind of twirling and moving around, but I didn't see him. He wasn't, this wasn't no fight. Okay. This was just a little disagreement. This was the Mortal Kombat move. Then he bust out, looked like he's about to do a split right here. Like it was a lot going on with that thing. But you know, everybody lived to see another day. Nobody got hurt out there, and they were released pretty quickly, I'm sure. I didn't hear nothing about buying money needing to be you know, collected or nothing like that. But this dude knew that he wasn't gonna get hurt too bad because the cops was right there, you know. They was right there to stop everything. But as far as Carlos, like he went live later that day, and it just seemed like he go out of his way to let people know that he ain't fazed. He ain't fazed by nothing. So that's me also pointing out the pink that this guy has on us on the ground. And it's a female that's recording and she got fur on her on the sleeve of her coat. Looked like she got on a long trench coat with fur around the hood. I don't know where she came from, but she was the one with the camera. And I guess this was a picture that Lowe's posted, you know, closely right after everything had happened. And I'm just showing here, you know, you can see the difference in the photos. And this is something also that he posted. Now, it's a big difference with punctuation and what things may mean, right? Because we see that he wrote right here, I say to myself, damn the kids. That not to me, that mean F them kids. The way that he wrote that, I say to myself a lot, damn the kids. Okay, but had he put an apostrophe right there at damn, it would have said something different. It would mean something different to me. Now, when I'm going to read it with the apostrophe, I say to myself a lot, damn the kids. Now, to me, that means, damn, what the kids gonna do? What about the kids? Ain't nobody thinking about them, especially him. So I don't know what he mean. Do he mean F them kids or do he mean he thinking about them first? But we know he wasn't thinking about the kids first because of what happened to Romeca. And according to what Romeca wrote, he was saying, damn them kids, meaning F them kids, right? According to what she wrote right here, because she was complaining about him not getting a son, buying things. He'd say one thing and do another. And this happened in August. I remember the August court date coming up, but I don't remember. I think he said something. If y'all knew what happened, y'all wouldn't be saying that or something. So something happened around this date of August 20th. I know, as a matter of fact, it might have been because I had some pictures in here that showed where he had broke into her house and all of that stuff. That might have been around the same time. Let me see if I could see a date on. I don't think I took this out. Hold on, y'all. Let's see if I can find a date here. Nope, it ain't no date on this. I don't think. Okay. So there he is outside of her window. So it had to be somewhere around here, I'm going to think. I'm going to leave that up anyway. But she said, how long does it take for a baby daddy to get over his first baby mama? And I'm asking for myself. This Inga got to get off my D. And that's funny. And be a dad. I'm tired of getting popped up on at my job and school. So it seems like they had practice before they did this pop up at the school, near the school or whatever, far away from his home. It seemed like they was practicing and those ways wasn't getting to her. So let's try another school and let's do another pop up. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I'm kind of getting out of this. Oh, let me put this back up that I'm reading. Because that's what was going on. She was getting popped up on all the time. Okay. And so, and getting fought on. She said she tired of getting popped up on her job and school, ready to get fought on. Inga, go fight them other bees you clearly don't want. And we know that a fight broke out. They said he had Romeca in a headlock at a school pop-up, you know, down the street from the school. He had her in a headlock. Okay, her and Carlos was going at it before old Holly decided she was going to grab her weapon. And I wonder how Holly is Holly right now. Was she holly and jolly for Christmas this season? Because she didn't get a chance to take them cutesy pictures that she was teasing everybody about that she was going to be taken. They were going to be taken. So how Holly was Holly this Christmas day? Okay, and so she said, I only argue with you about my son. And F a million. Well, shoot, I didn't black this out. And F and a million. Gas and disrespectful B. A million Angus Okay, so she's and I'm a effing a million ingas and disrespectful. B, if I'm such a hoe about it, don't want you on my mama, G. You don't have my number or my address. Now, there was something that Carlos had wrote saying that he didn't know her address and all that. I'm gonna pull that back up if I didn't take it out. But she said, B, but now I'm such a hoe, but don't want you on my mama, G. You don't have my number or my address. I'm tired of you playing with my name on me. Mr. Always say I'm a do or I'm a buy my son something and don't. Okay, so yeah, that's a problem. So now I'm wondering again, was he really saying F them kids? Because Romeca said pretty much that's what he was doing when she was here. And the good thing is she actually documented a lot of the stuff, told people what was going on and all of that, and it's actually lining up. Okay, so the reason, let me go to, before I get into this paperwork that I wanted to go over, let me see this right here. Her, and it says in circuit courts, Illinois Criminal Division. This is a motion or notice of filing. A motion to vacate detention order and release. Okay, so she's still trying to get out. But one of the things I wanted to go over is the video that Carlos put up right after all of this stuff happened. And like I said, he goes out of his way to show that he carefree. He don't care. He really don't. He goes out of his way to let people know that he don't care. And you will hear that. But before I do that, let me put this video up right quick. Okay.
Bigger every year. A toy. It's an annual tradition that gets bigger and bigger every year. A toy giveaway, and hundreds of people lined up even hours before it started, hoping to get a few extra things to put under the Christmas tree. There was a festive atmosphere in this Inglewood neighborhood thanks to the Kids Corner toy giveaway, making the holidays brighter for families in need. Delise Williams organizes the event in its 20th year.
They walk away with tears saying they don't know what they were going to do for their grandchildren.
But behind the joy is the story of loss for the family of Romeca Meeks Blackmon. She was shot and killed back in September while dropping off her son at school. Another woman has been charged with first-degree murder. Blackmon's mother, Tina McMiller, says she is struggling.
It's very hard. It's very hard.
McMiller brought Blackmon's 7-year-old son, Amir, to help hand out toys, spreading the kindness they say Romeca embodied every day.
I'm trying to stay focused and give him the best Christmas that he could ever have, that his mom would give him. So that's what I'm fighting for.
And families who lined up for the giveaway say they appreciate the generosity coming in the midst of a family's pain.
And it's hard times right now, as it is for everyone in the economy, and so this year is hitting me pretty hard, so this is helping tremendously.
What I do is, some stuff we get, I pass it along to other kids. Somebody give me something and we double back and give somebody else something.
Wait, hold on, y'all. Okay, and then his grandmother put up a video. She put up a video of Romeca's son, like thanking everybody for what they had done and stuff like that. I'm gonna pull that up right quick. Okay, so this is Romeca's mom, Tina McMiller. And let's go So she posted this 4 hours ago, a beautiful picture of Romeca. Or she shared it or something. Let's see. And don't stop mentioning her name. Don't stop sharing her story. We don't care who behind these fake pages. For Holly, Romeca got the whole world supporting her and her family. Justice for Romeca. I see why Holly was jealous of Romeca. She was beautiful. Even a blind man can see that. This is some AI stuff somebody made. Here's her mom on Christmas saying that Christmas without you was very devastating. Lord, please wrap your arms around me, Amir, and my entire family. Lord, only you know the pain we are feeling. Romeca Meeks' favorite holiday is Christmas. Wow. And that's her sister. Merry Christmas, sister. I love you and miss you so much. So her mom shared that from the sister. She shared the other one. And we had already, oh, wait a minute. What happened to the one? So I don't see the video now that was here before. Wait, what? Oh, there's something else. Okay, hold on, y'all. Okay, there I go. All right, I'm gonna get into, let me pull this up at least. Hold on, y'all. Please smack this thumbs up for me. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I'm looking for this video when Carlos was, okay, so for Christmas, Carlos was at his family's house and he was over there for whatever reason. He went over there to go live just to show that he didn't give a damn. That's how I feel. He went live like he didn't care about nothing. And I'm going to play a little bit of it, but then he called somebody on the phone. And it's all loud in the background, but you can hear a little bit of the person that he's talking to. And he talking about getting women and all this stuff. Man, he talking about a fresh cut and he trying to get some hoes or something. So I guess this is what Los is. He is the whole man. Like, he the one that connect everybody with all the women, okay? So we know that he was never a faithful guy because he was too busy doing stuff like this. So yeah, this Christmas Day, the house is packed. Everybody having fun. They're playing games on the TV. It just looked like he just went to where the action was at. So it seemed like he's still living his life. He don't give a damn about what nobody thinking or whatever. Welcome in, Marcy. Justice for Romeca Meeks Blackmon and Amir. Absolutely. Shout out to my BFF in the building. How y'all doing? And thank y'all for tuning in and dropping down. And the people in the bushes, y'all please smack the thumbs up. So yeah, this is what this was to me. You know, a carefree, I don't give a damn. This was on Christmas Eve. And you know the trial thing or the court hearing stuff happened on the 23rd. So this is him with his, you know, he had the little lip thing going on. He about to call somebody. Or they gonna call him. I don't know which one. See, so that kind of stuff. Matter of fact, I went to a Christmas gift exchange this last week, and we played the game. We was playing that game.
You don't laugh, but I ain't gonna show your face all the way.
Okay, so this is friend. Hold on. He talking about he ain't gonna show his face all the way, but he did end up showing his face.
Good, what you on? You don't laugh, man. You don't laugh, but I ain't gonna show your face all the way. You ain't no shit though.
He said after I show my face, he don't care. Okay. Shout out to Rooted. Welcome in. How you doing, fam? Good to see you. Welcome in, Marcy.
You know, I don't need nobody with me. I mean, I roll by myself, man. You know, I pop out by myself everywhere, man. I don't need no numbers or nothing.
That's letting you know he ain't scared of nothing. He ain't worried about nobody. He by himself all the time.
Oh, yeah, that was he can. You can come get me, show. When I get back, when I come from downtown, yeah. When I go to this next spot, yeah. Oh, damn. Okay, damn. You gotta send me that. All right, you gotta send me that low. Hey, you far as hell. Hey, to be making you go in. Oh, you got a fresh cut? You lit, boy. Hey, my cousin needs moles. I ain't got to show your face, gang.
Y'all see, that's the first thing he talking about. My cousin needs some hoes. Like, what? That's all he think about.
He think he fresh, bro. Hold on. Let's see if they gonna show you love on this bitch home. He said what?
It's all about the women for Carlos. His cousin needs some hoes. Now he's showing his face.
Let's talk about he's single. What up, man? When you coming in town, Joe? Oh. She turned down on this man. Yeah, that shit was crazy though. Hey, cuz. Hey. Hey, hold on. I'm gonna make sure I get the music card for your ass. You be far as hell, boy. I'm gonna pick you up and throw a nigga off the hour or two.
So yeah, he just wanted to show everybody that he's still living his life like he been living his life. He ain't worried about nobody, nothing. He ain't worried about nobody touching him. He's still by himself. Catch him outside.
To her car, grabbed the gun, and came back shooting. That's not self-defense, baby.
Now this is the one I wanted to look. This one with her mom.
to leave her lifeless like that. That is your baby's brother. What kind of woman are you?
Now that is crazy. Like they wasn't thinking at all. Now, how could they ever be siblings after this? You know, like it's gonna take them to be strong to be able to even come together. They probably not gonna like each other. I don't know, but the baby was 6 months, could have been hurt, could have been hit. His mother put this baby in danger, and everybody that was out there that day, because bullets ricochet, right? Okay, and how close was she to Romeca to get all that blood on her?
She allowed you and Carlos to take her baby out with your child to eat dinner.
Now, I remember Carlos making a correction, talking about now when they say, you know, she a good mother and she took them to meet each other and all this stuff. No, that ain't how it happened. What she did was, this is what Carlos saying, that she brought her son to his house, had him ring the doorbell, and she put off. And he said he was on his way to take them, meaning old girl Holly, not so Holly probably at this moment, and the baby to the airport. So when he said that, and he said he had him call his mom right back. So yeah, that way he'll be able to get her phone number, right? Here, call your mama. He can get her phone number. He probably had his own phone, I'm not sure, but he was able to call his mom, and she said he told her that he was about to leave to take them to the airport, and she was like, I'm about to come back and get him. And she was like, no. So he said that's how he ended up with his son. And that's how they met each other. It wasn't because she wanted them to meet.
Don't make her look like she's a monster, because she's not.
So he was saying that against her mother, and what she said is what I'm gathering.
She's not. And I just want justice. Someone must pay for this. If you want to say that she blocked your car, her hood of her car is in the back of your car, and Carlos' car is in the front of hers. Make it make sense.
Now, we talked about that before because Holly was parked, right? And they said that Carlos parked a couple cars ahead of Holly. And when Romeca pulled up, she pulled up right next to the empty spot. So she wasn't blocking nobody in. Her car was right there where nobody was parked at, but she was in the street. So yeah, that whole, she blocked her, and y'all see where her car at. It's an empty space right there in front or whatever, where she at.
So they had her blocked in. Yeah. They said Romeca had Hollywood. Turn around.
Now, what this is right now is this is Holly walking up with a sign that says, will you be my godparents? So she was pregnant with her baby, and she was asking them to be her baby's godparents. And this is what this is. She got a sign, holding up a sign with an ultrasound stuck to it. So now I'm wondering, whoever these people are that she wanted to be godparents, how serious are they about being godparents? Because they definitely gonna need some real godparents, because the mama ain't there no more, and then she gonna have another one if that all happens, and if it's true. So let me play this. So that was their reaction to her holding a sign. They were very excited about that. So, okay, now I'm going to pull up the paperwork that I wanted to read over. I just wanted to go over a few of those things. There's so much with this case. I got a lot more to say, but let's get to the paperwork. Everybody out here, see what I'm saying though? Everybody out here living their lives. You know, Holly is locked up. Her baby can visit her in prison. You know, her family can still talk to her. She could do her 20 years or whatever they give her, and then come out with a better way of thinking, possibly, and all of that. But the only person who don't get to do over that day is her. It's final. So it's not the same. I happened to run across a video. It was actually a live stream, and they were talking about how everybody is like looking out for Romeca's son, but not her, the killer's alleged killer's son. That's not the way it works. Okay, I just think it's absolutely ridiculous that people are thinking that the world is supposed to be behind the person who chose to make this, to do this. That's not the way it works. People do not gravitate to the person who unalives someone, the criminal. They don't take the side of the criminal and think about their children. I've been reporting crime since 2020. I ain't seen that yet. As a matter of fact, I think this is the first time. It is the first time I've seen two groups of people fighting about the kids. I ain't never seen that. Well, this kid deserved some help too. Well, his mama did what his mama did. So everybody that's on the mom side, they need to rally behind this baby and make sure this baby is taken care of. He's a child. He didn't ask to be here. He didn't have nothing to do with it. But his mother and his father didn't care enough. They had him in the car when they did this. If nothing was going to stop you from making a horrible mistake, the worst mistake of your life, that should have been your child that could have made that happen for you. Like, how do you expect for the world to care about this kid when they didn't? And I'm not saying, I'm just saying they were supposed to care first. They was never supposed to put their child in that predicament. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And anybody that, is rallying for the baby, why don't they just get a group of people together and do what they do? But I've just never seen this in my life. Like, what's really going on? And then calling for Tia Ewing's firing and all this, and this woman is doing her job. But I could tell when Tia came back, she kind of was rolling it back because she was clearly on Romeca's side. I could tell that she was clearly against what Carlos did, like everybody else. She was leaning more towards the person that ain't here no more, that can't talk for themselves or defend themselves anymore. She was. And then she came back. I'm not going to say she was rolling nothing back. She was just trying to be unbiased at that point because it had ruffled some feathers and she wanted to be fair. But she see what's going on just like everybody else. And then her husband happened to be the same person that helped with the kids' delivery of the toys and all that. It is sad. Y'all, please like and comment and subscribe, and also share this out. Okay, so I'm gonna get to this paperwork, and this is a motion for relief pursuant to Illinois Supreme Court rule. So this is Holly's lawyer filing a motion. Let me put this paper that I'm looking at. Let's see, this one. Yeah. I'm not going to pull up everything either. I'm going to just pull that part up. And I got another. This is the first part of it right here, which I don't even have it on my screen. Let me look at that. Hold on. Okay, so it says in the Circuit Court of Cook County, Illinois, Criminal Division, people of the state of Illinois versus Quadajah Johnson, to assist state attorney. So it says notice of filing. Please take notice. Hold on, I'm turning this around. Please take notice that on December 23rd, 2025, or as soon thereafter, as counsel may be heard, I shall appear before the presiding judge, Doss Deal, sitting in her stead. usually occupied by her in Cook County, Illinois, and then and there review. Motion to vacate detention order and release defendant from pretrial detention. In the above, yeah. And you see Ari Williams, that is her attorney. And she was basically saying that they only holding her because of what the witnesses said. So it says the motion for release, let me pull that part up. The motion for relief pursuant to Illinois Supreme Court rule. So now comes the defendant, Quadajah Johnson, by and through her attorney, Ari Williams, or Ari Williams, and respectfully request this honorable court's review its decision entered on July 9th, 2024. Review its decision entered July 9th, 2024, a hearing pursuant to the Pretrial Fairness Act in support of defendant's motion for relief under the Pretrial Fairness Act. Defendant states as follows. On or about September 8th, 2025, defendant was arrested for the offense of first-degree murder, among other charges. On December 4th, 2025, Ms. Johnson appeared for her initial detention hearing. Following the hearing, Ms. Johnson had been held in detention, as she should. Okay, so now I gotta go back. Hold on. Do this. But why would anybody think that the the witnesses would be lying? But there are times when witnesses think they seen something and don't, everybody, they're human. But I hope it's some recordings out there. They trying to she's trying to discredit the witnesses for sure. Okay, so on December 4th, Ms. Johnson appeared on her initial detention hearing. Following the hearing, Ms. Johnson was held in detention. So the state of Illinois was abolished in requirement that the defendant post monetary bail in hold on. Okay, so monetary bail. Where? Are we still there? Hold on. Okay, so it says the state of Illinois has abolished or required that the defendant post mandatory bail in order to be granted pretrial release from custody. This law was originally set to go into effect on January 1st, 2023. On December 31st, 2022, the Supreme Court granted the superior order staying the effects of the pretrial release provisions that abolish monetary bail in Illinois. Okay, so we don't want to read all that. Hold on. Got time for all that. So as of September 18, 2023, a defendant may only be denied pretrial release upon the filing of verified petition by the state and after the court holds a hearing and make required written findings. Upon verified petition by the state, the court shall hold the hearing and may deny the defendant pretrial release only if the defendant's pretrial release poses a release and present a threat to the safety of any person or persons or the community based on the specific articulable facts of the case, and the defendant is charged with a forcible felony. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Finding something more detailed. So the argument is, hold on. There has been a change in circumstances sufficient to warrant and redetermination in Quadajah Johnson's detention status. It says, in recent cases, the appellant court has held that circuit court must find changed circumstances before it alters an existing order to detain a defendant. People versus Certas, and they've given examples and all of this stuff. Okay. It says, since Ms. Johnson's last detention hearing, counsel has since had the opportunity to speak with her family, review discovery, and understand more about the case than what was originally understood. I'm assuming. Hold on, I gotta move it. Let's see. Yeah, okay. It says, since Ms. Johnson's last detention hearing, counsel has since had the opportunity to speak with her family, review discovery, and understand more about the case than previously proffered, as well as Ms. Johnson's background. The new information constitutes a change in circumstance sufficient to warrant redetermination of Ms. Johnson's detention status. Where this court solely relied on allegations that were made against Ms. Johnson to initially determine her custody status, this court should reconsider its ruling and order less restrictive means for Ms. Johnson's release, consistent with the Illinois law. It also says the state is unable to meet the burden of providing by clear and convincing evidence that the proof of evidence and presumption is great. Quadajah Johnson, in fact, committed this offense. Okay. And then it says the circumstances and facts of this case do not weigh in favor of any of the factors court considered when determining whether a defendant poses a real and present threat, I would think, but hold on. Hold on. Real and present. Yeah, so it says the circumstances and facts of this case do not weigh in favor of any of the factors courts consider when determining whether the defendant poses a real and present threat to the safety of any person. And she was real, willy-nilly with that weapon, so I don't know. She put her own baby in danger. Okay, so the state bears the burden of providing by clear and convincing evidence that the proof is evident or the presumption great that the defendant has committed the offense listed in, and then they give some numbers. The numbers are 725 ILCS 5 110-6.18. And regarding the charge, the state has the burden of providing that Ms. Johnson had the intent to kill the deceased Romeca Blackmon without lawful justification. And they feel like they have proved it, but she's saying regarding the charges, the state has the burden of providing that Ms. Johnson had the intent to unalive the deceased. I think that's pretty easy when she fired more than one shot when she was already down, if that is what happened. And I do know that, she's innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. So we definitely have to say alleged, but that's what they said. So, and it also explains why she's still sitting in here, because they feel like she is a danger. It says the state cannot prove this by clear and convincing evidence. The state cannot prove that Ms. Johnson intended to unalive or do great bodily harm to the victim without lawful justification when Ms. Johnson acted in defense of herself and her 6-month-old son. This is what she's saying. Now, I also heard that Carlos said that she ran up on her and hit her. I heard Carlos say she jumped out the car on bully mode, straight bully mode, when he was at the DCFS. So do they have that? Obviously, they don't have proof of that, because if they did, then old Holly wouldn't be locked up. So that's what I'm looking at. Let me read it again. It says the state cannot prove this by clear and convincing evidence. The state cannot prove that Ms. Johnson intended to kill or do great bodily harm to the victim without lawful justification when Ms. Johnson acted in self-defense of herself and her 6-month-old son, even though Carlos was in between them trying to break it up. She could have went to the car, and when she went to the car to get the weapon, she could have just kept going. She could have got in the car behind the wheel and left. So, I mean, I would want to do everything in my power to not take somebody out if I could. And she didn't do that. She had other options. She could have left. She really could have at that moment. In establishing self-defense, the defendant must show some evidence that unlawful force was threatened against them. Hold on. In establishing self-defense, the defendant must show some evidence that unlawful force was, that unlawful force was against them. The danger of harm was imminent. The defendant was not the aggressor. That she actually believed that a danger existed. Force was necessary to avert the danger. This is all the stuff they got to establish in self-defense. And to me, all of this stuff is against Holly, but let me read it. So in establishing self-defense, the defendant must show some evidence that unlawful force was threatened against them. The danger of harm was imminent. The defendant was not the aggressor. That she actually believed that a danger existed. Force was necessary to avert the danger. And the type and amount of force was necessary. And that her beliefs were reasonable. Like when she said, I was in fear for her life, for my life. Was that reasonable or not? No, in my opinion. Anyway, additionally, thereas the law does not require the aggressor to be armed for self-defense to be justified. So it don't matter that Romeca didn't have a weapon. If she felt like she was defending herself and she was in fear for her life and all of that, then that was good enough. But she wasn't in fear for her life because Carlos was in the middle and all this stuff. That's why she locked up right now. But anyway, let me just read the facts. We see everything that we see, and she could have left. Like I said, a scared person wouldn't have even never showed up in Chicago because she don't live there. The paperwork, the information that I put up, she lived far from there. Let me see, do I even got it in here? And then I'm gonna go back to that. I don't think I do because it was so much I was trying to put in here that I couldn't. And then this dude, he be sitting here, he want pity. Look at his face. Feel sorry for me. You alive. You alive, okay? He alive. Only one that can't do over is Romeca. Let me put it. This is what we reading here. So, let me go back. The defendant was not the aggressor, that she actually believed that a danger existed. Force was necessary to avert the danger, and a type and amount of force was necessary, and that her belief was reasonable. Very much not. And then it says First District, 1988. Okay, that's in parentheses. So additionally, whereas the law does not require the aggressor to be armed for self-defense to be justified, it must appear that the aggressor is capable of inflicting serious bodily harm without the use of a deadly weapon and is intending to do so. Man, what did Romeca have? They was about the same size and all of that stuff. Carlos was in the middle, choking and holding her back. So basically, like I said she got jumped. I mean, she couldn't go if she wanted to because he had her in a headlock. And at some point, she did get in her car. And that's when she got back out when old girl came back over there, according to the witnesses. But anyway, we had all the facts will come out. But this is what they're saying. Okay, so additionally, as the law does not require the aggressor to be armed for self-defense to be justified, it must appear that the aggressor is capable of inflicting serious bodily harm without the use of a deadly weapon. That's crazy. And his intentions to do so. Do so. All such aforementioned factors have been met in this case, and such is as follows. When the state has failed to capture and sensationalize throughout the reporting of this case is the reality and the truth. The victim had consistently and through various means threatened the use of unlawful force against Ms. Johnson. So words definitely ain't equivalent to no hot ass lead. Okay, so let's go on. Words. Oh shoot, what am I doing? Hold on, y'all. And it says threat to safety or any person. The state bears the burden of providing by clear and convincing evidence that the proof is evident or the presumption great that the defendant has committed an offense listed. Okay. Regarding the charge, the state has the burden of providing that Ms. Johnson had the intent to kill without lawful justification. Okay, hold on. Let's go. This is getting mixed up here. All such aforementioned factors have been met in this case, and and such is as follows. What the state has failed to capture and sensationalize through the reporting of this case, the reality and the truth, the victim had consistently and through various, that they about to say that she was threatening her through somebody. Like, I don't even know if that ever happened. Because we know that Romeca actually was posting stuff saying that this girl is saying that I'm messing with her, but I'm not, and all of this. She was documenting all of this stuff. So it says, what the state has failed to capture and sensationalize throughout the reporting of this case is the reality and the truth. The victim had consistently and through various means threatened the use of unlawful force against Miss Johnson. Miss Johnson, her closest friend, her family members have all been subjected to the victim's insistence and concerning harassment. So can they prove this? Can they prove this? Whether that be via unsolicited calls or text messages. And then it says December 4th. Hold on. So, I mean, I guess y'all got proof of all this then. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. Let me try not to skip nothing. It said Miss Johnson was continually threatened by the victim on her cell phone to the extent that Miss Johnson had to block the victim's phone number. The threats from the victim were relentless, even have gone as far as to find Miss Johnson's grandmother's phone number, calling her grandmother and making it clear that it was her intent to unalive Miss Johnson. So I'ma assume they got proof of this. I'ma assume. I wonder, because I mean she's saying a lot. Do they have proof of this? All of these calls. Surely she saved all of this, right? Surely this is gonna be easy to prove if it happened. Even if she was threatening and doing all that before, those are just words. When she was in front of you, what happened that day? Because once she was in front of her, Carlos had her in a headlock and he was standing in between them. And she was arguing and cussing and fussing when she could have got in her car with her baby and left. You know, we talking about the scared person here. I would want to do everything in my power to not use a weapon to take somebody out and be going through this. If I could have got away, then you get away. The unlawful use of force threatened against Miss Johnson by the victim. Hold on. Words is words. Hold on, y'all. So it says the threats from the victims were relentless, even having gone as far as to find the grandmother's phone number, calling the grandmother, making clear that she had the intent to kill Miss Johnson. The unlawful use of force against Miss Johnson by the victim was grave and real. The unlawful use of force threatened. The unlawful use of force threatened against Miss Johnson by the victim were grave and real. It was words. Miss Johnson was genuinely concerned for her safety, given that she was pregnant at the time she was receiving these threats, that the victim was going to end her and ultimately her child's life. So she was interesting. So she was pregnant at the time, and she was also pregnant when she did that I would never video. She was pregnant. She absolutely was pregnant because of what she was saying. I would never would have pregnant. What? Well, I nigga got a baby on the way. Yeah, because she the one that was pregnant. And she was talking big time mess while she had the baby in the womb. And then she brought the baby with her to commit a murder. That's what happened. Allegedly. Because that is what happened. Romeca didn't leave that day. Okay. And shout out to everybody in the building. Y'all, please smack that thumbs up. And thank you so much for tuning in. This is crazy. Do y'all got it recorded saying this? Do you got a phone call from her phone saying this? You got the text messages? I mean, I would think well, not necessarily, even if she had all of that stuff, that still don't explain the day that it happened. You still have to line. You can't have this stuff lined up from 2 months ago. It would have had to happen that day. What happened that day? It don't matter what she did in the past if she did, because I mean, if she did, because I ain't seen no proof, but this is what they saying. So I'm assuming they got proof. But that don't mean they do. Because at the same time, Romeca was saying what she was saying too. Now I can believe that it was some going back and forth. But I don't know about all these threatening somebody's life through somebody's grandmother and all that. Like, seemed like she would have said that to Los. You know what I'm saying? She would have been saying that kind of stuff to Los. But why didn't they say him? And why did they put her grandmother in it? And is her grandmother willing to take the stand and verify this stuff? Is she willing to get up there and say, yep, she said this to me on this date. I felt this way, that, yeah. Did this really happen? Or is she just throwing granny in it? The unlawful use of force threatened against Ms. Johnson by the victims were grave and real. Ms. Johnson was genuinely concerned for her safety, given that she was pregnant at the time she received these threats. That the victim was going to end her and ultimately her child's life. At 5:22, Ms. Johnson's concern led her obtaining an order of protection against the victim in December of 2024. Hold on, because I have something written about this. Let's see. So it says here that these were her failed restraining order attempts, the deliveries. The attempt, it was July 15th of 2025, July 16th of 2025, July 18th of 2025, August 14th of 2025, and October 2nd of 2025, which Romeca was unalived by that time. August 14th, they tried to serve her, and I do have this right here that says August 20th. So that was 6 days after. So they tried to serve her on August 14th. 6 days later, Romeca put this on her page. Okay. So Carlos, he was doing a whole lot. And let me see. I don't have a date on this. But that probably was in August sometime too. I gotta look at the other stuff to see when the house got towed up and all that. The TV slammed, and I took it all out. But we talked about it in my previous live stream. So yeah, all these times they tried to serve her. Okay. And hold on. Okay, so it says at 5:22, Ms. Johnson's concerns led her to obtaining an order of protection against the victim in December of 2024. I don't know what this means. It says at 4:9-12 and 5:14, This order of protection was granted in July. So basically the stuff that I read that I got written down, I can understand that better than reading here, but they just going through that. So it said the order of protection was granted in July. Okay, so and I wonder what took it so long from December. It took from December 2024 all the way to July for it to be granted. And then once it was granted, they went July, that was the 15th, then the 16th, 18th, they tried to deliver. Then in August one time, they skipped September completely. They ain't even go out there in September, but they in October after she already gone. Anyway, so they skipped the month that old girl decided to unalive her. So the order of protection was granted in July of 2025, a few months prior to the incident. At then it says 4:15, the victim was served with this order. The victim was served with this order of protection and was aware that the order of protection was placed against her. And then it says see some exhibit. But that's not what Tia Ewing reported. Because as a matter of fact, I wrote these dates down on something that Tia was talking about, and it says failed restrainer attempts, orders delivered. So they never delivered these, even if she did know, because somebody might have told her or threatened her. I don't know, but it's saying that she didn't. So which is it? Did she know about the orders or not? She definitely knew that somebody was trying to get some paperwork because she was talking about it. Like somebody was lying on her and saying that she was doing stuff she said she wasn't doing. And then we do know that Romeca was in school as well as working around the clock. So I really don't know when she had time to do this. I mean, because I got like 4 nurses in my family, 2 of them my siblings, the other one's cousins, right? That nursing is not easy. It's hard. It's a lot of book work, studying, and that major test is, yeah. Like, anyway, it don't also make sense to be in nursing school and dealing with this kind of stuff, because you're going, I mean, you can't be a nurse and have all of this stuff on your record. So it's who lying? I'm gonna go with the person that's still here, alive. Romeca ain't here to defend herself no more. Shout out to Rap City. I'm probably saying that wrong, but that's crazy. She stalked Romeca. If anything, Holly got some mental issues, I believe, just never got it checked out. Yeah, it does sound, I've heard somebody say that it seems like the elevator don't go all the way up to the top floor. And also, you know, the mother seemed off. But I don't know these people. I haven't seen them, but I could believe it. Like, you gotta be a fool. You got to be slow Joe to even do this stuff. You know, this before anything happened to Romeca on July 20th. Romeca went to the courthouse and talked to the judge, and she told Judge that Holly came to her job and she got mail and Holly. Also, Romeca went to the courthouse. Romeca on July 20th. Well, this is August 20th that, but then they do say July, it was granted in July of 2025. Okay, so Tybo know a little bit about what was going on. I'm gonna have to get that information. So while Quadajah was over obsessed, Rora was living her best life, focused on what matters. Exactly. I mean, she's working all these hours in a day. She got to go to school. You got to get ready for that big test. This is not easy. Miss Johnson was dead wrong. Shout out to T. Beezy. She sure was. Absolutely. She was scary. And she was setting this up as the way that it looks. You know, everything is alleged. She's innocent until proven and, you know, guilty in the court of law. That's why we say alleged. But the evidence is looking like they planned this. They couldn't get her at the son's school or whatever, and they found another way. But how do these women talk to other women when the man is the one who's supposed to have the loyalty? Yeah, now that's the sad part. And that's actually how Romeca was. Like, I mean, because I remember hearing something about Carlos telling her that she need to check these women when they popping up to her, telling her stuff and all of this stuff. And she said something like, what I look like checking women, you the one that I'm got the relationship with, or you the one that's supposed to be loyal to me or whatever. And she was saying that she would never be fighting somebody over a guy or whatever. But at the same time, her mom said that she came to her and told her she was tired. She was tired of doing all this fighting. She was tired of going back and forth with this guy. And she left. And that showed old boy something different, you know. But again, innocent until proven guilty. If I remember correctly, the court docs Holly had with the judge via Zoom, she was more concerned about a Roro jacket. Wow. Okay. So this jacket came up in court. I remember hearing about a jacket that saying something about Los. She had on one of Holly's old, I mean not Holly, but wore one of Romeca's old jackets or something like that. But then I also heard that Romeca found out about Holly because she said she left her bathrobe at his house. So she sounded like she was, see, this is what it sounded like to me. If Holly was pregnant doing all this and her and Los and Romeca was still kicking it, Holly was salty. She was pregnant with this man child and he was still kicking it with his baby mama. She was mad. So because she can't control the man, she can't stop him from being a hoe. Let's just put it on the woman. So let me do this I would never video. So I'll let her know. Let me let her know I left my robe over there. Let me put up this I would never video so she'll see that I would never do that while I'm pregnant and you still dealing with him. Girl, you supposed to run off. So to me, she was trying to run Ro off. She was trying, that's what it sounded like to me. And she don't sound like a scared person. A scared person would have never did that video. So that I would never video is going to be the same video that's going to get her life in prison or whatever they decide that she should have, because she was taunting her, talking about a bathrobe and talking about what she would never do. I don't nobody care what you would never do. You the one came in on a relationship. But you know, the person who fought it is this man right here, because he the man in the middle that was keeping it going. He the only reason why one knew each other business. Like I said, wouldn't he have been the more likely person to say that you know, she found out this stuff from him? But no, she put her grandmother in it. But we know when they asked her about this piece of mail that she had, because they was asking her about Romeca's address. And she was talking about, well, we share the same kid father. Yeah, so he was the man in the middle and playing the middle and the sides. And he was on old Holly's side. It's clear. That's whose side he was on. And so it's crazy that I just want to know how far is her grandmother going to go with this? Because did the grandmother really get the call, or did they put the grandmother in? So, the order of protection was granted in July, a few months prior to the incident. The victim was served with the order of protection and was aware. So I just want to know how is she saying that? How does she know she was aware if they never delivered anything? I want to know that. But it says the victim was served with the order of protection and was aware that this order of protection was placed against her. And it says, see exhibit. And then it says in parentheses, copy of OP continuance order noting respondent Blackmon was served in open court. Whoa. Copy of order of protection, I guess. Copy of OP continuance order noting respondent was served in open court. And it says a copy of the transcripts for June 18th, 2025 hearing regarding the order of protection was tendered to the court at Ms. Johnson's initial detention hearing, December 4th, 2025. A copy of the transcripts for June. So I'm guessing that's the one that she's saying that Romeca would have been given this information. The hearing regarding the order of protection was tendered in court at Miss Johnson's initial December. Okay, so that transcript, hold on. So that transcript illustrated the victim's inherent aggression and hostility, not only towards Miss Johnson, but towards the court as well. So I don't know about this. I don't know about this court date and stuff. So Romeca and Holly, if they had a court date, wouldn't they have seen each other face to face then, or was it a Zoom court thing? Like, I don't know this. I'm gonna have to investigate this. But this is what the lady is saying. That let's see, a copy of the transcripts for June 18th hearing, or 2025 hearing regarding the order of protection was tendered to the court as Ms. Johnson's initial detention hearing December 4th. That transcript illustrated the victim's inherent aggression and hostility not only towards Ms. Johnson, but towards the court as well. Release the tapes. The court frequently asked the victim to stop and that she was not doing anything to help her case of why Miss Johnson. Well, I would be irritated too if I was in court and somebody lying on me, but man, they got this to use against Romeca. I didn't know they had this. Hold on, y'all. So they saying it wasn't how she was acting was not helping her. Hold on. Okay. The lawful use of force against. Wait, hold on. That ain't where I want to be. So the court frequently asked the victim to stop and that she was not doing anything to help her case of why Miss Johnson, and I'm trying to figure out why I can't find the rest of this. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so the courts frequently. Wait, why is this on my screen? Hold on. The court frequently asked the victim to stop and that she was not doing anything to help her case of why Miss Johnson needs an order against her. So it sounds like, according to this, that Romeca was irritated in court, and they saying that she was being aggressive and hostile, and she wasn't helping her case by showing that aggression or whatever. But it just depends on what she was saying. I'm guessing all this stuff gonna come out in court as evidence if they gonna use her character and all this stuff. And so the court frequently asked the victim to stop. Okay, hold on. So why she needed an order against her. Hence, Miss Johnson has indeed shown and made clear that unlawful force was threatened against her. Really? Further, the danger of harm was imminent, where Miss Johnson reasonably believed that she was in danger by the victim. Hold on, let me. We ain't gonna act like she was innocent in all this, because you can't. How you gonna be scared and talking mess? That don't go together. How you gonna be scared and go park on the same street that you know she gonna be on at some point? How you gonna be scared and talk mess, period? How you gonna be scared and be? I'm sure she didn't call Romeca too. How did her and Romeca had a conversation about her robe being at his house? How did that conversation even happen? But it's going to be interesting, y'all, to get all the details, because we don't know. I mean, I don't know all this stuff personally, but I sure hope they can prove it. They show it to us. So, okay. So I'm going to read this part again. The court frequently asked the victim to stop and that she was not doing anything to help her case of why Miss Johnson needs the order against her. Hence, Miss Johnson has indeed shown and made clear that unlawful force was threatened against her. So do they have proof that Romeca hit her? Further, the evidence of harm was imminent where Miss Johnson reasonably believed that a danger by the victim existed and that the use of force was necessary. Can she explain why she walked away from the scene to go get it and come back? Like, you can't do that. If it was already in her hand at the time, then we wouldn't even be talking about this, I believe. You know, but you can't go leave the scene and then come back with a weapon. But see, that's why she's still in there, if you ask me. So hold on. Let's see. So against her, and then further, the danger of harm was imminent, where Miss Johnson reasonably believed that a danger by the victim existed and that the use of force was necessary to avert the danger that the victim presented on the morning of August 8th, 2025. Now, what is this saying? It says in bold, like, the court also denied the plaintiff OP multiple court dates. The court also denied the plaintiff order of protection multiple court dates. Is that what they're saying? Is that why it took so long? Like, because I'm trying to figure that out. But let me just read it. The court also denied the plaintiff OP multiple court dates, even on 6/18. For 7 months, no harm came to the defendant, Quadajah. Well, it's a Quadjo. When default 222 days, no harm, no meeting, no happenstance. 56 days after default order entered, no served, Romeca killed. Now this is weird how it's written. Okay, we gonna just keep reading. Hold on. Okay, so now we are at avert. Okay, so to avert the danger that the victim presented on the morning of September 8th, 2025, after having spent the weekend at the residence of her 6-month-old child's father, Carlos Smith, at okay, so I got something I can look at. I ain't gonna say. Anyway, they saying the street was South State Street. So it says that the 6-month child's father, Carlos Smith, at South State Street, Both Miss Johnson and Smith drove in Carlos' black Mercedes to where Miss Johnson's parked Chevy Cruze on 21st West Cermak Avenue. Okay, so they got the address 20 West Cermak Avenue. But then this street, the street that he lived on was, it just say, it's like 21st. It's more to it. South Street, South State Street. Why didn't they park on that street? Why didn't they park on that street? I heard her mother even saying he didn't live over there, and why didn't they park? Why didn't she park on his street? I want to know that too. So anyway, let me read it. Smith drove in. Johnson and Smith drove in Smith's black Mercedes to where Johnson's car was parked on 20 West Cermak Avenue. ID'd at, what is these numbers? 22 semicolon 8 through 13. Oh, so Smith's Mercedes was double parked 2 car lengths in front of Miss Johnson's car, facing westbound on Cermak. In moving her child from the rear seat of Carlos' SUV, Miss Johnson placed her child in the back seat of her black sedan. At approximately 8:51, a white Kia sedan driving eastbound on Cermak is captured on camera making a U-turn facing westbound on Cermak. And then it says see Exhibit 2. It says Sharks external street camera. Okay. So that's where they got it from. The video, Sharks external. And I think I heard Sharks is a restaurant, right? I think I heard. So the victim owned a white Kia sedan and used it to drop her son off at school at 55 West Cermak. The son whom she shares in common with Smith. The victim blocked, she didn't block her, but it says the victim blocked Miss Johnson's car by double parking her white Kia on Cermak facing westbound. Now, I wonder if it was a car parked behind Deja, because if it was, she wouldn't have been blocked. But if it wasn't, she wouldn't have been able to go forward. She could have went back because like Romeca was parked in the street in near the empty spot, but she didn't like go to the curb and park or anything. But I wonder what was behind Deja's car. But it says the victim blocked Miss Deja's car by double parking her white Kia on Cermak facing westbound. Miss Johnson and Smith did not invite the victim over. Well, hell, it wasn't his house. It wasn't even the street that he lived on. So she didn't need to be invited over there. But anyway, the victim took it upon herself to approach Miss Johnson and Smith in an unsolicited manner, yelling at them. I told y'all I was going to catch you. That's what they said. Romeca jumped out the car saying, I told y'all I was going to catch you. See exhibit, it says Exxon body 3, and then it got some numbers. So it says witness 1. That's Carlos speaking to the officers on the scene at 0200 and 0212. An argument ensued between Johnson. That's 2:00 in the morning. Hold on. So allegedly, let me start over. The victim took upon herself to approach Miss Johnson and Smith in an unsolicited manner, yelling at them, "I told y'all I was going to catch you." See Exhibit 3, and it says Exxon Body 3. Witness 1, Carlos speaking to officers on the scene at 2 o'clock to 2:12 in the morning. So an argument ensued between Miss Johnson and the victim. And it's still got it say 2 o'clock between 2 a.m. and 2:20. I just don't know what these numbers mean, unless this was after the fact. Anyway, Smith noted that Miss Johnson pleaded with the victim to please leave me alone. What? Really? Smith noted that Miss Johnson pleaded with the victim to please leave me alone. And they got the time of 03:17 to 03:27. The state argues, but we also know that the day that she killed the victim was the first date that she had ever met her in person. And ultimately, if the victim was coming for violence, then maybe any witness out there would have seen the victim attack either the, hold on. In person. So okay, so if they did have a court date, were they on Zoom doing this court? The reason why they keep saying like this was their first time in person, but they just said that they had a court date and she was being how she was being. But it says hold on. Let me go back because this don't make sense. Okay, so the state argues but we also know that the day that she was killed, the victim was the first date that she had ever met her in person. And ultimately, if the victim was coming for violence, then maybe any witness out there would have seen the victim attack either the, either the defendant or witness number 1, and that never happened. Notably, yes, September 8th, 2025 was the first time in-person encounter between Miss Johnson and the victim. However, irrespective of it being the first time in-person meeting between Johnson and the victim, that encounter absolutely was enough to cause Miss Johnson to be fearful of what the victim could do to her, especially given the victim's history of violence threats against Miss Johnson. Again, at that time, Miss Johnson had an order of protection against the victim. The victim had previously threatened to kill Miss Johnson, had sent multiple threats and harassing messages to Miss Johnson and family members. And the victim, on the date of the incident, was now advancing towards Miss Johnson upon seeing her on Cermak with the man they shared children with in common. This was absolutely enough to devastate the victim and make her distraught over the fact that there's another woman in the picture. This is absolutely enough to devastate the victim and make her distraught over there's another woman, or distraught the defendant, because she the one that was making I would never videos, like, you know, she had a problem with Romeca. So make that make sense. Hold on, y'all. She made herself known. If that whole my robe I left in his closet and all of that stuff, she wanted to be known. She was taunting if that type of stuff was happening. Hold on, Miss Johnson. So again, it says, wait, where's it at? Again, at the time, Miss Johnson had an order of protection against the victim. The victim had previously threatened to kill Miss Johnson, had sent numerous threats and harassment messages to Johnson and her family. And the victim, on that date of the incident, was now advancing towards Miss Johnson upon seeing her on Cermak with the man they shared children with in common. This was absolutely enough to devastate the victim and make her distraught over the fact that there's another woman in the picture. Well, I mean, they can try to make her build a case like that, but we also got stuff like this from Romeca saying that she didn't give a damn basically about what he had going on. She was trying to get him out of her life. She wanted to be left alone, you know? So let me see what y'all saying. Yes, she was antagonizing Romeca. Exactly, Rhonda. She absolutely was. My heart breaks for these babies. I mean, they the only ones that's without their parents. They didn't have nothing to do with none of this, didn't ask for none of this. But they the ones that got to live with this. And it's really sad because, you know, Romeca's son know that he had a brother, even though the baby is too young to know anything. And that's just sad that because of the choice that Holly made, all of this stuff is happening now, and they left here to deal with it, and it's so unfair. Wife mommy said Holly was stalking Ro, and that's clear. That video said everything. Exactly. You talking about the I would never video? Because man, you're not gonna say none of that stuff against somebody that you scared of, that you know would knock your block off. Oh, you heard all these tough things about her. Where'd you hear that from, ma'am? Could it be the middleman that you heard these things from? I wonder. Carlos can't be a witness. He's involved. Okay, with both. So his words don't mean nothing. Exactly. He's not credible. Why they're trying to discredit the witnesses, but he is no better because he has a reason to lie. Because he's trying to save his own behind. Carlos will be there with the demon. Just give it time. Exactly. I truly believe it. I think that they using Carlos possibly right now, but I don't see how he ain't gonna get in no type of trouble. So hold on, let me see. So they trying to make it seem like Romeca was distraught over not being in this relationship, even though she done told her family members she was tired. She's gone to social media saying that she was tired of dealing with him. She has proof. That's why Romeca's page is gone too. They got tons of evidence that Romeca posted for herself about Carlos and what he was up to. And how she was saying, I'm going to expose you to the world, like who you really are. Leave me alone. Like she told him in the thing that I put up, get off my D, she had to tell him, even though she ain't have one. Like, get off of me. Like, dude, how long is it going to take you to get over me? But clearly they was going back and forth. You know, they was messing around, not messing around, you know, at some point. But I think she had got to her last straw. And that's when she had to die. That's what it seemed like to me. Okay. Hold on. Dang. Go back one more time. Witness 1, Carlos stated to the police 2 hours after the incident that, hold on, let's see, because I'm missing this. Okay, so witness 1, wait. Dang, I can't see that. Hold on, y'all. We trying to get this. It's just going to look like it. Defendant or witness number 1, and that never happened. Dang, so it skipped some stuff. I can't see it, but we've been hearing them. So defendant or witness number 1, and that never happened. Okay, so notably, yes, September 8th, 2025 was the first time. Wait, hold on, that went back. Hold on. What time is it? Okay, hold on, y'all. We almost through. Let's see. So it says, at school on 55 West Cermak, the son whom shares, hold on. Okay, that's old. Now it's just victim over. And you know, one of the things that I had said, I was like, I wonder if Romeca even seen Holly out there. So now that they telling us this, allegedly, that they're saying this, that she did know that Holly was out there when she put up. Because I was like, she could have just seen Carlos and stopped to talk to him. Who's to say that she seen him? But they saying that she jumped out, talking about, I told y'all I was gonna catch it. You know, I don't know if she said that or not. They could be lying on her. But one thing for sure, too, for certain, all of this stuff gonna have to be determined by a juror. And like your fate is in the hands of these people who gonna decide if you was thinking reasonable or not. I want to know why they was parked on that street. Okay, so witness 1, Carlos stated to police 2 hours after the incident that the victim ran up on Miss Johnson and swung at her face, making physical contact with Miss Johnson. So did she really hit her? Did she have any bruises on her face? No, I ain't see none when she was out there. Let's see. And when the victim, first of all, I believe if she would have hit her, she would have been hollering that she hit her. She wouldn't have been talking about, I'm licensed to carry, I got a restraining order. She would have been like, she hit me. That's what you would have said, right? I would have said that. I wouldn't have been worried about no license to carry. I'd have been like, I was defending myself because she just hit me. And that is not what she said. So I'm having a hard time believing any of this. See, look at here. You see her face real close. She ain't hit on that side. She didn't need no help. I mean, she didn't need to go. She denied EMS. So how hurt were you, Deja? How hurt were you? With all this blood on her damn hands, literally, and all this blood on her shoe. Okay, and shout out to Cold Piece for that picture. But how worried was she? So Johnson and the victim, the encounter absolutely was enough. Okay, so let me again, wait, hold on. Yeah, so old Carlos, and he talking about, oh, I thought the family was just gonna call me up and be like, what is we gonna do? What is I'm gonna do? And you saying all this shit, you thought they was gonna sit down around the table and talk to you? Get out of here. This was absolutely enough to devastate the victim and her. So they want to play Romeca like she a distraught victim over Carlos, and she's coming up to her all about Carlos and not the stuff that she been doing to Romeca around it. You know what I'm saying? She's now done things to her. Got her in court, trying to get these orders and all this stuff, but she's harassing herself. And then I can't believe Carlos said all this stuff to the police and actually thought, even though they didn't know at the time, the family can see what it is. He was out there defending her off the rip. So the family was supposed to see this video and be like, let's call Carlos and see what we gonna do. Boy, what? This is him out there, but they gonna call Carlos. He expected the family to talk to him. Anyway, this guy, Carlos, stated to police 2 hours after the incident that victim ran up on Miss Johnson and swung at her face. But did she hit? Hold on. Making physical contact with Miss Johnson. They got Exhibit 3. Witness 1, Carlos Smith, speaking to the officers on the scene this time must be off, but it's saying 0340, which is 3:40 in the morning and 4:00 in the morning. He was talking to the cops. So I guess, yeah, they were maybe went down for questioning, I'm assuming. Like, yeah, during this time is what I'm thinking, maybe. Witness 1, Carlos speaking to officers. No, this says on the scene. Okay, anyway, them times off, I think. The danger of harm was absolutely great and imminent. So after talking to Carlos, yeah, it was imminent. She got out swung and all this. Wow, like, boy, oh boy. Who really had the problem with Romeca? Who really had the problem? This sound like it was a Romeca and Carlos fight, and old girl inserted herself. I'm a fight for my man. Get up off my man. He my baby daddy now. Like, you got to be kidding me. But anyway, it goes on to say that she swung at her face, making physical contact with Miss Johnson. Then they got this exhibit, Carlos talking to the police. The danger of harm was absolutely great and imminent. Miss Johnson did not know what the victim was capable of, or if the victim would follow through on all her threats to kill her. With her 6-month-old child in the back seat of the vehicle, Miss Johnson was reasonably proactive and defended herself and her child, really. Again, given the history between herself and the victim, along with the victim making physical contact with Miss Johnson reasonably believed that the use of force was necessary to avert the danger that the victim was posing to her and her child. That is what she is saying. Yet she still sits behind bars. So where she should be. But let's see what else. And it says, with her 6-month-old child in the back seat. So it says, Miss Johnson did not know what the victim was capable of, or if the victim would follow through on her threats to kill her with her 6-month-old child in the back seat of her car. Ms. Johnson was reasonably proactive and defended herself and her child. Again, given the history between her and the victim, along with the victim making physical threats. So they really using that restraining order, ain't they? Okay, making physical contact, between her and the victim, along with the victim making physical contact with Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson reasonably believed that the use of force was necessary to avert the danger that the victim was posing to her and her child. Okay. All right, and okay, so that's that. Let's see. The state has failed to prove that Ms. Johnson committed the offense when improperly relying on uncorroborated witness statements that is not supported by video evidence. Okay, that is not supported. So, all right. So I guess we'll see. When arguing that it has been proven by clear and convincing evidence that the proof of evidence and presumption great that Ms. Johnson committed the offense, the state is only required to present reliable evidence of substance in burden. Yet the state unsuccessfully in bringing forth reliable evidence suggesting that Ms. Johnson committed the offense in first-degree murder. Essentially, there's no video evidence at all capturing the shooting, either from the POD camera at the interstate of State and Cermak or from the bus. What? Or from bus footage. Witness 2, 3, and 4 are all independent of each other. December 4th, 2025, none of these witnesses observed the evidence. None of these witnesses observed the event on September 8th in its completion, and their statements are entirely inconsistent, is what they're saying. For example, witness 1, 2 stated in his interview video that he drove eastbound on Cermak. Hold on. That he drove eastbound on Cermak. Wait a minute. Reliable evidence suggesting that Ms. Johnson committed the offense either from the POD. Hold on. Okay. Witness 2, 3, all independent each other, December 4th. So none of the witnesses observed the event September 8th in its completion, and the statements are completely inconsistent. For example, witness 2 stated in his interview that that he drove eastbound on Cermak during the time of the incident to pick up a DoorDash delivery from Momentum Coffee, located at 2119 South State Street. And then it says witness 2 at 0700 723 while driving by stated that detectives that he saw both Ms. Johnson and the victim on the opposite side from his lane of travel, arguing that Smith is between them. This witness did not see either Ms. Johnson or the victim displaying any weapon. Further, this witness was not present for the actual shooting. Wood stated to that they said, so they definitely trying to discredit the witnesses, saying that they didn't see anything. But we clearly heard the one saying the way that she was talking, it seemed like she seen something. But it goes on to say, but ultimately what witness number 3 hears and sees is threatening Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna have to come back because I gotta hold on. Let me see what y'all saying. I'm about to come back. Yes, she was antagonizing Romeca. Yes, she was. The judge already had. Shout out to everybody in the building. Thank y'all for tuning in to this marathon. Romeca Meeks marathon. That's what we was doing today, going over all the facts. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me move this. Tay be on it. Taybany, you know this case. I have the paperwork now. And I was just responding to News Cafe that I didn't know that Mike Brown was a CCL instructor. Are they saying that that's the guy that instructed Holly that day? Shout out to Blue Lotus in the building. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. So those were all the videos that I did on Romeca so far. And now not now because it's been too long on this video, but we gonna go over the order of protection paperwork. But right now I'm gonna pull up some stuff that I was looking at. You hear me? Okay, thank you. Shout out to Taybany. You be on it. You've been listening to this case, I'm sure, from the beginning. And I'm just jumping in a couple weeks ago. I think I just started talking about the case, but I've been hearing a lot of things, and I do have a paperwork with the order of protections because a lot of it wasn't making sense to me. And I didn't know that they had all of these court hearings. They've already been back and forth to court, or they were trying to serve. I don't know how many times they went to court, but I know that there were other times that they was trying to serve Romeca, because I was trying to figure out why did it take so long if December 24th it was first presented, but they didn't grant it to her until July, which that is still don't make sense because what proof did they have? It just sounded like they got frustrated and they couldn't serve Romeca, but I seen that they had been trying to serve her for months. But I know also that in the midst of all of this, her and Carlos was into it because she was moving and she was posting things. If anybody want to call in, you can call in right now. But if you let me see. You can definitely call in and tell us anything that you know about the case or anything that you want to share. But it just sounds like the whole time old girl was pregnant, they was going back and forth. And from what I could see, just even based off of the I Would Never video, like I already said, she was a scorned pregnant woman. When she made that video, she was mad that Romeca didn't leave. She was very upset about that. That's why she was saying all that. Like, she thought that baby was going to run off Romeca and change the relationship. It's like she just wanted her to disappear. But how does that happen when you got a 6-year-old child with the same man? So it's really sad. But so one of the things that I was looking at, because my biggest question is why did she park over there? Now I see that somebody said, let me see, News just made a comment about I just put up the call-in number, and then News just said, let me see, something about Mike Brown walking, or Brown Mike, I think was his name. Okay, so CCL instructor, and I didn't know he was a CCL instructor, walked the scene on the video. He made an estimate, but you can see Carlos' front door from Holly's parking spot. So the Brown Mike person doxed old dude and told people where he lived at and showed his front door. So Sharks, I remember them mentioning that Sharks. Let me see if I got screenshots here. Okay, so right there where I have it circled is around about the area. That's the corner of Cermak and State Street. When where the arrow is pointing at, Carlos lives alone down this street, right? So even from this distance, rounding that corner. Why did he park there? It's a lot of businesses on this street. It was 9 something in the morning. Unless they gonna say all the parking spots was full that night that they got home or whenever he was home. And there wasn't no other parking spots, but I have a hard time believing that because there's a lot of places to park. And then they mentioned the Sharks footage, right? So you see the two circles. The one on the left is Sharks, and the one on the right is where they were parked at. So Sharks captured some footage, and I just read that when I was talking about that. But Carlos lives even further down the street, right? You see the arrow? He lives further down the street. So again, why did he park around the corner? It just don't make sense at all. Unless you was trying to be seen. Because I can't imagine it being that packed. And then, okay, I see the person calling. I think I got it on. Hold on. I think I got it on Do Not Disturb. It's been a minute since I had my call-in number open. So okay, call in now. My bad.
Hello, my name is Tracy Hoskins, and I'm calling from Fort Worth, Texas. And I just want to know, when the fuck is she going to jail, and when the fuck is he going? Both of them need to go to jail, and they need to throw away the key. Thank you.
Oh, that's what she wanted to call and say. So yeah, she is in jail. Deja is locked up where she need to be, and I think that they using Carlos. They just using him right now, and he gonna be in jail too because he know the truth. He can turn over whatever conversations him and Deja been having along the way, because there was conversations had. So yeah, thank you for calling in, and yeah, she already there. And I don't believe she getting out. I know that her lawyer did this motion, which is what we was just reading. But they just need to explain this first part. Why did you park over there in the first place? It just don't make sense. Let's put this up. So you see the National Teachers Academy. You see where I have it circled, State Street. And then you see the middle circle, which is where they was parked. Again, why did they park around the corner? Why didn't they park in front of his spot? Now, from his location to the school is like a 7-minute walk. But because they wasn't at his location and they was around the corner, it's an even shorter walk. And because he was parked around that corner and even parked a couple cars ahead of Deja, that would also put him a little bit closer to where Romeca would be coming from. Right. And they did say that the video captured Romeca making that U-turn and stopping. I guess it did capture that. It captured some footage on the bus, according to Holly's attorney. But the first part ain't explained yet. Why did you even park over there? Ain't nobody made that part make sense. And then I'm hearing, let me see, Tay be on it, and she said that there was a security guard that seen them behind the school and stuff. Now, I don't know where that information came from, but something about they were there before Romeca ever showed up. Tay, where did that information come from? Is that on some paperwork? I think that was you that just called in, right? I just played a voicemail. She made a U-turn. That's the way she she get on the E-way. Okay, so if that was the way she get on the E-way, then that was the route that she was supposed to be taking. But the fact that he was parked there, nobody is explaining why the man was parked around the corner. But then to me, the fact that he was how long had they been in the area? Because the fact that he was parked 2 cars in front of Holly, to me that would indicate that it was possibly 2 cars parked between them, and those 2 cars left. So if that was the case, how long were they parked there? Because why would you park 2 cars ahead to walk a baby and a heavy stroller car seat to the other car? Wouldn't you want to be as close to the car as possible? I would say yes. So again, certain things just ain't making sense to me. It was on the school camera that Carlos drove through the parking lot right before Romeca. Oh, really? Wow, I hadn't heard that officially. Well, thanks for that, sweet. Ooh, I don't know. Sweet as they come. Okay. I was trying to, them words, they just mashed together. I thought I seen Tasha in there. But wow, I hadn't heard that was on tape anywhere. And I heard something about the security guards seeing them prior to. And so that is very interesting. They was planning to get rid of Romeca. They sure was, because like I said, I did come across the restraining order paperwork, and it was a lot. They had been serving her, trying to serve her in like February, July, different months. I know I heard June, and June was actually when they actually had court. They actually had court. So it says order of protection was initially declined in December 4th of 2024. Romeca, she was served, because the lady mentioned that she was served in open court. So according to what I have here, she was served 6/11. I think they had court 6/11/2025 and 6/14. She was served or something, or either she was served on the 11th, but they did have court, and they said she was served in open court. So I'm gonna say she was served on the 11th, 6/11/2025. But July 14th, it was supposed to be another court date, and I do believe that there was a court date. Deja was there and Romeca was not. So it sounds like they had granted that order temporarily while they was looking through things. I guess it was like an emergency order granted in 6/11, which I don't get, because to me, she didn't prove that she needed one. I just feel like it was messy. They granted an emergency one, but then they placed a new order of protection where it was supposed to be a 2-year order to be put in place. And from what I'm hearing, in order for a new order to be put in place, that expires the old order. So they never served her the new order. And that's why they saying she was not served, because she wasn't. And so that makes a little bit of more sense to me. But something about they were in the Skokie courthouse, which I mean, I don't know what the Skokie courthouse is, but so they had it says she was served 6/11 at 10:20 a.m. in open court. It was a temporary order that expired. Emergency order granted. And then the other question is, okay, so if she was served in open court and the court date was June 11, 2025, why was they still trying to serve her? So make them, it's like they just, I don't know. If she was served 6/11 and they want to say that she was served, then why did they have July 15, 2025 failed attempt, July 16th failed attempt, July 18th failed attempt, August 14th failed attempt, and October 2nd, even after she's gone, they were still trying to serve her? So that tells me that she didn't have a order of protection, because they wouldn't be trying to serve one, right? But somewhere that ain't making all the way sense with the court paperwork. So can somebody else make that make sense? And then Deja was just complaining about petty stuff. Oh, she left a message on my, or she liked my video or my message on IG, so I blocked her. Oh, and according to her, September 7th of 2024, Romeca was calling and texting her, and then September 15th, Romeca allegedly sent a video of her private parts. Now that was in the court paperwork. I was shocked to hear that, and I'm just like, what? She could be lying. Do she have proof? Did they show proof of that? Surely, if she was making all these phone calls, she was calling your grandmother, telling her what she was gonna do. She called your friend and told your friend she was gonna do all of this, but you don't have none of this recorded after she's called you multiple times unknown on her phone and your son's phone. Yeah, it's been a lot said, y'all, that I had no idea. Oh my God. So Tay said Carlos stay above the bar in his sister's name. Now, I did not know that who name anything was in. And I'm still not quite sure. We ain't showing we ain't doxing or nothing like that. But this is public information, the address and everything, but I'm not sharing the address. But the funny thing is, y'all, when I first started reporting on this case, the first video I was riding down the street, like where he live at on the street. I had heard that he lived on a street called Wash Bash. He lived above a restaurant or a store. And then I've heard that he lived there for like 7 years. Him and Romeca was together for a good 9 because she had made a post in 2017 saying that it was a year strong or whatever. I can't remember everything she said, but they started 2016. The child was born in 18, I do believe. They was good. They was together off and on for like 8 or 9 years. But it was a lot of offs and it was a lot of struggle to be with this guy. And I just feel like love, real love don't hurt. And real love don't look like this. It don't have you looking like this. This is crazy. Okay? So I have a hard time believing that he gave a damn about either one of them for real, deep down in his heart. He liked to play women. He liked to play women for money, credit, whatever, whatever he can get from what I'm observing. Okay, and then we see old Holly ain't scared. Talking about sometimes you just gotta start unaliving MFs. That ain't no scared person. What's the date on that? January 24th? Is that what I'm saying? Hold on. So yeah, surely she didn't do that when she was just in court in December. The order, December 4th, 2024, you was in court and you made this post in January. So everything that she said in court should be null and void for that reason. Well, I don't know the date on that video that I would never video, but everything that happened in TPO court should be null and void after she did that, because you can't be scared and you can't be an aggressor and scared. You got to pick a struggle. It was on the school camera that Carlos drove through the parking lot before Romeca. And I hadn't even heard nothing about a school camera either. Holly never showed any proof. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like she was just running her mouth. And if you don't have times and dates documented, it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Times and dates matter. All this talking. It, and some of the stuff that she was saying was so petty. Just even listening at what she said in open court, it was petty. It was a person mad because she wanted her to just go away. Once the default order went into place, they have to reserve her. Now, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. So if you could rephrase it. Romeca didn't go to court because Carlos told her that Holly was not going to pursue the order. They all was going to sit down and talk. Oh, are you serious? Oh, so they played her. If that really happened, they played her. Oh, we ain't gonna let's just clear this. So the same way he thought that Romeca family was gonna sit and talk to him, he lied and told Romeca he was gonna sit and talk to her. They was gonna talk to her. Because one of the things that I seen that Romeca said in court was that she had to obtain a lawyer. And then after that, she was doing a bunch of moving and stuff because they was trying to serve her, and they was giving her all kind of addresses. Then we heard that Holly said in court that she had a piece of her mail and they share the same kid's father. But after all of that, the reason why Holly ain't out is this right here. You know, this part right here, and I'm gonna just focus on a little line in this part. Hold on. Right there, right above number 4, there's a line that says D showed utter contempt of the law and basic sociable norms. Okay, so they don't think she normal what she did or anything. And utter contempt means a complete and total lack of respect, regard, or admiration, viewing someone or something as utterly worthless, despicable, or beneath consideration. Now let me know if that's what y'all seen in this video on that scene that day. Did y'all not see her standing there staring down at Romeca with her phone, not calling 911, not having a damn care in the world, just screaming that she had a CCL and a restraining order? She did not give a damn that she was taking her last breaths down there. She had blood on her hands, blood all over her shoes. She didn't give a damn what was happening. All she knew is that she was going to fight for her man and she was going to get this man. That's all she knew, even though he was outside of another woman's window with his middle finger, and while she's taking pictures and not wanting to be bothered. But yeah, she didn't care. She didn't give a damn, y'all. And so we supposed to care now and worry about Christmas and all this stuff. The baby 6 months old, don't know nothing about Christmas, don't care about Christmas, and it's not that serious. It's crazy. But she showed utter disrespect, disregard for human life. She didn't try to help. She didn't try to call EMS, nothing. She just sat there and felt like she was superior over Romeca laying there like that. So utter contempt means a complete and total lack of respect, regard, or admiration, viewing someone or something as utterly worthless, despicable, or beneath consideration, often combined with strong dislike, disdain, and a sense of moral superiority. The word utter intensifies the feeling, showing its profound and absolute, like feeling someone is completely unimportant and deserving of scorn. If that ain't exactly what I seen on the scene, I don't know what is. That is the best description I have read about old girl Holly. Okay, that is the best description I have seen about Holly. That was her. I said, damn, she don't care. She didn't. The witnesses said she didn't care. We heard her voice. I got a restraining order and a CCL and a restraining order. That's good enough. I don't give a damn that she down there on the floor. And then look at her face here. She still don't know what she done did. Okay? She still sitting there like she ain't did nothing. Even then, she's still on the phone while they trying to handcuff her. She's still on the phone. But she ain't talking to 911. Now, I do wonder if Carlos, did he call 911? Because it's very telling. I know now people, they want to discredit the witnesses, right? But it's going to be hard because the witnesses was calling 911 in between what they were seeing. So it's going to be hard to say that this person was lying in the heat of it. This ain't after the fact. This is during. Now I know they say they seen the witness that people have posted was hiding under something, disappeared or whatever. But if the camera ain't pointing on you, you could be standing right under the camera. If it ain't if it don't see you, it don't see you, right? But it's gonna be hard to discredit witnesses that was calling 911 in the midst of it all at the same time. So
You big dummy.
Both of them, they planned it but didn't plan it well, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? They had time that day.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
And it sounds like they wanted to execute that plan because they had time. The courts couldn't get her. The courts have been trying to serve Romeca. They couldn't because they couldn't find her. She was moving around trying to stay out of harm's way with Los, according to her post. This was August 20th. Other things happened this day. Also, I can't remember, or I don't have it in front of me, but things was constantly happening. Okay. And then I still got to finish this paperwork. I'm not going to do it on this long live stream, but I'm going to also look at more of y'all comments. So I also heard people talking about the people that was out there. Those first couple girls that was out there looked like students to me. This is the picture that was on the back of the book bag. People were saying that it was Holly's son. And this picture is not a boy, it's a girl actually, and it said Danielle is what it says on the bottom of this bag. These are kids. The school is pre-K to 8th grade. I believe these some 7th or 8th graders, even the girl with the bonnet. It was a girl with a bonnet on that kind of grabbed her to let her know, dude, he just got stuff all over you, right? So she looked at her stuff. You could tell that she was irritated. But here is that. And I mean, I don't know what the heck he touched the girl for. I really don't. But he didn't put nothing in her hand. You could see clearly her book bag and the other girl's book bag. And she got a bonnet on her hand, but that's a kid. Both of these are kids. Like, they go to the school. And which further explains why she is locked up, because she was reckless as hell. No regard for human life, period. First of all, to fire that many shots, that just blew me away to find out that she actually fired all these shots. What? You did what? Why? For what reason? For what reason would she need to do all of that? If you were just afraid and you wanted to get the threat away from you, then you would just fire once. But the fact that she did 3 and 1 jammed tells me, was she gonna stop at all? What she wanted her gone. And all they gotta do is prove that. That's proven already, if you ask me. That is crazy, y'all. He said the line was busy. What? He said that? Where did he say that at? He said that on a news video? Come on. I don't care if the line was busy or not. He should have kept calling. He should have told Holly to get off the phone and consistently call 911. He gave them wrong addresses and wrong names, Romeca Meeks, and the wrong birthday. She was a Jane Doe. Really? So, yes, it's a video of him calling 911. Oh, it is? Okay, I'm going to have to find that. I don't have that information. It's good if he did call 911, but did Deja call 911? Did she call 911 before she did what she did? Shout out to Blue Lotus for being a member for, it don't tell me how long you've been a member. Oh no, shout out to Blue Lotus for becoming a member. Thank you, Blue. And shout out to Rhapsody for the super sticker. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I don't know. It's a few things that I don't know. Oh, wait. So Tabany said no. Is it a 911 call? That I don't know, y'all. Shout out to David Bell. Wait, David Bell. Oh, David Bell, not David Brown. And I did see Quadajah in my chat earlier. So shout out to everybody listening in. We support Romeca over here, and we definitely want to get down to the truth because what we looking at don't make sense. And what we looking at also don't make sense to the court when they described her like this. She didn't give a damn. Utter contempt. That's how they feel about her. And that's how we feel about her too. Because she did way too much and she could have just left. But I mean, it just seems like did old boy in any of his going live that he mentioned why they even had the park over there? Oh, and shout out to Cold Piece too, because she had put up she said somebody had led her to this information, right? So let me put this up. So one of the things that I noticed that it looks like, and this is a video, right? You see where the girls are circled. It's a woman. It looked like a woman with a book bag on her back, or either it's a big sister toting in two kids. I'm a guess it's the mother, but why would the mother have a book bag on her back? But yeah, that's kind of similar to what we talking about right now with these two girls that got bags on their back, but they appear to be students, right? But not only that, it's very similar to his son's school. Where he's standing at, the above picture is actually where the school is at. And clearly it's not where he's standing unless it's on another side of the building, but it's so very similar. You see the black gate, you see the wood, the bricks here, right where he's standing at, and he has on this jacket. They appear to be going into a school, and he appeared to be standing there stalking for whatever reason. Why he's standing there? Why this mother, alleged mother, with two small children, which it was two small children on the scene of the crime. I mean, not on the scene. Little Amir had just got dropped off at school, and little Carson was in the car. So it was two kids in the picture. Okay, and then when he went live after he was, the issue happened up at the courthouse. After this happened at the courthouse, he had started posting. He posted this stuff, and he posted this. And if you notice, he has on the same jacket that he has on in this video that Cold Piece posted. So I thought that was, she was pointing out some similarities, and that's one that I noticed. And I'm like, whoa, okay, here's another one. When did he do this video? And like, wow, like, so, I mean, I'm a person that don't believe in coincidence, but I just thought that was interesting to see him standing there appearing to be, he was out of school, because that's what it indicates. A book bag and two kids going into a place, it indicate a school or daycare, one of the two. I'm gonna say a school. Now that's wild. That's wild. And again, if you live way over here, There was no need for you to ever park over there. I don't believe it wasn't no event going on. It wasn't no holidays or anything like that going on. So explain that. And I just haven't seen that. So let me look at something else that I was looking at. Okay, so again, the National Teachers Academy is a 7-minute walk from where he lives, which we have not pointed out the exact location, and we won't. But it's a 7-minute walk from there to the school, which you would just cut that by a couple minutes to get, where he was, I guess. It says it's a minute drive, a 2-minute bike ride, a 7-minute bus ride. Like that's what. But it say a 7-minute bus ride and a 7-minute walk. I don't know which one to believe. But one of the things that I also ran across is, let me pull this picture back up of Romeca. The paperwork here says that this happened. She was arrested. And this is a mug shot. And it says battery/bodily harm and criminal damage. So it was a issue with her and Los because she got arrested on Tuesday, October 11th, 2022 at 11:07 a.m. at his residence. That is when this mugshot was taken, and she was released later, hours later, but it ended up being another day because she was in there. Yeah, she was released at 5:55 a.m. So she was there for a minute, from 11:07 a.m. arrest, and she didn't get out until the next day, which was October 12th of 2022. And that's the day that she should have left him. That is the day that she should have walked away from him and never turned around again to look at him in that light. Because look at her face. Ain't no reason for that, man. I don't know what was going on. I did hear something about her hitting her face on the wall. Get out of here. They all say that. I heard him say himself so comfortably that, if you beat your woman, whoop her ass. And I'm wrong, or however he worded it, but it was just so blasé. It was just like another day. It was just something like, it was something that he does. It's like a norm. And that's crazy to me. And then I got one of him. Let me see, do I have? I have a mugshot of him from June 26, 2023 at 3:45 for resisting police officers or aiding escape. Yeah, it's a lot of different mugshots I've seen of him circulating. But yeah, it's sad what I'm hearing about the witnesses being exposed and all of that stuff. People putting out their mug shots. Oh, you just renewed it. Thank you for renewing your membership. I appreciate it. Hold on. Somebody said the baby she's pregnant with is not Carlos' baby. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for not one single second. Because it's not like they wasn't together, right? Thanksgiving they was together and dressed alike, like a family, and she was gloating about it. Did a whole YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, get out of here. So this person said the baby she's pregnant with is not Carlos. Watch how this turns out. He don't give a damn. He claimed he ain't touched her since the night before. And so it's impossible to be his baby. Did he also say that he ain't been with her? And we got pictures of them together on Thanksgiving. Like, yeah, I don't believe it, because she was too obsessed with getting rid of Romeca so she could be with this guy. And she Yeah, she didn't have that baby to be alone. She had that baby because she thought that it was going to keep him and it was going to change the things. You know what I'm saying? She thought that it was going to change the dynamics. And then when she got pregnant with the second one, she wanted to one-up Romeca even in her death. See, you only had one. I got two. He can forget about the one with you because I got two of them over here. So to me, yeah. And that's crazy. Yeah, I did see that the court order went in by default. So it's like she wasn't there or something, or she wasn't at that court date because it said that the only Quadajah was there. So that's why it went into place, I guess. But I'm not sure. You know, I ain't on the legal side. I ain't no lawyer or nothing like that. But I did see that something about default and that she wasn't there. So I don't know. But one of the things that I seen that Romeca said is that she wanted to protect her. Let me see if I could find some little bits and pieces that I have. But she wanted to protect her herself, her job, her career. She said something to that effect. And she wanted to obtain a lawyer. So she needed some time. Hold on, let me see. What does this say? It's so much to go over. I don't even know if I could find something real quick. Oh, let me read this since I'm here. Now, this is got something to do with the distance. Let's see what this say. And I wanted to know that too. So it says, yet the statement made by witness number 3. This is Ari Williams' motion. She said, yet the statements made by witness number 3 are wholly uncorroborated by the evidence where they see witness number 3 walking in the opposite direction of the scene, crossing a busy street 350 feet away from the scene, had her view obstructed and hindered when she was hiding behind a wall under the bridge of the Green Line, and was seen wearing headphones that would make it difficult to capture an argument from 350 feet away. Well, she seen what she seen and was calling 911 in the midst. So it's going to be hard to debunk this one because I do believe this is the main one that was talking. And it says, let it be known that the witness, I don't know which witness this is because they saying her name, but let it be known that blank headphones are so thick with probable noise cancellation features that the headphone hinder blank from hearing any outside noise. And then it says, this is the evidence of blank removing her headphones and sliding them under the neck to talk to the police, I think is what it says. Now, that indicates that it's video footage of this, everything that she's describing. But I have earbuds in a lot, but I'm so used to having an earbud. Sometimes it's in my ear for nothing. I'm like, why do I got this in my dang on ear? Like, sometimes I have absolutely nothing playing at all, and I always have one. So I never have both ears plugged. So they don't know. There's no way that she can say what this woman heard or didn't hear. You can't She don't know. That's assumptions at its finest. And so, and yeah, and Romeca went to court complaining about Holly and asking for protection against Holly. And so, with that being said, I don't know how they could decide, oh, well, this one should get it. Like, but we also heard them talking about how Romeca was acting in court. So they could have just simply not liked her, you know, how she was acting if she really was. That's according to what Ari Williams released. But that threw me for a loop because I hadn't heard that. I didn't know. But what the courts had to say about Holly says it all to me. And that's where we at. You know what I'm saying? Like, she had her time out because she used the right verbiage. That's the only reason why. But she gonna need to explain why she went to court in December and by January she was sharing stuff like this, why she was doing the taunting things. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna have to explain why she didn't give a damn because they said she had utter contempt. She's gonna have to explain why she didn't call 911 or do anything. She had a duty to retreat and she didn't do that. So, you know, that those are bigger things. They got bigger problems. Let's just say that. They definitely have bigger problems trying to explain all that don't make sense to people and things that was done prior to that don't make sense either, or that's too similar that make you think, well, wait a minute now. You did a video however long ago and then you played it out. Like, I mean, that's the same thing we looking at with the one guy, DV4, David, his name David. We see that he was doing videos and things leading up to that young girl's demise. And so, yeah, all this stuff gonna have to be explained, and it ain't gonna have to be explained to the internet. It's gonna have to be explained in that courtroom. And like I already said about the grandmother, is the grandmother willing to say, you know, yeah, she said this, that, and the third to me. Is her friend that she named willing to say, yeah, Romeca said this to me? And do we have pictures of her, you know, sending the private parts and all of this crazy madness? Like, I mean, surely you would document that in phone calls and whatever, right? Y'all, please smack the thumbs up if y'all have not got a chance to. I appreciate y'all tuning in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and all that good stuff. Blue said don't make sense. So it was on the school cameras. Yep. And I'm trying to go up further because I know y'all was commenting earlier. But yeah, so is this Mike Brown or Brown Mike person the one that Deja got her CCL from? The reason why, because she said that he's a CCL instructor, and I remember hearing that people was questioning if Deja really got her CCL properly. Well, as of 12:30, she was grand jury indicted. 12/30/2025, which means they put it in front of 12 people. Go look it up. Well, her lawyer still got the right to file motions and all the stuff, which she did, which is why people are looking at different stuff. So Carlos' door is not 600 feet from the crime scene. I know both parties personally. Well, his door is still around the corner. Like I just showed, I'm gonna show the picture again. This shows it all. Okay. Right there where you see the sign, the red at, that would be where, you know, he be at. Right there in the middle where you see the little circle at is where they was parked at. So just that distance alone is, you know, why you over there? And then if I pull up maps and drive it, is even more further. It's further than Sharks. Let me pull up something else because that might make even more sense. Since I mean, I know this person said this already, but let's pull this back up. He lived even further. You see the distance? They was parked right there, corner of Sir Mac and State Street. I ain't at Lowe's house yet, and I'm around the corner. Right here, a little bit further. I'm still not at his house yet, and I'm down the street from Sharks, which is closer to where they were at. So, make it make sense. You see all these parking spots in between, you see all these parking spots in between that arrow and the furthest circle, which is where they was parked at. You see all that street and opportunity. Why didn't they park there? Can't nobody explain that. Please explain that part to me. That's the part that I don't get. That's the part that don't make sense. But thank y'all so much for tuning in. I see y'all are quiet in the chat. I don't bite over here, okay? Y'all can drop down. Y'all can call in. I definitely want to know what y'all think. Shout out to Blue Lotus dropping those good members emojis. And we gonna talk about it more in depth because I like the facts. I mean, I like to entertain some conspiracy theories and all that. We got our opinions and stuff like that. But for the most part over here, we stick to what makes sense, which is the facts. I don't like to get into a bunch of arguing and a bunch of messiness. I just don't. But I do welcome y'all. Y'all can call in. Y'all could let me know you want to call in. I don't typically drop my link, but I do have a call-in number. They can't park there on school days. Where you come up with that at? Is there a sign that says that they can't park there on school day? That would be pretty messed up if you got a business there or you live there. Usually where business is at, I'm gonna give like downtown an example. They have bus routes and all of that coming, but it's still areas that you can park. And if it's somewhere that you live. Now, another thing that I was thinking, the place that you live. Now, somebody said that person had been there for 7 years. Somebody mentioned something about it being above a restaurant or store or something. What's really going on there? Because he was with Romeca for like 9 years, right? So that means that in the midst of them being together, at some point, he decided he was going to get his own place. So he was laying up with her like the probably the first couple years that they was together, he was laying up with her at her place because they saying 7 years, right? So that would have been the first couple if we are to believe that. So why, if he was really serious about Romeca, why didn't they get a place together? And then having a place like that, it allows a lot of in and out and stuff. I seen a THC cafe right on that street also. So I'm like, it's a lot going on. I also heard, I know that he's highly into himself and he's highly into working out and showing his body and all that. And I'm hearing about Deja having an OnlyFans. So I'm like, a lot of guys that work out and do all this stuff, they be exotic dancers. Is he an exotic dancer? Please let me know. Because let me know if y'all ever heard that he is an exotic dancer. Because it wouldn't surprise me. He's a gigolo. He get all his money from the women, allegedly. I don't know. But that's how it seemed. And he was able to do, he's a ladies' man for sure. Like, so what was going on in that building? Like, and then hearing about the other appetite allegedly. That would be why a person wouldn't want to move in with a woman, because I want to be able to have my mans come by. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be able to do this, that, and the third. Now, also, I just heard about a Romeca Allen. I'm like, what? So there's another person around with her name. So what did they do interesting with that? Thank you, Blue. She said we listening. But shout out to the 114 people. I should at least have 114 thumbs up. Y'all been tuned in for a minute. The thumbs up is very important, and the engagement. That's what they said. Disgusted said. That's what they said. Yeah, I can't believe that. I can't. Because like I said, even downtown, there's places to park, and the owners of the store, like they usually park around the back or something. I would think as a resident, if you live above something, that they would accommodate your parking, because you pretty much is 24-hour security for them, right? So wouldn't you think they would make sure that you would at least have a place to park? I mean, yeah, yeah. I wonder how many other people are living above businesses, and what really goes on. I don't know. Maybe that's just how they do it in Chicago. Live above businesses. I know it's like that in New York, right? But anyway, y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and get out. Now, the last thing I'm gonna say, it's a shame that they have exposed the witness, right? I'm looking at something here. It says, how the F she even saw straight to cause harm with that eye matching. Lyona or Lyon. I don't know who these people is, right? Who they are. But I mean, she's cross-eyed on this picture, so that's why they saying that. But that's a dang on shame. This person is 20 years old. But they have also popped up on social media, did not saying their name or anything like that, but they don't appear to be scared. And I hope they still show up to court and all of that stuff. If they get a subpoena, they have an obligation to show up. So yeah. But that's crazy to put out the witnesses, though. That's wild. And some of the things that I'm seeing, it actually could cause you to lose your channel if you over here on YouTube, because they don't play that. I know of a content creator that was in court, and in a lot of trouble with YouTube for doing certain things. So if you value your channel, be careful. Be careful. But anyway, we gonna get out of here this time, and we gonna go ahead and roll this. But yeah, they had time. Oh, and thank you, shout out to the members, and thank you for the super sticker too.
Shout out to you. Let's go.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate anything y'all do, especially hitting that thumbs up. And shout out to my new member. Please join membership so I can do more members only videos. And yeah, but they thought today they had time, so they actually put in that time. I wonder how long was the park. How do they have? Surely they will have footage of when they parked there, how long they was parked. Was anybody sitting in the car while they was parked? What were they doing while they were parked? Or did they just park and get out? Which don't make sense. That's a heavy car seat. Well, I know that it also got a stroller, so they could have made it a stroller. Wish they would have did that, to walk all the way from his house to her house. That don't make sense. Then I'm hearing something about the baby getting his ear pierced. She was there all weekend in the same outfit, which when she got the baby ear pierced, she did have on that same outfit. So what was really going on? That sounds like some stakeouts, some, you know what I'm saying? But they had time, however.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
But the plan was super stupid.
You big dummy.
And now the courts is definitely gonna stand on business.
I stand on business. You drop me somewhere, I stand on business. You drop me in your hood, I stand on business. I've been stand on business.
What in the fuckity fuck kind of shit is this?
Wow.
Nanny boo boo.
That was a dumb plan. And when I tell you, everybody that need to be locked up, they going to jail. They just gonna use them for whatever. I believe. I just can't see everybody that was there on the scene that day not being affected in a big way.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail.
Yeah, you got one more. You need to come on and get them, because it ain't looking right, okay? Oh, sorry, I meant during school hours. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So they got up out their bed and moved their car. Yeah, I mean, just imagine being a person that lived there. He got a way to park. Ain't no way he don't. Like, wouldn't you complain to your landlord? I'm paying all this rent. If you paying rent, or did he get put up there? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who paying for it? I don't know. Somebody said something about it being in the sister name. I don't know. That's a lot, boy. Y'all got a lot of details to this case, but we gonna get down to the bottom of it all. And yeah, so shout out to y'all. Happy New Year. I see y'all here today, so y'all had a safe bringing in of the new year. And what was I doing? Sleep. Okay, I was knocked out. But anyway, y'all, I have pinned the next live stream that I'm gonna be doing. We're gonna be getting into the order of protection information, but I can't just go over it randomly because it's a lot to look over. But again, thank y'all for tuning in. Please be sure to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Make this go viral. Thumbs up on the way out, y'all. Subscribe. Let's go. Smack that thumbs up. Good members emojis. Peace and love, y'all. We out.